Hello and welcome to Legalbytes. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel, we explain the law one bite at a time. We don't give legal advice, but we do talk about how the law works and try to look into our crystal ball to see how things might turn out. If you're enjoying this on YouTube, we'd love it if you could like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with friends, all the great YouTube-y stuff. And if you want to listen while out and about, we're now offering our live streams in podcast form where you can leave a rating and review. Links are in the description below, as well as to our clips channel where you can find some of the best clips taken from our live streams. Otherwise, if you want to catch me elsewhere, you can find me on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. And if you want to support the channel, you can do so on Locals, Patreon, or by becoming a YouTube member, or by buying some really awesome Legalbytes merch. Again, all links are in the description below. And with that said, let's get into it.
I do it every time.
It's good music, right? It bumps. Oh man. So happy Friday.
Happy
It's a non-trial day. There's hearings going on.
Yes.
How are you doing?
Horrifies me after was it Rob? Rob showed us how that looks in practice. I was just very, very happy that I was never a litigator. All of a sudden. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Can you even, maybe you did this. Can you even imagine going through depositions with like the little O's and here's the line and do 250 of them?
I mean, 250 of them. That's a lot. That's a lot. I mean, there's a lot of evidence in this. We're getting that your volume is a bit low. Let me fix that. Probably because of all of the here. Now you're going to be good. Now I've set us both to the automatic volume. So since we don't have a court feed, excuse me, to work with. So yeah, much better. All right. I know. So thank you guys so much for your patience today. Definitely internet issues. They happen from time to time. Unfortunately, it's always very, very frustrating, but we're good now. We're here, and hopefully things just continue to stay a little smooth.
Yeah, better than on a trial day. Honestly, that could have been worse, right?
Yeah, that would have been a disaster, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So also I've got a lot of DMs and emails and stuff about how toxic tulips are for cats. And I just want to assure people that Holmes is fine. He was more like biting the petals to play with them. So, but he's not, he hasn't eaten any of them. So, and they have all basically wilted now at this point too. So there's no risk of him eating any of those, those toxic tulips. But he's fine. He's fine. There's no, he's running around like his normal self. Yeah, everything's good. So, yeah.
I would never have commented on your cat. I have to be honest. So good. Keeping the cat alive. I wouldn't know about it. I've never really.
I didn't know that about tulips either.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was I mean, we don't have it really any green plants in our home for that reason, because we've got, a small zoo, and so I'm always like terrified, like what if I buy this thing and I try to keep it alive and then I figure out that it's actually super toxic for the pets and they all want to, chomp on it. So that's why we really don't have any greenery here, although I would love it. I'd like having plants around and stuff.
Yeah, Hope House's bearded dragon doesn't really get out of his box for the most part. So, yeah, we have worms. We have boxes of worms around the house. That's my daughter's.
Ooh.
It's my daughter's bearded dragon.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah,
I like it.
That's fun.
So I
hear my wife. You wanted to talk about Loki? You want Loki on the camera? I don't know that that's okay.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
Fantastic. That went well. What a start.
I love that you named him Loki.
That's my daughter. My daughter's favorite Marvel, which she would call hero. But we do discuss that is in fact Loki. So, how am I going to present this? You don't want to be on camera. Yeah, I get that. You're just handing me a bearded dragon.
Oh my goodness.
Oh yes, look, there you go.
Oh my goodness, he's so big.
Yeah, he's a big fat beardy. All right. That was thanks everybody. Quite the start.
I love it. I love it.
Hangout Friday.
Let's get all the animals in here. Oh, that's awesome. Awesome. So we've got some super chats to get caught up on, and we're just going to kind of hang out as before. So shall we just get on into it?
Yeah, I'm just looking forward to the chat saying we're talking over something. So I'm ready for that.
You're talking over the super chats. The super chats are they're covering up the super chats.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, let's start with this one that we couldn't quite get to yesterday. Elliot Wizard said, I mean, JD's case must be so much closer to a home run now, right? Hugs from Sweden. So it's closer, would be accurate, but I still wouldn't quite call it a home run. I would be very hesitant to call it a home run, especially since we're only halfway through and Amber still has her case in chief to put on, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, to me, a home run in a defamation case is, something ridiculous. You painted the wall blue and it wasn't blue. I mean, like, something that's absolutely a sentence and it's just false. We're never going to get there. So it's all a matter of belief in the people and everything else that goes into the trial, rather than anything that's like just a silver bullet. That's a home run. This can never possibly go wrong.
Well, I mean, we could see the whole Cardi B action happen, where you get the defendant on the stand and she says, yeah, actually, I realized that what I said was probably not true.
I was going to say, this has been described to me. I still have trouble imagining it in court. Yeah, no, I knew it was false.
This is why this is why I'm like, I really wish that federal trials could have cameras in the courtroom. It's such a strange thing to not allow cameras in the courtroom for federal cases. But here we are.
And some of our biggest penalties, you think about like copyright and trademark and stuff that we're interacting with every day. Like, that stuff is so important and increasingly so. We should be seeing that stuff. But
yeah. All right. Next one is Samantha Arpin says, this is off topic, but do you all know what is happening, if anything, about the millions of dollars that was stolen from him by his own people? It's my understanding that he actually did file a lawsuit and that he was able to get that back. Did you hear anything about that? That was my understanding.
I have not. In fact, the first I had heard of it was when they were describing what I think is the April 2016 meeting. Okay. So I have not seen anything about it because, again, I'm mostly trying to not look up stuff about the trial. It's like I'm trying to be, I don't know what you'd call it, spoiler free, I guess. I know it's a court hearing. Yeah.
All right. So yeah, well, that's at least my understanding. I don't know if it's correct. I haven't independently confirmed. I'm kind of relying on what people have said. Bernhard Price says, as counsel, what follow-up actions would you recommend to Johnny Depp? It seems like he could start a nasty PR campaign post-trial.
I'd be wary of looking vindictive after the trial. So, I mean, it really depends. It's always facts and circumstances. But if he comes out looking pretty good, you'd probably want to lean on that. And I'd probably advise to be gracious in victory. It really depends on what happens.
Yeah. I would agree. And the vibe that I get from their legal team too tells me that they probably are of that mindset also. Like, he just wants this to be, kind of done and to move on with his life and to be able to create more art again.
I think they make a great point. It strikes me like those are the representatives he picked. I mean, I was listening to Ben Chu question the ACLU guy, even when he was getting squirrely. And I was like, man, if I was doing this, I would want to sound like that. He's so kind of unassuming, but asking smart, pointed questions.
Yes.
I'm a Ben Chu fanboy right now.
Me too.
So we'll see where he goes from here.
Yeah. No, I completely agree. And that's another point that we didn't really talk about much yesterday. And I didn't touch on this in my recap video either, which, by the way, if you guys didn't see yesterday and you want to recap, it's up, it's live. So be sure to check it out. But we haven't really talked much about Ben Chu and his style, mostly because we haven't really heard much from him throughout this trial. It's been mostly the associates at the firm that are at those tables with him that have been doing a lot of the direct examination so far. But his you could call it a cross-examination, basically of the ACLU general counsel,
Yeah.
they, sorry, I'm also catching these super chats and throwing them up on the screen. Why not?
Your stream, I'm just living in it.
His style is good for a cross-examination, for at the very least examining a witness who is adverse to your interests. Like, to me, that's how you do it. Is you do it in a way that is not attitudey. You don't have to be an a-hole, but at the same time, you ask the right questions to draw the information out of them that you need to.
I think we like what we see reflected in either ourselves or how we'd want to be, and that it's very reflective of the way I negotiate, which is this kind of, wow, that provision seems wildly unfair to my side, but I know you couldn't possibly mean that. So could you explain what you think this provision does, kind of thing, where you can get people to back down, being like, oh no, we would never. Well, no, we'll change that right up. Get those kinds of successes rather than the, we're gonna fight to the death on this stuff. So I'm listening to him and I'm like, I was just super impressed so far. And I think his biggest question mark is going to be Amber Heard probably, but we'll see how he does.
Yeah. By the way, hey, Laura B, welcome.
Hey, I'm out in the sun playing with my grandson, and I just wanted to pop in. That is not Ben Chew. That's Wayne.
Oh,
Dennison.
It wasn't.
No, that's Wayne Dennison. Ben Chew is in the front row, sitting next to Johnny.
But we were talking about specifically about the video deposition of the ACLU general counsel.
We believe that was.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Sorry about that.
Dennison questioned Dr. Curry, right?
Yes, and Ed White. I think they brought him very recently.
Yes.
I think he's handling the experts.
That's my impression too so far, and that was it was funny because it seems like that was the impression of the defense counsel too, because they tried to object to a line of questioning by him towards the beginning with the salty CPA, as I like to call him, Mr. White.
Yeah.
I can't believe I missed a CPA.
I know.
That's my jam.
Good.
I know. So he's done a fantastic job, but he definitely seems like he's their expert witness guy.
Yes.
Hey, Kurt.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't see your text message right away, but someone in chat alerted me. So
that's okay. That's okay. I gave you a little bit of extra time to live stream.
What I like about Wayne, of course, I'm not experienced in this, but he was really good keeping Dr. Curry focused in and not letting her go off, which I think, that the jury could be lost on that. So he's very good about, let me interrupt you and pull you back here.
Yes, exactly. And that's the thing about doing the direct examination of an expert witness, is that they are often very intelligent and know exactly what they are talking about. But to get them to explain things in a way that makes sense to the jury can be very difficult. And a lot of that comes from crafting their direct examination questions very, very well. Like that can be kind of a challenge for a lot of people. So I do agree. I think that he's done a fantastic job.
So you were also talking about TMG, if he was successful in that lawsuit?
Yes.
Okay, so I do know they settled. I do know it's a confidential settlement. I do know that what ticked it off, we talked about earlier, was that they tried to foreclose on his house. So the only thing I can tell you is, because I have access to a real estate website, is pretty much the day they settled, that foreclosure was lifted.
Okay.
So
that makes sense.
Connect the dots. That he was. I think that he was very happy with the settlement. I think they released that. The same with Bloom. I think they said his was at least 10 figures.
Okay.
Is what they were allowed to announce. But everything else is confidential.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so that was settled out after he fought it in litigation. So that's good. That's good to know. Thank you.
Yeah,
this is one of the best reasons why I love having Laura B on these streams, because it's like anytime there's something in the history that I'm like, oh, I don't know, I don't remember, coming across that, or maybe I did, but I'm not entirely sure. And it's like it's great, because it's like then Laura B can just pop on and be like, actually, it's this.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
I love it. It's wonderful. Let me get. Oh yeah, you're gonna say something.
Me?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, well, you were talking the TRO letter. I just thought I'd touch on that because that's really important, and they've shown it now, so it's been entered, which is awesome. So this was, I don't know, they call it a cover letter. I call it a demand letter. Some people call it blackmail or extortion. So this letter was issued, and it very clearly says in the letter, "Hey, your client's been abusing my client, and we're going to do something about this, and we're probably going to get a TRO. In fact, we were thinking about getting it, and we were going to serve him on the red carpet." They literally do say that in the letter, that we were contemplating serving him on the red carpet. But instead, other than that, we've decided this is what we're going to do. We're going to ask you to appear before the judge of our choosing. You're going to pay for the legal fees. You're going to give my client 3 penthouses. Now, remember, Sunday, they changed the locks on all the 3 penthouses. The Sunday after May 21st or 22nd. They even changed the locks on the PH1 where Rocky and Josh were living. So she demanded 3 penthouses, 1, 3, and 5. And then eventually she came back and wanted pendant light, $50,000 a month. And she wanted the Range Rover. And you do all this by May 27th or we're getting a TRO.
Wow.
And Johnny denied that, obviously. And at 8:30 in the morning, you heard Laura Wasser they went for the TRO without any notice because, again, this was supposed to expire on the 27th. And they went that morning.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it's the discussion about, what's an extortion letter and what is a demand letter can be a little bit of a gray line, right?
It very much can.
That's what I guess so.
Hello, people. Hello.
How you doing, Nate?
I'm all right. Oh, are we reading old? What am I looking at here?
Oh, well, we're looking at
So this is StreamYardception. So I've got my super chats pulled up from yesterday that we couldn't get to, that we are going to be getting caught up on. And so we're making our way through it, and then also at the same time getting more super chats now that we will be then going through once we get through the 100 or whatever that are back there.
One day we'll do a video of this when we did a video of this on a prior week, and we'll get like 3 or 4 windows in. We'll really have some fun.
Oh my God, this is amazing. Now it's a good problem to have, though. It's a good problem.
It is. Oh, people are saying, "Hey, Nate, do you want to unmute yourself? I want to see if maybe I need to adjust your audio."
I've never ever had this problem before, but I can't hear Nate.
Okay, there we go. Yeah. His audio was not adjusted. And then Laura B also, if you want, I think I need to adjust your audio too. Maybe people are saying. So
okay, I unmuted, but
okay, there you go.
Oh, okay, so I'm going to mute again.
I also want to say, I know for the chat, I know what you guys are thinking. Justice for Amber Heard. We will finally get it after this week, right? Justice for Amber.
He's kidding.
Nate the contrarian.
Nate loves to have fun with people.
Dude, it's funny. I sit there, I would say that jokingly, and people were just jumping all on me in the chat. They were like, "Oh my God, you must be crazy, Nate."
Nate was just been canceled by chat, man. He's canceled. He's done.
Hey, have you guys been seeing the coverage of so every night that so at first the first week when they would leave the court, like people were cheering Amber and booing Johnny, but now it's totally flipped where Amber leaves, everybody's booing Amber and cheering Johnny. So it just shows you how the perceptions totally changed within 3 weeks. Wow,
it's amazing.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Well, I mean, it's changed for me. So
yeah,
is that a Flash shirt, Nate?
Yes.
So this is actually Justice for Ezra Miller, right?
No.
Oh, yes. even though I'm more of a Flash TV guy than a Flash movie guy, because I even though he was on the show,
I was gonna say Ezra came on the show, didn't he?
Yeah, he did come on the
Although
show.
Nate is generally more of a DC universe guy than an MCU guy.
I mean, literally, I'm always looking at Captain America shield, so I wouldn't have guessed that, honestly.
Oh yeah. This shield is my. It's funny because a crazy story, right? So we're in the school, and they're playing they're playing like a game. So they had all these prizes, but they had them separated by gender. Like you had the girls' little dolls and the boys' the boy stuff. So the boy stuff had the Captain America shield. So my daughter goes and she wins. So they're playing a game and she actually won. So they were like, "Which one do you want? The girls one or the boys one?" And she says, I want the Captain America shield, not because it's a boy, because it's my father. And but so you had the Captain America shield. We were waving it around. It was like the trophy of the thing.
There you go.
I love that so
Like,
much.
So now,
Look, we got
So now
Bearded
she put it up
Dragons and
here.
Loki. We got Captain America. What don't we have on the Hangout here?
I love
Well,
there's Star Trek stuff up there too, but nobody can see it.
oh yeah,
it.
Yeah, I got the Enterprise E. See, I'm like a huge nerd.
back
so.
when Star Trek was good, Nate.
Ugh, don't get me started on Discovery. The new one is going to be good though. The new one, New Worlds,
Strange New Worlds.
Oh, that's going to be good. Yeah,
I hope so.
yeah. They're going back to old school because this, I don't know. I
Picard
don't
is
know you
killing
can,
me, Nate.
I didn't know that you can go woke broke with Star Trek, but they proved they can go woke broke. So
What's the weirdest thing is Star Trek's always been progressive for the time that it's in, but it's like what? Picard, man, Picard.
yeah, I watched it too. I watched
can't-
season 1. I haven't touched season 2 though.
And it's not even. I don't mind politics of any persuasion in my pop culture. I mind preachiness. That's what I mind. Build it into your story. Absolutely, do whatever you want. Preach at me. I'm not having fun.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I think people, the woke narrative too sometimes gets a little crazy.
Yeah.
But I like woke done well. Like if you do the woke well, I don't have any issues with it. It's just a lot
I
of times
agree.
the woke now isn't done well.
Well,
You and me are pop culture buddies on that.
Yeah.
Tell
Yeah.
me a story
Yeah.
with your politics, but make it a story first, will you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's this idea of when you're being hit over the head with a certain storyline or a certain narrative or a certain message. It's we kind of talked about this on one of the live streams this week before about how as a storyteller you want to give the audience 2 + 2 and let them add it together up to 4. That's what you want to do. But you don't want to give them 4. You want to, or 2 + 2 = 4, because it's not as interesting of a narrative of a story. And it's, when you feel like you're getting hit over the head, you start to feel like they're preaching down to you, like you're a child and you're not smart enough to get it, to put the message together. So that's the part that annoys me.
Canto bite. That's all I'm saying. I'm done.
Tony KHZ says Amber Heard's note taking legal make money for a book deal. I mean, could be. OJ Simpson's notes
Not the
made
worst
out of
idea
book,
in the
right?
world.
Oh yeah.
CS says, how could the post have the title quoting her as the online title? Can Amber sue them? Can Depp sue them? The online title is really frustrating.
That's not a quote. I mean, it's using newspaper vernacular. Like, this is the substance of what this says. So it's Amber Heard's the author, ridiculous statement that everybody's trying to run away from now, but that is ostensibly describing what the article is, which it isn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Nate.
no, this is because it really deals with, like, none of her issues were sexual violence. I don't even know where they got that from. Even through all the testimony, she never mentioned sexual violence.
It's not in the article. I mean, it's straight up not. So yeah.
I mean, well, here's a thought that was brought up. People were talking about this on Twitter. What do you guys think about this argument that when the article was published, the online version, she tweeted it out, and in that tweet shows the title of the article itself. Do you think that publication of the article with that title showing up in the tweet is enough for her to have published for purposes of defamation? For her to have basically said, this is my statement.
Did she control that, or was that the auto embed on the link?
It probably was the auto embed.
So I wouldn't give it to her on the embed.
I don't think I would either.
Because she's showing, this is what she wrote. She's
Yeah.
linking it out to people. It's separate from the headline. That's just the way it shows up. I would not charge her with publishing that. But I mean, reasonable minds can differ.
Yeah.
That's
True. But I think
When
that
she
it's interesting. Oh, go ahead, Laura.
No, when she tweeted it out, though, you see the title. It's not like you just have this blank image and you don't know what it is. The title comes across, and she did tweet out that particular article. So yeah, it could be associated with her. My other question was the ACLU wrote that article for her. What they
that was
wanted.
good testimony.
They wanted for Congress or the House or whatever, the Violence Against Women Act. So they were using her as the vehicle. So they wrote about 90% of that article. And so maybe that's where the sexual assault reference comes from, the Women's Violence Against Women Act.
That's a good point. I think you're right. I think because they were trying to, and also the one thing, and I think Hogue mentioned it a little earlier, but maybe it was yesterday, about how political this made the ACLU seem, because this was really kind of backdooring that they're, who can we give this to, right? We want to make it so it go to the top tier, New York Times and stuff like that. Also, we want to do it in a certain way so you can get the most bang for the buck. You're about to do Aquaman, let's get it done now, that type of thing. So it really shows you how diabolical they were kind of behind the scenes, because I really didn't, I just really wouldn't have guessed that the ACLU was so manipulative in trying to get such a story out. But now, now I know.
I've worked with a lot of nonprofit organizations, and I do have to say I am nonplussed by that portion of the testimony. That's, in some respects, that's their job. And if you believe in that mission, that's their job. The problem is, of course, if there are lies at the foundation, all that spins back around on you as, ooh, we maximized our impact and we did it this way. And it's like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
I could point out it's kind of, strictly speaking, not the ACLU's job, because lest we forget, technically, the ACLU's job is the American Civil Liberties Union, which means the government. So domestic violence from private individuals, strictly speaking, shouldn't be within their territory, but here we are.
But they were trying to get the.
So I'm talking about organizational jobs, institutions and nonprofit organizations. Probably half their resources are dedicated to sustaining themselves.
I'm sure that's true for many nonprofits.
That's those people's job, right? We're talking about the communications department. We're talking about the communication lawyers. We're talking about the executive director. That people's job is to feed the entity. And then we can talk about the mission statement. I mean, I know you had a pretty good screed about the ACLU, Kurt. So I do get it.
Yes.
But in terms of an organization, that's, you say, if we're going to write something, we're going to spend our time on this. How high can we get it? How much impact can we get? How many people can we get to see it? Because that's donor dollars. That's hopefully your mission, whatever it is, whether you agree with it or not. So none of that really rubbed me the wrong way. But again, I think somebody said on the stream yesterday, it's like, well, you're already broken, Rick. You already know how these things work.
That was me.
Yeah.
I was like, you're a little you look at things a little bit differently than the average person when it comes to corporate. Yeah.
Has seen some sausage be made. Okay.
I found
go ahead.
I was reading all the New York documents on the ACLU, and there is a list of what they wanted to, the questions they wanted to ask at the depositions and things like that. And keeping in mind that ACL wrote most of the article, one of Ben's questions was, have you indemnified her in any way for this article? And I think that was to Anthony Romero, and we don't have that answer.
That should be hell no. Because if they indemnified her, then if she loses, they're on the hook.
Right. But we didn't get that answer.
If I were Amber Heard and you said you wanted to take first cut at the draft, I might ask for indemnification.
Yeah. Let me get the next super chat here.
Yes.
Or maybe what if I do it like this? Does that work? Oh yeah, let's do it like this. This is a little bit better. Okay.
Now the super chats can just come in and cover all of us.
No, it'll bump us up like this. it'll cover the other super chat.
Good job, StreamYard.
I know this is one of those things that I still get messages from people saying, "Hey, can you not flash the super chats is covering either the people or the subtitles?" And I'm like, I'm working on it. I'm
I think we're professional coders or something. No, we're using a very effective platform. StreamYard's very good, but they are not perfect. Let's go with that.
Yes. Exactly. It does a lot, but maybe not everything. Phil Jones says, what if I did it like this? Then when we got a super chat up here, let me see if I can. Maybe I can.
Try not to accidentally expose like personal address information or something. I'm always worried about like sending things to the backstage.
Oh, look at that! Look at that!
Wow,
Beautiful.
All three.
There we go. Now we're getting efficient here.
Like we have super chats everywhere. This is like going to be the next thing.
Put in more super chats for these kinds of production values. Absolutely. Like and subscribe.
On the side of the screen, got super chats everywhere.
Yeah, we should do it like Idiocracy. There should just be ads and like other streams running. Put some sponsorships. There's room here, Alita. There's Monster Energy drink, some muffin company. Yeah. Yeah.
Monster Energy drink, a muffin company, some Amica cream company. What else?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Phil Jones says, what does the Hoagmeister or Hoagmeter, Meister, probably Meister, say
Meister.
pre-post ACLU guy?
I think it's Hoag meters. They want my percentages, right? So,
Okay.
So I'm still. I don't know that I can actually take Johnny Depp winning up above 75%. Like I just this case particularly has that muddy middle, and I think he's basically maxed out his position for me watching his case. The ACLU guy, I thought it was effective. I thought you showed Amber Heard was a liar again. You showed that she was willing to lie in the press to advantage herself again. You had the ACLU guy being squirrely as all heck at the end of the interview, which I personally enjoyed. But I just don't, the lawyer in me is just anathema to guarantees or making things get too high up on a percentage. So I look at this and say, I think he's done really well for himself. I think his case is strong. It just needs one juror to say, I came in believing Amber Heard and nothing convinced me past it going into the muddy middle. That really throws this out of whack. So I'm going to keep it at 75. I apologize to those who would like to see that number go up.
Have you guys seen what Amber's team is trying to do now for the to soften her image?
No,
the
what?
Pictures? Oh, they've been putting out these pictures of her and her child she had by surrogate to try to soften her image, because they're saying that it's just, you know, the negativity of Johnny Depp's trial has just made it seem like she's a monster. So they've been putting out these soft images of her holding her baby and, you know, playing and that type of stuff. So
I've seen those before. I've seen those before. She has those on her social media profiles, you know, here and there that she's posted. And there, you know, a lot of people have said that they look very posed. You know, that's a lot of social media photos, I guess. You know, I would agree, but I don't necessarily think that makes those photos a bad thing. I don't know, but there's a lot of questions around that whole situation that a lot of people have. Tyler S.
PR and crisis
In the
management before, right?
Yeah.
In the UK, she actually hired a PR firm, and they came into the court and introduced themselves to people. So I wouldn't put it past her to have hired another one specifically for this case.
For the record,
Yeah,
I
they
would.
tweeted about it.
Yeah, I mean, I would hire a PR firm for this. Going in 100%. This is your maximum. You've got maximum reputational risk going into this trial.
This is a good joke, Jamie. I appreciate this. That makes sense. Tyler S. says, on paid psychiatric evaluations, if they were paid by Amber's team instead, might that affect their conclusions? Would we know about it?
Yep, it will definitely. Johnny, she will have a psychiatrist who will say the exact opposite and more of everything Johnny Depp psychiatrist said.
Non-cynically, we would say that just happens to be what they believe, and that matches up with their team.
Yeah, but they gotta Amber's team. I would not want to be Amber's attorneys. They have a hell of a road to, because Johnny's done. His team's done a hell of a job.
I once heard a lawyer comment that when they were recruiting experts, they never had the expert ask what testimony they wanted. They would say, I'm the plaintiff in this action, or I'm the defendant in this action. They never say what they want, but somehow magically they would always get the testimony that would help their sides just by pure chance.
Well, I've been involved in at the very least the process of designating an expert for the purposes of like leading up to trial. We had a case that we weren't sure if it was going to settle, so we had to start, you know, setting all that stuff up. And when you are asking around for a I don't actually need to say these. I can just show these. So when you are actually asking around for them, I mean, yeah, you indicate you tell them, we are the plaintiff side, we're the defense side. These are our facts. This is what we are looking at. And they can read between the lines, and they can tell you, they can say, look, I'm looking at this case. This is not what I see. And then you say, okay, I will keep looking.
Right. I mean, and that's the non-cynical, honest approach. Is you have the conversation. They say, I'm probably not going to go your direction if we go further. And then you wind up back in cynical land where I tell you, okay, 350 million people, you can find an expert that will say, I see exactly what we're getting at here. And so, yeah, but you don't buy and change their minds. In my opinion, you find the one to pay.
That's exactly
it. Maybe the difference.
That's exactly it.
And the good
Well,
thing is, one of the more interesting things about rebuttal is that that's the reason why I believe they didn't let Dr. Curry, why she's subject to recall, because if their expert then goes and kills, the case, then they could call her back in to kind of clear up all that stuff. Because I'm expecting the expert to say exactly the opposite. That she's going to come back on rebuttal and say, well, this is the things that he got wrong. Because they're going to, did you watch his testimony? Yeah. So what do you think about that? Then she can explain it.
Yeah. Laura, were you going to say something?
So they've got about 15 liminees in, and one of them is she's bringing in all of her therapists, the ones that they've mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, Depp is against that. And I thought Dr. Curry explained very well why your own personal therapist makes a bad witness, because they're not meant to be fact finders. They're not meant to question your truth. They're there to help you. If this is how you feel is happening, let's help you get to a healthy place. So I think she did good touching on that, because that's definitely, we assume it's coming in. I know they filed against to prevent those or to limit those in the deposition. So we'll see.
Yeah. Awesome. Let me get the next one. Everyone has one. Says Amber Heard, ACLU, Elon Musk. Can't stop thinking of the shame nun from Game of Thrones.
That's good.
Southern LPS says, can JD sue the ACLU for defamation now? No. He's outside of the statute of limitations for that article now. What do you guys think? Anything different?
Oh no.
Yeah, SO he shit out of
No, and we talked about it yesterday, right? Because you add another level of trying to prove defamation, because Amber Heard ostensibly knows whether she's lying. The ACLU can rely upon her. It's damn near impossible.
Panicolotra. We had a lot of love yesterday for Rob, Mike, and for Rick. It was really funny. Yeah. I didn't intend to say. I intended to like show the ones that were just like these kind of comments rather than questions, but this one ended up getting saved, I guess, because I was like, I couldn't quite see them coming in, so I was like, I'll save it just in case. But it was so funny. Basically, what the conclusion is, we are going to start a dating channel for Mike and for Rob. I mean, Rick is taken.
I am taken.
Very happily taken. but it was so funny. It was so funny. All of the comments that started coming in, and my brother started it as of course, as often happens in my life, the hilarity begins with my brother Andy, the
troublemaker.
I'm just happy to have someone else unmarried on the panel. I don't feel so alone.
Yeah, I got a marriage proposal the first day, which is pretty good.
I tell you what, it got a little out of hand.
It did. We even had a Elaine Bredehoft account who decided to super chat and say, "Hey, I'll bring some muffins and amica cream." To the date. It was so funny.
There were dozens. There were dozens.
So many.
The last witness on the Thursday is it's like that last period of Friday in high school, something like that. Everybody's a little punchy.
Yeah, we were all a little bit slap happy. I know. And I did see some comments on the video since then of people saying, like, can you at least mute yourselves when you're doing that so we don't hear you breathing laughing? Like, okay,
well, that's because you couldn't stop giggling, Alita. And then Rob and Mike were going.
I know. I should have. It was all me. I think I was the only one that wasn't muted. So it was. Yeah, I think it was all me.
I was in the cover up slot. So as these hundreds of chats came in, I was just all right.
How's this, Leonard Clips? Is this better? Or maybe like this? This better? But I've got to show the other super chats. So for now, we've got to be a little bit smaller. So until we get through all of these. Okay, next one. Ophelia the Fair says, can JD request a retrial in the UK after all of this evidence has come out? I hesitate to answer that one because it is a different series of laws. So
what's a retrial? I don't. Is that a thing in the UK?
Yeah, I don't know, but my instinct says probably not, because that was a final adjudication, and I think that he tried to appeal it, and then he lost the appeal.
He did.
So my guess is that in the UK, that's done. It's done and over with. Which, if he does win here, this is going to be a very interesting analysis to look at, because you have one internationally known case that went one way, one internationally known case that potentially goes another way. If he wins here, there's a question of, can people then call him, a wife beater or a or an abuser or whatever. Can people call him that and get away with it and not have a defamation issue? I think probably they can because of that UK case, and because we also are. This case is not actually a DV case. Actually,
it's going to be it's interesting too, because defamation in the UK is so much easier to win than it is here in the United States. So it's weird because it's like it's flipped. Win in the place where it's more difficult, and lose in the place it's more easy. So
Well, keep in mind, Amber Heard was just a witness there, and the judge refused to compel her to provide any evidence, and that's what Johnny needed. He needed a lot of what she was cherry picking things, and he couldn't go against those. I do know his lawyers from UK are still involved, so the most I think they're looking for is perjury options.
Okay,
that's my opinion. And the appeal he got denied was the permission to appeal was denied by the judge. So he took it to the higher level. The permission to appeal was again denied. So he never really got to the appeal part of the process.
Yeah. Okay.
You have to ask Mother May how to appeal. That's hilarious.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of the case in the United States. Well, not for a normal appeals or for an initial appellate court, right? Yeah. But usually when it gets to a state Supreme Court or the United States Supreme Court, you have to get permission to be heard there. Jana says, since witness claimed the word donated can also mean pledge, will Amber's lawyers use this? She may claim this on the stand. Thanks.
I don't think there's any legal distinction between donated
Did anybody
and
on
pledge.
earth believe that testimony?
Apparently the ACLU seems to think there's a legal distinction between the two terms, but I don't think there's one.
Yeah. But I wouldn't be surprised if they use it. If they say, hey, look, you heard this from the ACLU. They said it's the same thing. And they would be the authoritative figures here, right? Because that's how they that's how they do this.
Sure.
Hey, matter of fact, since we're talking about marriage proposals, supposedly the guy who was driving in the deposition, he's like the talk of the town now.
Hey,
but he is.
He's vaping on screen, driving, saying, Johnny Dana, I saw, look, was 3 feet away from it. This guy's like making it happen. It's like he's going to be a Hollywood superstar now.
Going to be the national cash me outside. Awesome. $1 million out of this.
Image and likeness rights, Alejandro. Image and likeness rights.
Yep.
Well, remember, we haven't heard from Children's Hospital yet, and they got nada. They got the $100,000 and only that.
That's a good point.
When they're talking about the scheduled payments, remember, ACLU said there was no scheduled payments. I mean, we put something together, but it was never agreed to. The only scheduled payments we are aware of what was listed in that settlement, when she was going to get her settlement money, which was presumed it would be then donated on those dates. So that's the only...
And the interesting part about this is that's a self-inflicted wound by Amber.
Yeah,
she didn't have to say she was going to give the money to anybody, but by saying it, now you put it at issue in the trial, and now it hurts your credibility because now you're stealing from children's hospitals and the ACLU. So it's crazy, so avoidable. And the whole thing with the whole bruises and stuff, it's like everything that she's done is like being thrown right in her face. Justice.
Yeah. I'm also with the Children's Hospital of LA. It was misreported by TMZ that she had donated. That was in April 2018. It's like, look, because they came out with their donor report and they also honor pledges. So they were honoring her pledge and everybody went crazy. Like, look, she followed through. She donated. That was in April 2018. After that is when she got all her activist roles, because people said, look, she must have been telling the truth. She donated her money.
Yeah.
And now we know she didn't.
Yeah. Well, I also retweeted because someone on my timeline had found and retweeted the ACLU's tweet from 2016 saying, "Hey, thanks to Amber Heard for your lovely donation to the ACLU for domestic violence or whatever. Also, here's a bunch of resources for domestic violence or whatever." And I was just like, "Ooh, oh, that's interesting. Interesting that this is still up." But yeah, it's fun. It's fun to catch those tweets that haven't exactly aged well, right?
Yeah. Well, I thought it was interesting. He testified, hey, she's still an ambassador. She's still associated with the brand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Power to them.
Wasn't that 2 years ago? Wasn't that deposition in 19, right? So it's 2 years ago. So that might not be accurate now.
I think it was 2021, actually.
2020. Yeah. Oh, all right, 2021.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
was December. I know that because I was thinking while it happened, oh, the light's gone down. Oh, it is December because it was like 4 p.m.
Yeah, yeah. Michael Thomas says, this is for Rob. I screenshotted it to save it. Hopefully I can remember to put it to him next time he's on a panel. But Michael asked, what are your thoughts on potential sanctions regarding discovery issues, given your knowledge of this court? I mean, so none of us are local to Fairfax, but I
Right.
think so we don't know how the court ruled on the discovery issues for the motion for sanctions regarding the metadata and all the photos of and text messages from Amber's phone. But we've said before that based on what we heard from the opening statement from Johnny Depp's side, it sounds like they are going to be allowing those photos in with the strong ability for Johnny Depp's team to comment on those photos as they do. So, yeah, but I'll try to hold on to this one for Rob.
Yeah, it's interesting. After that was filed, she filed an amended exhibit list and added a ton more photos.
Yeah.
So yeah, something's coming in.
Yeah. Very, very interesting, right? Peyton Henderson says, question, if Amber Heard has James Franco testify, could that hurt her case due to his allegations? I think less so about his allegations, because those are not something that would come in, the Me Too kind of allegations that have been made against him in the past. Because I mean, he's going to be testifying to what is relevant to this particular case. So the fact that people have accused him in the past of something is something that shouldn't be coming in a trial here. It's just way too prejudicial against him as a witness. Way more prejudicial than probative.
Yeah, wouldn't it be if he was is he coming in as a fact witness or an opinion witness?
He would be as a fact witness.
Yeah, because if he comes in as an opinion witness, then it may be relevant, right? But if he's a fact witness, then they won't let it in.
But at any rate, he apparently is not going to be testifying in this case anyway. So that's what's been reported.
It doesn't benefit. I mean, the first question is, did you see a bruise or didn't you? He says yes. It's like, why did you let this woman dangle for this many years? Why didn't you speak up? Or no, I didn't see a bruise. She just was red-faced from crying. So there's no benefit to him personally, and he can't be compelled. So it makes no sense that neither he nor Musk would want to testify. They can't compel him.
I would love to have those questions too. When you saw her completely naked. And you like, no, I saw nothing.
Completely naked. I love it.
Oh, that was one of the questions that came up the other day. You were talking about why they're doing these deposition video and stuff. Remember, this was all during COVID. So they were going to have the live ones, but then they agreed, and I don't have the word on top of my head. Is it en bas depositions? But basically, it was agreed to right in the beginning that they would take these depositions for people like from California and video them. So they've all known from the beginning that this was going to be video testimony. And then as we got deeper into the timeline, Mr. Depp, after the UK trial, said, hey, they did these live link testimonies and they really worked. Can we do that? Which, of course, Amber opposed vehemently, but the judge allowed it.
Well, I will say that it's even long before COVID, it was not uncommon to have depositions be videotaped anyway, because that's just if you have the resources for it, it's a really good practice, because if you are going to need to introduce deposition testimony into the record, it is way better to introduce a video rather than a reading of a transcript, which is super dry, as we know. I mean, because imagine getting the deposition transcript for Alejandro Romero, right? You've got that, and then it's completely different than what we got by watching the video, right? Like, number one, we wouldn't have any information about him being in the car or vaping or driving, but you get a completely different feel than you do for who this person is and how they speak and how they conduct themselves and hold themselves. So that's been common anyway for litigation, of course, assuming that the parties have the resources for it.
I've got to run, but I also wanted to say about those depositions. Some of them were done so long ago, and they're California, and they pretty much only get one bite at the apple. They can't call them for deposition again, I'm hearing. So they were stuck with the depositions they might have had back then. But I'm going to run. I'm going to keep listening to you. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thanks,
you.
Laura.
See ya.
Pollyanna says, is some of this information still surprising for the lawyers? I would have thought that with all the depositions, they would have known it all, but sometimes they seem truly surprised. How does that work? I think when it comes to the video depositions, it definitely is something that they know. They know this evidence. They have looked at it time and time again. They have analyzed it. Hey, Bree.
Hello.
They've looked at it many, many times here. So they shouldn't be surprised. They shouldn't be surprised because everybody has the list for the evidence exhibits and for the witnesses. They've talked to everybody. They have they've looked at everything and analyzed it and determined whether it can or cannot come in. So yeah, they shouldn't be surprised. Alrighty. Dom Tate says, what are Rob's thoughts on how the trial is playing out in Virginia? I will screenshot this one too. And then hopefully we can put that to him. Because I don't know how he thinks. I can't answer this one.
Super chat. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm very sorry about that. Abhishek Agarwal says, I see both Elon Musk and James Franco listed in plaintiffs' witness lists and says live via WebEx. Does that mean there will be live testimony? So unfortunately, there will not be. It would have been so interesting and so fascinating, but they will not be. There's a lot of people that. So when you look at the witness list for both sides, as well as the exhibit list for both sides, these are just the witnesses and the exhibits that are. That they have reserved the right to use at trial. They have basically said, I'm putting you on notice that this is who I intend to call. This is the evidence that I intend to use, but it doesn't mean that they have to use it. So there will be plenty of people that are on that list that will not be able to testify. I mean, especially if you look at Amber Heard's lists, hers are much longer lists than Johnny's. And I don't know why. Either they think that everything is important and they're going to have time to get to it all, or that was just an intimidation tactic to kind of throw the other side off because they knew that they would have to go through that entire list and do objections and motions in limine and all kinds of fun stuff. So that may have been just kind of a litigation tactic against the other firm. But they have a certain amount of time and to put on all of their evidence, and for both sides, it's the same number of minutes that they get. Alrighty. Wendy's Cafe says, how can ACLU say she donated $1.1 million when she really donated only $350K? She said she was giving the $7 million, not that people would give it on her behalf.
This one doesn't bother me either.
Yeah, as long as they get the money.
If you think about the ACLU, it's you've pledged to get them $3.5 million. However you get that, if I'm the ACLU, I do not care. If you cause it to be given by a smitten Elon Musk, fantastic. If you otherwise find it on the street corner and give it to us, also great. So none of that bothers me. The stuff that's the funniest is when they say, so you don't have $2.3 million, right? It's like, it still counts as donated. Sure. Yeah, exactly.
Jen Mount says, is everyone on the panel donating their time or pledging their time? I don't know. I don't think anyone has actually pledged anything. Basically what happens is I throw out the link to a bunch of people and say, hey, if you have time and interest and you want to come in and chat, come on in. And nobody necessarily has promised anything ahead of time. But I'm so thankful. And you know what? On that note, hang on. On that note, because all of the people that have been showing up here are, as we said, donating their time as opposed to pledging their time.
I both donated and pledged. Yeah, we're committed here on Legalbytes.
Well, they are. Let me check here just to make sure. But I'm pretty sure that everyone is already linked in the description below. I've got some help backstage on working on that kind of stuff. So let me just double check so that I don't speak before I should. Yes, everyone here is linked in the description below. So if you are enjoying this,
we did it.
If you are enjoying this and you haven't already, go and subscribe to everyone's channels. Please do, because it really does help these panel live streams that we have where we're all just kind of hanging out, talking about the law, talking about pop culture, talking about movies, like we're all friends here and we're all hanging out. I am the one that's hosting it, so I get all of the benefits of this particular stream. So, when when Rick or when Nate or when Bree decide that they host a stream, we all jump on there and then they benefit from it. But the way to really grow and to give everybody benefits that are volunteering their time here is to go onto their channels and to subscribe to their channels, watch their stuff, like their videos, because that really, really does help. That's the honestly the best way to do it. So please, if you have not already, go and do it. Let's get Rick up to 100K. Let's do it. Let's get Bree up to 50.
Yeah, you're setting your goals too high. I'm at 65. I was actually just about to say thank you because it's been a very productive time for me as well. We're not skying into the 130s like some people. Well deserved. But I do thank you. You constantly do that. That is awesome that you shout out everybody all the time, and that is very much appreciated. And yeah, I mean, I'm happy to say you guys in chat, you guys in this channel, the panel, and everybody else, I've had, I think, the 4 or 5 most successful subscriber drive type days that the channel's had in a year, and that's because of you, Alita. So thank you very much.
Oh, well, of course. I mean, but it wouldn't be the same if I didn't have you guys with me, because it would just be me kind of rambling on and on about stuff and then being like, I think that's right, without somebody else to come in and say, yes, that's correct, or actually I see it this way. But of course. Oh, of course. That's always how we do it, but it's being able to get these diverse perspectives that we have. Oftentimes when we are talking about this stuff, I might see it one way, Rick might see it another way, Bree and Nate might see it different ways. And this is like one of the best things about having groups of people like this getting together and just kind of discussing through the different ways that we see things. So please do me a huge solid and go and subscribe to everybody's channels, because that would be fantastic.
Well, thank you. I do see somebody asking about the Bitcast I advertised for yesterday and what time it is in the UK. I don't know that. It's 11 a.m. on Sunday, so it's an hour and a half from whenever we've started these streams for you. It's an hour and a half later. So I apologize. I'm terrible with the time zones.
Yeah. No, I hear you on that. It is difficult to keep track of all of those different time zones. For me, I've just kind of gotten used to doing math in my head, but then lately, for some reason, because I've been in so many different time zones in the last month, it's started to get a little bit jumbled. So I do very much rely on my phone to tell me in what time is it in London? What time is it
country am I in?
Yeah, in Japan. How about in New York? And so Los Angeles, all these places. So yeah, it's fun times. But basically, that's why I try to keep things kind of centered on East Coast time, and then I can basically expand one way or another from there. So let me get the next one. Amber Porter says, I've been watching your streams while studying for my evidence final. I graduate in 23 days, over under on timing of a jury verdict. Hey, congratulations. Good luck in your finals. And over under on the timing of a jury verdict. How long do you guys think that it's going to take?
A week.
Yeah, that's kind of what I think too.
Mm-hmm.
Graduate on evidence. That's really interesting that evidence would be towards the end of the studying then. So evidence was one of my first classes in law school. I wonder if it's a different.
Mine was, mine was not first year. I took mine third year. Yeah.
All right.
Year.
I think evidence is third year now. I took mine all out of order, but I think it was supposed to be on third year. I took all my third year classes in my second year. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I'll be out then. Yeah. Evidence was 1L curriculum at Michigan.
Interesting. Yeah. So for us, we've got a prediction here. Michael Young says 4 days.
A specific one. All right. We're holding to it, Michael Young.
That basically is a week here, right? Because 4 days is a trial week for this court right now.
We're lawyers. I didn't specify calendar or business week. I was gonna save that for whichever was more correct.
Evidence is gonna overcross a lot, or do you think Amber is gonna come with a lot more stuff that we haven't seen yet?
I think that there is going to be quite a bit more stuff that we haven't yet seen. I don't know exactly what it is, but I've seen people kind of talking about it on Twitter. There was an indication yesterday. There was a question about, I think it was brought up to Malcolm Conley yesterday did you see Johnny, trying to use his shirt to strangle Amber on their honeymoon or something like that? Like, did you see this? And he was like, no, it was a very strange question, but it sounds like what he's hinting at is that there's going to be some kind of testimony where she's going to allege some horrific things.
And we've seen that a couple of times, right? I think we all remember Elaine just randomly spouting out swear words in her cross-examination for the Boston flight, right? Like 30 of them. Yeah. I can still remember it. So presumably somebody on their side is going to tell that story.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so.
Oh, Brady, turn your mic up. The people want to hear you.
Oh, me? I think I
Yeah, I think I set you. Yeah, I set her to automatic, just like everybody else. But maybe your mic gain, perhaps.
Or maybe I'm like far away. Is it better?
Oh, could be. Yeah, maybe bring it closer. Maybe that would work. Alrighty. Next one. M. Fabian says, put your rocks down and your pitchforks away. If this has taught us anything, it's that people deserve patience and support to overcome shortcomings. Yes, I completely agree. I think that this may have been in response to a question about like the whole Aquaman drive to take Amber off of that movie and whatnot. I mean, yep. I do agree. I think that while I very much believe that she has probably done some terrible things as we have seen in this case, I still don't believe in the idea of canceling someone, because especially when it comes to somebody's work and somebody's livelihood, you're basically saying you don't deserve to exist in our society. I don't know. There are just parts of that I don't like. I don't like the totality of that consequence. And I always believe that people can have shortcomings, they can learn from them, and then that they can come back from it as well. Even some of the most egregious ones. I mean, we do have a criminal system that does dole out punishment for certain things, but even that has its limits. So I
agree in principle, but I think every case is unique, and I think this is one of those unique cases where if she didn't go out of her way, because she went really out of her way to cancel him.
Fair.
So I don't feel like 99.9% of the time I'd be with you. Yeah, canceling. But since what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Fake bruises, fake this. It's just, she should get. It's weird because it's a lot. Sometimes I think some people say, well, if you fake a crime, then you should get the punishment that the other person would have gotten if the people would have believed you. And I think that's kind of what we got here. She kind of faked it, and if she did fake it, then she should be canceled, because that's exactly what she was trying to do to him.
Yeah. No, that's fair. That's a fair point. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. I guess I still very much believe in redemption stories, even for some of the worst actors,
I'm with you, Alita, but the necessary entry point for that for me is at least some acknowledgement and contrition.
True. Yes, I agree. I very much agree with that. I mean, you have to have, in order to have a redemption story, you have to have some redeeming qualities, right? And that involves going into it and saying like, okay, I messed up and I'm sorry, and this is what I've learned in the process. That is what I fundamentally believe in, but that's why it was
for that kind of transformation. I mean, like I would be rooting for it. I think I'm more on your side, just because I like people to get over their stuff, and Amber seems to have a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
but I'll ask you too, though. What about the intentionality of it? Because negligence is one thing, but this was an intentional hit piece, an intentional plan to kind of destroy his career. So I do agree with the whole redemption piece of it, but I think in this case, the punishment should fit the crime in this sense. And the punishment for him would have been he's got to do this to at least get his career back. And I think she should have an equal punishment because of the intentionality of it. And maybe mens rea shouldn't be a part of this equation, but I think if somebody intentionally fakes photos and does all this, allegedly, because I only get sued by Amber Stein, and does this, that's we're at a different level of canceling. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah.
And you have to evaluate those things separately. And to be honest, it's a little bit angels on the head of a pin, because if she comes across that bad when this is all done, the studios are going to make the same call they originally made for Johnny, which is that a lot of people can act, and there's a lot of people that are willing to act. Whether or not they're good is another question. And so it's not worth it to associate your brand with something that tarnishes it. But that's corporate stuff more than kind of, if she did it intentionally, then she needs to, that requires more contrition, more acknowledgement, more changing. I just always like to leave the door open a crack. I mean, like that's just my philosophy. And I'm not saying that it's not going to take a lot of work to open that door. But if you think about this in 15 years and nothing has happened, and she's been contrite and she's explained what happened, could she be in movies again? I'd love to see that for anybody that has a tough time, even if they're evil right now. I'd love to see that change. So that's a philosophy thing. That's fully within reasonable minds can differ. So I'm not coming at you too hard there, Nate. It's just where I live.
Yeah, no, I do agree that and to answer this question, what is contrition? Basically means that you've got to come back and have a sincere apology and understanding of what it is that you've done wrong, and to really fully understand it and fully, basically be able to explain it. So I do completely agree that level, they have to go through that. They have to go through that valley of shadows before they can come out of it and then reach their some form of a peak in their life again. Completely agree. The fact that Jussie Smollett, after, at the end of his sentencing hearing, was, very, very obdurate at the end of it, had absolutely zero remorse. That's the kind of thing that rightfully people were upset about, to say, you have been shown in a court of law very, very overwhelmingly that you lied to the public, and you tried to start a race war. And so many people who have legitimate claims for hate crimes, that are actual victims of hate crimes, have potentially been harmed by this act because of the fact that now, there's a question, because that has been put in front of the public's mind's eye, that somebody could be legitimately faking it, just like, a la Jussie Smollett, for their own purposes. So it's I completely agree with you. I completely agree that the act of contrition is totally important as well, and that it has to happen, and it has to match the level of what it is that they did.
And by the way, if you're on Nate's side, in chat or otherwise, and I think the right answer is, sitting here, I think it's very unlikely that she's going to be contrite. And so, you wind up in Nate land anyway, in all honesty.
But I do want to ask you, do you guys think Jussie Smollett, because he's canceled, obviously, but do you think that's a appropriate cancellation?
Do you think Jussie is canceled?
Yeah, he's not getting another job. Who's going to hire Jussie Smollett?
I'll take that bet. I'll take that bet against you, Nate.
Yeah, I think he's gone. I think he's finished.
Okay, we'll see. Hopefully we're still chatting.
I do the opposite on everything.
Just Nate and Rick fight.
Yeah, but listen, this is why people watch this stuff, right? Because
I would never do it. I would never do it just to have the fight. But when you do have a reasoned disagreement, to me, that's where the fun lives.
Yeah,
and that's how you grow in your understanding. So no, I think there'll be a space for him, but we'll see on that. But no, I think Alita using Jussie as an example is perfect.
Yeah,
because you get the judge talking to him, you get wonderful words like chicanery from that particular judge as he's doing the sentencing, and then you have that ending where he's just like, I didn't do anything, and I'm not going to commit suicide, all that good stuff.
Yeah,
that's the opposite of contrition. That does not deserve a second chance or redemption until you acknowledge what you've done, and you consider it and seek that redemption, right? And not just for your own ends, but because you realize you did something wrong that hurt somebody or something very, very negatively. And all those saying Amber Heard's broken, she's not going to do that, that's fine. I can fully acknowledge that. I just always want to have the capacity to say this person has changed. That's just me.
Yeah, I agree. So we've got some people with Nate.
Oh.
Of course, expected. That's to be expected. I know there's going to be a lot of people in the chat that are for Nate.
I mean, we just went into like a humanism and like philosophy discussion for 10 minutes, which is fun. But yeah, you're going to come at different angles. Everybody,
it's interesting because there was a study done, right? You know how they have the conservative free speech platforms, and so they've been having it for about 10 years, and people were trying to figure out why haven't they exploded? Because you know how all the conservatives, it's always but you have millions of conservatives that stay on Twitter and stay on these platforms. So why don't you move to these conservative only platforms?
Yeah, and
the answer is always the same. We don't want to go to a platform where everybody's saying the same thing. We want to go to a platform where there's a little, disagreement. So if we go on Parler and everybody's saying, yeah, we're all pro Trump, it's boring. But if you go on Twitter, you say, hey, F Trump, no, F you. And then, you get the battle and it's more fun. So even though everybody complains about Twitter being right-leaning, the problem, and this is what I think a lot of people don't understand, the problem is not that Twitter is left-leaning, it's that they censor the conservatives, so you don't hear the other side. But the fact that they have the people there to battle with is the reason why people stay. So this is not an echo chamber, and this is why this has been so successful, because we had some people in the chat say we love Amber Heard. We have most people in the chat say they love Johnny Depp, but that's it makes it for a better conversation.
Yeah. Vikas Twitter wants to know if there's a realistic way to show contrition.
We're going to get into like papal encyclicals and various religious and spiritual texts.
Yeah.
What I would say is it has to exist. And then everything else is going to be an outward indicia. And again, reasonable minds can differ on judging that. But you can tell whether someone's even trying to represent that or not. So you can start there. And I think there's a reasonable person could say it's unlikely that Amber Heard's going to come out of this wildly changing her stripes. So at that point, you can say, yeah, all right, whatever happens to you from here, that's fine. But that was it.
Yeah. Oh, okay. And Halloween 24/7. Yes, I am going through all the super chats. I'm first working through yesterday's, and I'm capturing all the ones from today. So we will go through it. I apologize that we haven't gotten through there.
You guys are doing great. You've already got lots of super chats for Alita today. I think you can do better.
Yeah.
I think.
No.
I think you can do better on super chats. I also think, realistically, without giving money, you could do better on hitting the like button and subscribing to our dear friend Alita, who gives this space to us to have these wonderful conversations. I'm actually super stoked that Nate and I just had a wonderful conversation about contrition and grace and redemption. This is fantastic for me.
I love it.
I hate you guys.
Ah!
We're out of here.
This is contrition country, Nate.
Oh, I also hold on. But before we move on, I do want to say I've been keeping up with the Kardashian trial. Okay. So has boss attorney Bree. Yes. And she has some really, really good videos, and I've been stealing some of her material too. I'm like, let me look at what's going on. Oh, all right, boss attorney, that's a good point. Let me make sure I put that in my video. Go check out her stuff, especially
that's research,
on
not stealing.
Yes, well, research, true. But I'm telling you, it's some really good stuff, and I think you're woefully undersubbed. I'm just going to be honest with you.
Yes.
So people need to really just go check it out. Even if you just don't sub, just go check it out. Look at the video because there's some really good stuff, and it's so great to have just a different type of explanation of things. And I'm telling you, I watch it, and I think a lot of people, if it was just found, I just think people haven't found you yet, Bree. That's the only thing. And when they find you, I think you're going to blow up. So please just check it out. Mods, if you can, just put a link in the chat so people can just go and really just look at like the last 5 videos. I'm not even telling you to look at everything. Look at the last 5 videos and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about.
And Bree is linked in the description below. And by the way, Bree, when Nate says that, he really means it. He used to tell me that all the time. Like a year ago when we first started collaborating and stuff, he was telling me the same thing. So yeah. Believe him when he says it.
Well, it's very flattering to look up to all of you guys. And so I think my subscriber count is more because I'm just now starting in the law tube space. I was doing more educational content, but thank you. I really appreciate all the compliments.
Of course.
Listen, when I started here, it was me at Viva. I had 500 subscribers, and he brought me onto his platform with 30,000 people. And I was like, oh my God, there's 30,000 people. And and now I'm at same thing with Alita. When we met, you were just right over a couple of thousand, and now she's about to pass me soon. It's crazy.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, you won't
You
pass
got Nate in
me.
your sights,
So,
Anita.
I'm hoping. Yeah, I'm hoping U.S. soccer pops back up because but no, but this is it's fantastic, and we all do this. And for instance, Justice Smollett, these guys came all to my stream, and this same stuff, the same super chats and everything happened. So this is something we all do for each other, and it's really important, I think, to understand we have multiple different voices, and we really try to promote each other as much as we promote ourselves. So, and for you guys in the chat, even if you don't subscribe to me, really check out Bree, really check out Hogue, because they like Hogue. To show you how long I've been subscribed to Hogue before I met this guy, I remember he did the collab with Legal. I remember Kappa, because I did a video on Kappa, but first to do my video, I researched his video and then did my video because him and Legal did the collab.
I
Right?
didn't know that, Nate. This is news to me.
Yeah, no,
I'm a long time back.
It was one of my first biggest videos with Kappa.
Nice.
But that's kind of how so we all watch each other. I'm fans of these guys,
Yep.
and I really think that you guys will become too. So at least just again, you don't got to sub, just go check it out. But I think as soon as you check it out, you will sub.
I mean, and this is also something that might surprise some people, but as lawyers, we're not experts on every area of law. We don't necessarily have time to research into every single area. So I love going on to everybody else's channels to legitimately learn some stuff. I mean, I don't know anything about corporate transactions or a lot of these big game companies and stuff. I know a bit about gaming because of Mr. Bytes, because he's a big gamer.
Let's go,
that I've
Mr.
learned.
Bytes.
What's
Let's
that?
go.
Yeah, so I've learned a bit through him, but in terms of the law on that subject, I always, of course, go to Rick Hogue to learn stuff, and then I go to Nate to learn a bunch of stuff. Like, U.S. women's soccer was a fantastic series of things that I would just go and get an update, and then Bree with the trademarks and all of that kind of stuff. It's just it's great. It's great. There's a wealth of knowledge of content that you guys can go to. You don't even have to pay for law school. You can just learn this stuff by
I like
checking everybody
everybody in
out.
chat saying you legal or whatnot. I should let you know, by the way. First of all, I do collaborate with him.
I like him. He's good. I like the guy.
The reason we met was that the video was called "Legal is Wrong on Kappa." Like you can go into my videos, and that was how we met.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, and we do give a lot of crap to Legal, but that honestly is mostly just because he's the biggest one. So
hey, I watch his stuff all the time. I think he's good. Even though the conservative fellows don't like him too tough, but I think he's good. Even though he gets some things horribly wrong, but
he does.
But 99.9% of the time,
nobody doesn't get some stuff wrong.
Yeah, but who doesn't though, right?
True.
So.
True. Shannon Lopez says, does Amber's team believe her? I don't know. I think that's kind of irrelevant, honestly, because when you have a job to do, you get the story from your client as to what they say happened, and then you investigate into the facts, and then you file a lawsuit and you do discovery. They know what the facts are. They know what those facts say. They know how strong or how weak her case is, and what they're doing is their job is to zealously advocate with the facts that they have. So I think a lot of people want to know if they do believe her. But to me, as a lawyer, having represented clients that may have represented one thing when they first walked in, and then you find out something a little bit different a little later down the line, that's a little bit less relevant. You deal with the facts as they present themselves.
Yeah, I don't gotta believe you. I gotta defend you. That's
exactly
totally different things.
Exactly. Bearded Hectic says, "What happens if a juror is compromised? They get removed." Unfortunately, that's usually what happens. Katara Skywalker says Franco was her makeup person. That's why he came. Oh, he did. I think this is a joke. Because the day after the incident, the May 21st incident, that's why he was there with his big backpack of stuff, right, in the elevator footage we saw. It was all makeup. It was a bunch of Milani palettes. That's what
Amica
that was.
cream.
And Amica cream. HS says truth takes time, but eventually comes out. Agreed. Jude, thank you. Caleb Robinson says, is Amber actually trying out Dr. Curry's look now? It kind of looks like it, doesn't it? With the glasses. Although she's had glasses before Dr. Curry came up, right? I mean, we had seen some glasses ever since we started to see Johnny have glasses. So I don't know. Maybe. Could be. That one is a little bit less obvious to me than the B tie. Louise McDade says, did ACLU confirm Amber Heard lied regarding donations in the UK trial?
I would say yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They confirmed
regardless of what they think is a donation, I would say yes.
Yeah. Ray Wins all says, Kurt, please talk about the Pledge V donation. No, he was here. I don't know where he went. Maybe he'll be back.
He just pops in and out.
I know. Of course, as people can, because this is a free flowing kind of stream, right? I mean, but we've talked about pledge versus donation, right? I mean, Rick, you can speak to this one a bit better.
Can I?
I think, right? You talked about it a little bit.
Technically speaking, a pledge is a commitment to donate, and a donation is a donation. There aren't a lot of confusing aspects of these words. There are bits and pieces of nonprofit law and that can impact. You heard him reference a legally binding contract. I'd mentioned that most contracts require consideration. You can get into a legally binding position with a nonprofit in some respects if they detrimentally rely on the promise that you've made to them, because you can imagine if they decide to spend that $3.5 million on a building, on capital of some kind, and then you kind of back off on it when you really promised it to them, you can get into a fight. And then there's other laws that protect nonprofits because we like nonprofits, like as a society. And because it's all a donative kind of transaction, we want to give them extra protections. That'll vary by jurisdiction. These are the kinds of things, if you're in a state in the United States and you see the attorney general is up for election or wants to make some noise, you'll see them say, we're protecting donor dollars and we're now auditing these kinds of things better. We've created a database. That's one of the go-to moves for attorneys general in the United States. So there is no difference. Pledges are promises. Donations are donations. The ACLU guy was, let's be generous. He had a donor who's still an ambassador that has a relationship with the brand, and he was loath to throw her under the bus.
Makes sense. Alejandro Lopez says, is Johnny Depp's dad on Amber Heard's witness list? I don't think Johnny Depp's dad is, but I think Amber's father might be. If Laura B is watching, maybe she'll pop in and correct me on that.
Hey, can you share this this screen? This is Entertainment Tonight. They did this this is showing the how things have changed between Amber and Johnny. Check this out. Oops, sorry, gotta unmute it. This is from when they leave court now.
The world. When she leaves the courthouse at the end of the day, she's greeted by booing spectators, hurling insults at her. But when Depp saunters out of the courtroom, he acknowledges the gallery that's packed with his fans. Once outside, those boos for Amber turn to cheers for Depp. He climbs up to give them a better look at him.
So it's just wild how the whole, just after these 3 weeks of trial, it's just all, we hate Amber, we love Johnny. So it's crazy just how I think it's like we've been saying all the time. I think he's already won. I don't think it even matters the end of the trial now. I think he's honestly already won.
Hey, I'm calling about David Heard, her dad.
Yes.
So he's in Texas, and I know subpoenas are all handled differently in different states. So they got permission from the court, which was after evidentiary date, to subpoena David. There's an order issued of some kind. A consent letter. And as far as I know, it's the last known date for him in Texas. I don't think they ever got him served. He's not on anybody's witness list.
Okay.
Cool.
But he has a really good tweet that they want to get in, I think, where December 15th, where they go to the Bahamas, he's saying, look, don't take anybody with you. You have to stop all this, bringing all these people. Just you, Lily Rose, and Jack, and Amber, go to the island and work on your relationship. And of course, she ended up setting up some kind of photo shoot. Okay.
Interesting. Good information. Okay. I knew you would know this. Thanks, Laura. Nicole Hankel says, you fell down this YouTube rabbit hole 3 days ago. Love you guys and your content. Thank you.
Welcome to the war.
Yeah, right. Mitomorph says, does the fact that the last witness changed from Amber to Miss Heard in the end show that he realized it is showing ACLU in a bad light?
Oh, did he? Did he switch his naming? I didn't notice.
I think people, yeah, I didn't notice that, but I think some people did in the chat. People were noticing that. But that is interesting. I mean, it would suggest some distancing, right?
I'd want to know whether Mr. Chu helped that out a little bit. You never. I mean, a lot of people follow language.
That's fair too. I mean, he could have just been mirroring the language that he was given by Ben Chu. Lisa Delarada says, I've been a nurse practitioner, ER/critical care for 18 years and would love to get into law. Any suggestions? Well, you've been a nurse practitioner for 18 years. That is some fantastic experience for maybe some medical malpractice law, right? In terms of, I don't know, studying for the LSAT or figuring out which law school to go to, I think that it's not going to really matter so much which one you go to or anything like that. It kind of just depends on what is it that is driving your interest. Why do you want to make the change from being a nurse practitioner to being a lawyer? Would you be interested in using your past experience of being a nurse practitioner? Or maybe you would go into something like a personal injury, where having an understanding of certain injuries would be very very useful as well. I mean, I could totally see how having that level of expertise in that field could be very useful. Other than that, I don't know. Do you guys have any other thoughts to add to this one?
I think it would depend on to what capacity they want to go into law. Like if you want to be a paralegal or an actual lawyer.
That's a good point.
How much time you want to dedicate to school, because law school is it's long and it takes up a lot of time.
Yeah, yes. 3-year track versus the 4-year track. Understand that you're probably going to make, unless you go to top 10 school, you're not going to be making a 6-figure salary right out of law school. Like most people just make with it. It's funny because they did a study when you graduate law school. I think it's a $5,000 bump versus if you graduate just regular with a bachelor's degree or a master's degree. So it's a lot of people think we're making millions of dollars, but it's really not as great as people think it is. But if you feel like you want to make a change, I think Alita's right. I think if you can wrap it up with what you're already doing, medical malpractice stuff, then you may have a little extra bump when you're going out there for those jobs. And you go to a firm and they're like, hey, you do med-mal? Guess what? I was a nurse for 18 years. That is going to be very attractive than somebody who's just fresh out of law school. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Deidre Simmons says, will trial transcripts be available after the sidebars printed? Will you discuss them on the panel?
Sidebars aren't on the transcript. Generally.
Yeah. But the transcripts can be requested. It costs a lot of money to get a printout of a transcript usually, though. So, and after 6 weeks of trial, that's a lot. I don't know that we would want to be going through those transcripts because we've been watching the trial anyhow, right? Like that's the whole purpose of having things be live streamed, is that we can see it for ourselves. And those live streams are better footage or a better way to get a feel for what happened at the trial than the transcripts, because you lose a lot of detail in those. So so no real reason to request them unless you're working for the firms and you need the exact transcripts for putting together your closing argument. George says, so the trial is about proving defamation. Wasn't that clear now with the last witness? I mean, if the jury needs more info, that is crazy. GZ to 120K. What does GZ stand for?
Only if it was that easy. Only if it was that easy where we don't have to listen to the other side case at all, right? Just have the plaintiff put in the case. It's defamation, obviously. Don't worry about it.
Done.
It's done, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Our work here is done. Let's go home.
George, we have another. We're only halfway through it, so we have a lot to go.
Because keep in mind, so Amber also has a right to put on her evidence to rebut his claims and to put on evidence to prove her claims. So even if it feels like it's a done deal to a lot of people, it's really not, because she still has the ability to produce her stuff that could chip away at his arguments, that could chip away at his evidence. So, but if it doesn't, then we end up in the same place. But GZ equals grats. People are saying, oh, thank you. Okay, thank you. But yeah, so we could end up in the same place as where we are, but we have to at least give her that opportunity in all sense of justice and fairness in our legal system. Alrighty. Soul Amenities, thank you very much. Razor 390 says, has anyone made the Johnny Depp deposition joke or yet, or am I going to cry myself to sleep again? Hashtag justice for Johnny. Yes, people are saying that this is a deposition of Johnny Depp. I very much appreciate the pun. I'm here for all the mom joke, dad joke puns. That's my style.
People have accused me of starting a channel only so that I can name my videos puns, which I quickly stopped doing because the algorithm hates it. So they go in thumbnails now, and then they're more direct in the titles. But yeah, I was doing all sorts of puns. Absolutely.
Oh, that's funny. Renee Smook says, do you guys think Amber Heard lied to her counsel and they just haven't realized it yet, or they know and are just doing the best they can with what they have? I think they know. They know the facts. They know all of the evidence that is coming in like the back of their hand. And they're doing the best that they can, is my impression. Vilda Marie Fossum says, seems like no injury pics could be if you have two people at a crime scene with claims of violence, you could show one has marks and the other has no marks. I mean, if you have pictures though, I mean, not every incident is going to have pictures. I mean, if you think about it, is there, do I have an echo on mine? On my audio? Let me see here. I've got to fix my,
I think it's a little in and out sometimes, echo.
Okay. Maybe my mic gain. I have a roaming mic gain that I constantly need to adjust. Okay. Oh yeah, that's probably better. Or maybe there. Okay. Anyhow, hopefully that's better. So yeah, I mean, if you think about it, when people get into a fight, they don't necessarily automatically reach for their camera to take photos of their injuries, right? I mean, people are thinking about a lot of other things rather than preserving the image of something for litigation. So I'm not sure. Am I misreading this, you guys? Is there another interpretation of this, of the super chat?
Seems like no injury pics could be used. All right. Well, so I can't speak about how it is in California. I can speak about it how it is here in New York when it comes to law enforcement. So, I used to be in a
okay. Yeah.
I used to be a trainer at the academy, and when you do here, you can only arrest someone with probable cause, and how you obtain probable cause is the officer has to, you can either be the crime could be in your presence, or you'd have some evidence that it's likely this person committed a particular offense. So when you come to a scene where somebody's saying, there was an assault, mutual assault, for instance, generally you would say, well, are there any injuries? If there are no injuries, then you really don't have any probable cause to arrest someone because there's no injuries. Because in New York, you need to have some type of physical injury or something to have a misdemeanor assault. So what we'd ask is, has anybody been injured? In this case, if someone is injured, and that's why the cops in the Depp case, I'm assuming, were asking, hey, are you injured in any way? Because if you have a scratch and you say, yeah, this person scratched me, that's a physical injury, and that gives the police officers probable cause to make an arrest of whoever that person says is the perpetrator at the time. And then you have the trial to figure out if that person's really guilty of it or not.
Okay. Great explanation. Perfect. Yeah. To no spam says Elon's contribution should not count towards the donation related to the divorce. What are the tax implications with respect to Elon versus Amber on the $500,000? I don't like talking about taxes.
The truth is, we can't answer this one. I mean, there's a number of ways to structure those kinds of donations in and out. When they touch somebody's account, the IRS could look through them to attach them where they wanted. All sorts of stuff that we cannot answer without more understanding of the underlying documents.
Well, regarding that, I hope the jury puts two and two together. I mean, Elon donated from a Vanguard account to ACLU. He also donated from a Fidelity account to ACLU. Even if they want to assume the position that the 500, I think it was 550,000, or no, 350,000 came from Amber's account. They have no proof she owned the account. They're just presuming it.
Okay.
But weren't they told like we're donating this for this person?
They had an email from Elon.
Yes. Yeah, they did that.
Okay.
I also
Sue-
found it interesting that the Vanguard letter, I'm hoping that comes in, states, I think it's the Vanguard, could be the Fidelity one, states right on there, says this cannot be used to prior pledges. So
Interesting.
That's a good point. Good.
That would
That's on
be
the
a
letter.
good letter to see.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
been floating around for a while.
Okay. Yeah. That'll be really interesting to see if it comes in. Suze D says, if JD wins this case, do you see Amber facing further charges by others? I mean, not in the United States, because I mean he's the only one that's been defamed by this op-ed, and I don't see anybody else being able to sue her, except for, as Laura B mentioned, there are certain lawyers that are looking in the UK at some potential perjury claims. So, I'll accept that at face value, just because I don't know one way or another, but I trust that Laura B knows what's going on, because she's been knowing what's going on in this case for a long time. So,
What about the ACLU when if they find out she lied to them and they misrepresented her DV and they made her an ambassador and they had her going on these speaking tours?
I mean, I don't know.
Statute of limitations.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. That's
Doesn't
the
it
big
start when they discover? So wouldn't it start with the ruling, because that's when they discovered?
Well, or if they had reason to know, is the other way of calculating it, right? Like if they had a certain reason to know that she was lying about it. I mean, it seems like they kind of understood that she was not going to be donating the money in the way that she said that she would. Like as soon as she misses a payment, if those are legally enforceable, that the pledge as a contractually obligated kind of thing, as soon as she starts missing payments, I feel like that's probably when that would accrue, right?
Yeah, but the problem is that you can't, unless you can show some detrimental reliance. It's a gift, right? So for a contract law, so people don't know. For normal contracts, you have to, it's a quid pro quo essentially.
I was thinking of her
promises and consideration. So
yeah, I was just thinking of her ambassador role.
The ACLU doesn't want to be in the business of suing donors or ambassadors. So
yeah,
in terms of like the real politic, it's just enormously unlikely.
Yeah, that's true.
Both contract law wouldn't get them, and and it would just be bad business for them.
Yes, very good points. Ben's 310 says, if she says she had a broken nose, where are the medical documents and course of treatment and follow-up visits? Well, those questions will definitely be asked when Amber takes the stand on her side. I would very much like to see what she has in terms of medical records of her going to a doctor and talking to a doctor, having her own personal nurse. It will be very interesting to hear from nurse Erin Borum about these various injuries that Amber alleges, because she's the person that she would be going to, right, to be talking about this stuff. We've found out that these concierge nurses and doctors are very different than going to an ER doctor, in terms of the communications that you can tell them and keep things a bit confidential. So that would change the calculus in my mind as to whether whether talking to this person would then trigger some kind of a report of abuse that's often a concern for a lot of these people that are in these DV kind of situations, that like one of the reasons why they might not go to a medical professional or go to, seek medical care is that they're concerned that a report will be made by the doctor to the state and then have more abuse then come down on them from their abuser. But with a concierge nurse, I feel like that's a different calculus, because it's a little loosey-goosey about what those standards are for reporting this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? And I feel like she would know that because she's got this longstanding relationship with her. Myth Oceanus, thank you. KK says, with all this evidence of her lies, how did he lose the UK trial? Have judge label him a WB. WB. Oh, wife beater.
It's wife beater.
Yeah. And not get back his reputation. Did they hear the tapes we did?
Just so, all right. A lot of the stuff that is coming out now, they couldn't get in the UK trial because, for instance, a lot of the medical stuff, I'm not sure the rules of evidence there, but I'm essentially, I'm thinking that they couldn't get a medical evaluation for Amber, right? Because that would have violated her rights. So, and
Yeah.
on top of that, Amber was a witness in the case. She wasn't on the other side of the V, meaning that, you know, it was a totally different scenario, because she wasn't he was suing the Sun for the article.
Right.
So it was just so much tougher to get a lot of this evidence in around even it would be tough here in the United States around the way the rules of evidence are made. I think the best way for him to have done it was if he would have sued Amber and the Star. Then maybe you could have got a lot of this evidence in, this bad evidence in. But I don't. But because who's that on the panel? The Laura. Was it Laura or Lauren? I'm sorry,
Laura B.
Laura B. You were talking about this earlier about a lot of the evidence that was not put
Right.
into the UK trial. Can you speak
Because-
about that a little bit?
Yeah, she was not a party. She was a witness. They would not allow Johnny to compel her with anything. So let's go back to the article. As far as I can tell, she was never interviewed for the articles. They went completely off of the TRO filing and called him the WB. So she was not a party. She had nothing to do with that article. So I don't see how he could have pulled her into sue her at all. It wasn't until afterwards she fought it. They wanted her to be a witness. She fought it for many months. It was in the courts that she could not test. She was claiming she could not testify because of the confidentiality agreement. But Johnny waived that part. And then she said, no, you have to waive the whole agreement or I'm not coming. And Johnny's like, come or don't come. I don't care, but I'm not waiving the confidentiality agreement. But he did allow her for testimony. So that's how they finally got her in. But she was taking stuff that was marked confidential from the Virginia trial and turning it over to the Sun.
Yeah.
And
Let's-
that's
Yeah,
she was allowed-
I would even say it's easier to win defamation in UK than here in the United States. But even if we just take the Sun issue and just look at it from the American law perspective, I think the Sun would have won here too. Because based on actual malice, right? They would have had to known all these things were false. You have Amber saying they're not false. You got the TRO, you got the pictures, and then so you have all that. I think there's enough to hang their hat on and say we didn't know these things were false. We were just reporting, you know, actual government documents. She got a TRO against her husband because for essentially abuse, right? So that's what we're reporting on. We're reporting on the factual allegations. But again, if they're wrong, then that's what actual malice is for. So
Right. And the only other thing was it's a temporary restraining order. They're treating it like an RO. She never followed through. You know, right up until the night before the court date, she withdrew and it was marked, you know, with prejudice. She couldn't file it again. So Johnny never got his day in court. That was something else that was brought up in Virginia. Why didn't you sue her? And he goes, well, I was going to court. That was the plan. And then she withdrew it. As the defendant, there was no case to defend.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me get the next one. Alien005 says, Liz, oh, this is for Nurse Liz. CT allows patient access to all patient notes. You now need to block access on specific notes with reported reason, concerns for safety. Interesting. So that I think this is going to the reporting of these kinds of injuries, I believe, right? That's what that sounds like. All right, thank you. Nicholas Moppin says, since Amber Heard said under oath in the UK trial that she paid in full from the divorce, does that perjure her? Does that call for a retrial? Not a retrial. I wouldn't think so. Well, although, okay, disclosure. We're not UK lawyers, of course. We are American lawyers, so we're far less familiar with the UK system. But my guess would be, if it's similar to the United States, would be that would not be grounds for a retrial. I mean, however, she could get some perjury claims knocking on her door. But the question is, what's the likelihood of that winning? I don't know, especially not in the UK. I certainly don't know.
Well, they were splitting hairs on that because she stated it in her witness statement, which is to the best of her knowledge. It's truthful to the best of my knowledge. The issue for appeal that they denied was because he was not questioned and she was not questioned on the stand about it. So because she wasn't questioned, they said, you know, you missed your chance. So we're not going to
preserve it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we call that preserving the issue for appeal. So
yeah, they never questioned her on the stand about her donations.
Yeah. So that's a weaker case then. Bernhard Price says, is there a point where the judge potentially advises the defense counsel to rest their case early to prevent further damage to their character? No. 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 That would be interpreted as the judge basically trying to say you're not allowed to bring in evidence that is potentially credible, potentially helpful to the jury. That would be potentially an appealable issue, right?
I would say.
Damn,
Especially
Alita, you got bots.
publicly.
Oh
You
no,
got
we got
bots subbing to your channel and flooding us.
no.
Get out of here, webcam chats. You're
Well,
about
we're
to
gonna
be
get this on
banned for life.
sub mode only. Members
Oh, you're
only.
on sub mode?
No, I wasn't. I try not to initially because I don't want people thinking that I'm like trying to force them to subscribe to the channel so that they can participate. I know some people get they get a little bit a little huffy about it, and I understand. But yeah, but as soon as I start seeing the bots, that's when I change it.
The evil bots.
What can you do?
Evil sex bots.
Oh my. Yes, that's true actually, isn't it?
That is
No, yeah.
what they are.
Austin Powers jumps into my head, and
I know it does. It does, right? With the guns. Anyhow,
with the guns.
So yeah, I would not imagine that this judge would be telling the jury or telling the defense counsel to rest their case or like give up already. No, you've got to give them all 9 innings. Let them go to all 9 innings. Because it's not their character, right? Because these attorneys are agents of the party that they're representing. So it's not them, it's not their facts. They are just this agents that are doing their best to make an argument, make a case to the jury based on the facts that they have. Will R says, Idaho native here. Anyone going to cover the Lori Vallow Daybell trial? Kurt said that he's going to cover it. He has decided that I think it's in October. He's already decided he's gonna know that case forwards and backwards. And you better believe that he will too, because that man has an encyclopedia for a brain.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. We'll be over there watching it with them.
Yes,
going through the
exactly.
horrors.
That is gonna be the place to be. We will all be heading on over there. Selena says, question answer. I'm an MD, assessed hundreds of cases. Never once worried about makeup. You can see injury, makeup or no. And I expect there to be some kind of doctor that's going to testify to that for Johnny's side too, to say, you know what, all this talk about makeup, like you can see a bruise through makeup. You can see swelling through makeup.
I will say though, I'm going to start buying some stock in Amica cream because we mention them all the time. They mention everywhere. You know this. You know they're blowing up. That's why they put out their little statement like, let's hit it while it's hot. We didn't exist back then, but we exist now. So if you're getting beat up, put on some Amica cream. You just she's just.
Or you mean the Milani company?
Is it the who isn't? Aren't they the ones who make the Amica cream?
No, they make the makeup palette that they say that she used to cover up the bruises. There's like a very specific kind of palette. The Amica cream, which is actually arnica cream, is like a topical kind of gel. There's also a pill form, interesting, but the gel form is what they're talking about, where you can put it on top of a bruise, and it's supposed to help it heal faster. But it doesn't. It doesn't. It's not magical. It doesn't do like wonders, like to make a huge bruise go away overnight. One of my really good friends that taught me about arnica cream and arnica pills, when this whole thing came out, said that in a lot of like plastic surgery kind of circles, this is where you'll start to see this kind of stuff. The pill form is very helpful to kind of prevent massive bruising when you have some kind of a procedure, but you have to start taking it a week in advance in order for that to be really effective. But for the topical stuff, it's you're just rubbing it on the injury. But she said that she actually had a friend of hers that went to a wedding with her as friends to another friend's wedding. And she had just gotten some kind of a procedure done under her eyes. And so she had these massive, massive black eyes. And so she was like every day trying to rub arnica cream or gel on there, trying to make it go away. And she said it looked terrible. She was like desperately trying to do it, but she said it was kind of hilarious. But as friends, we'll make fun of one another. So yeah. Katie says, FYI, California is the state we're talking about this case, and mandated reporting laws for domestic violence are different than what was stated. And I wonder if part of that has to do with the fact that this is concierge medical stuff versus, going to a hospital or going to a normal provider. I wonder.
It was weird when she answered that she wouldn't know where to go call.
Yeah.
If she did see something. It's like, I guess I guess you could like know where to look it up, but not even that came out. It was just a weird set of interviews.
Yeah. Like I know how to find out.
Yeah.
At the very least, because we get that from time to time where
I
we get a
outsource.
question on something. Yeah.
The link.
or somebody asks a question in some kind of a super chat or something else, and then we're like, I don't know the answer to that question, but I know I can look it up and get back to you. Like
Yeah.
that's usually the professional response for that kind of a thing. But yeah. Anyhow,
I'm anxious to hear from Erin Borm, her personal nurse, because we already have some texts where she said she couldn't see the hematomas Amber was claiming. She was there December 17th, so 2 days after. She was showing her how her hair had been pulled out of her head, and the nurse said in her notes, "Yeah, I could not see that."
yeah,
But she's going to be coming up, so that'll be the interesting testimony.
that will be very interesting testimony. Brooke
All
Cormier
right,
says,
I'm going.
"Oh yeah,
I'm sorry, I gotta get out of here because I gotta start cooking dinner for the children. And
Oh,
pick
what
up
are we
the wife.
getting?
What?
What are you making?
Mac and cheese. What do you want? You want spaghetti? Mac and cheese.
Fantastic. Could you slice
get
up
mac
some
and
hot
cheese.
dogs in that for me? That'd be awesome.
yeah.
Still
Can I have
mac
some
and
too?
cheese?
Yeah.
I'll be right over."
Nah, these matter of fact, these kids only like Kraft mac and cheese. Anything else, any other mac and cheese, it's like poison to them. It's gotta
I'm
be
with them.
Kraft.
I'm
only.
100% with them. Kraft all the way. I love it.
And-
we have those days where Mr. Bites comes home from work and I can just see the look on his face and I'm like, is it a mac and cheese night? And he's like, yeah. Okay.
Living
All right.
large.
Not sponsored here
Private
either. Not
island,
sponsored.
baby.
I just did that with my UK roommate. I said, well, let's have macaroni and cheese. She said, okay. And I pulled out the box. She goes, a box? And she goes, you can't. I'm like, trust me, this is what you're going to want.
There
Yeah.
it is.
Mac and cheese is bringing everybody together. This is what I love.
And we're
Yes.
trading
That's
Nate
right.
for Kurt. See you, Nate.
Yeah. There we go. Well, Kurt, this one's actually directed at you anyway. Brooke
Perfect.
Cormier says, I bet all other parties will just hide behind #BelieveAllWomen. If Amber says it, we will believe it. True equals we do not want to stop a victim from telling their story, even if she is a victim only in her own head.
I think that's a possible outcome for sure.
Yeah, could be. Adventures in Laurenland says, isn't Johnny suing the ACLU? I swore I saw someone share a doc on Twitter of Johnny versus ACLU in New York. I don't remember if it was Laura B or if she shared it. Hey, Laura B is here. Well, I think that is having to do with the depositions and the documents that they were trying to get. So there are some related actions here related to this particular litigation in Virginia, in California, and in New York, so that they can get subpoenas out to depose these witnesses and to get documents from them. So you kind of have to like set up a sort of parallel lawsuit, so to speak, just so that you can have a court proceeding so that they can issue things in the proper way.
Hey, I have a good one for you. So the judge ordered ACLU to comply. He ordered several of their executives to do a deposition. So this has been done and over with. They just recently filed, they want $86,000 from Johnny to cover the cost of producing the documents and their deposition time. I mean, if the judge compelled them to do it, is that even possible?
That's an interesting question. I don't know. At the very least, the court can reduce that amount to a reasonable amount if the court thinks that that's too much. Because you can say, oh, it's going to take us everybody that we have in this company to get these documents over to you. Like we need all hands on deck, and the court can say, no, you don't really need all of that. If you have things organized in a particularly disorganized way, that's kind of your fault. That's not anybody else's fault. Maybe organize yourself a little bit better so that it's not as costly to get these documents over. Potentially, maybe, but I don't know if the judge will decide that way here. But I do think that it probably is warranted to have their fees be paid for documents when they are not one of the parties to the lawsuit.
Thank you. That's interesting because Amber's gone after Disney. Johnny went after Warner Brothers to get information. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
Yeah. So that's at least I haven't had that issue come up in my litigation practice because the subpoena documents that I've managed to get from various it's usually been banks. It's usually, I mean, they're so used to getting subpoenaed that they have their processes kind of already in place. Okay. Jeannie 145900 says, would it be considered outside research if jurors watched Monty Python? Maybe, possibly.
No,
You don't think so?
no.
So that they can understand Johnny? I don't know.
I don't think so. I think I have a somewhat narrower view of outside research. I don't think watching really any movie of any kind is outside research. I don't know
if
about
you're
that.
verifying. He says it's from Monty Python. That's a piece of evidence you've been given.
Yeah.
And then you go to verify it for that purpose.
Yeah. 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 That kind of does seem like outside research. So like if you just wanted to go and watch like Edward Scissorhands, nobody's talked about it, but you know that Johnny Depp's in that movie. That's one thing. But something that's been specifically referenced for the language that they use in there to figure out whether or not that lines up with the particularly inflammatory texts, by the way, that language came in. You know, like those are some of the spicier
I like inflammatory. You do like puns.
I don't know. Something about that just seems slightly off. Maybe it's just me because, like, if assuming members of the jury have watched it, because it's not an unreasonable assumption to assume that someone in the jury has watched it because it's a pretty popular movie.
Yeah.
So they would know these things, and then for other members of the jury, be like, "Oh, we're also interested, but it's improper for us because we didn't watch it in advance."
Well, I just think
seems slightly off.
The Depp team has to admit the witch clip. I mean, it just is what it is.
Yeah.
Please
bring the witch clip into
by.
evidence. Sure, why not? Let's go that route. Bring Life of Brian into evidence. Sure.
Although,
would it be
watching
the
them
first
singing on
trial?
the cross?
Would it be the first trial to admit Monty Python as evidence? Let's do some research.
Francois Standard said, Nurse Liz, have you looked at the Amber Heard injury photos? What is your opinion on whether they look legitimate? I will screenshot this and then hopefully get those to her. Maybe she can join in and answer this at some point. Adrian says, will they show
of whether the injuries? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
The question is going to be, if the injuries looked legitimate, do they look legitimate to what she claimed for each incident? I mean, the June 15th one, she's supposed to have a broken nose and bruised ribs and all kinds of other things, and split lip and everything, and that can't be covered with makeup. So, yeah.
Really good makeup. Really good.
Magical makeup.
Magical makeup. It's the cream. It's the Amica cream.
Yes.
It does all these things.
Yes, it does. Adrian says,
it's the beauty palette.
Yes. Will they show the fake video Amber made in 2016 or possibly 2018? The one with her wearing the white shirt. I don't know about a video that Amber made. Laura B, do you know about this? I mean, of course you do.
No, I'm drawing a blank. A fake video with a white shirt.
I mean, I know of photos, but I don't know of a video.
I know a PSA she did for Girl Gaze. That was a video. And that was in December of 2016. It was one of the things he complained that she violated the agreement on, but I can't think of a video.
All right. Well, if they have it, I don't see why they wouldn't, because that seems pretty highly pertinent. All righty. Dan Usher says, Kurt, how mad is a federal judge if they respond to a motion the same day as filed, denying the request?
If it's really simple, I guess, maybe. They just happen to come upon it, but like, no.
I know what that's in reference to. My goodness, the internet.
What is it?
Place. There's a current YouTube drama, primarily between a YouTuber by the name of Sid Alpha and largely a commenter by the name of Asserthorn that has sued everybody on the planet Earth for copyright infringement and DMCA takedowns and things like that. And the last 3 motions that individual has filed, I believe, have all been, and you don't get this, you have to put the dots together, right? Because they say, okay, the litigant filed this on, I think, April 25th, and then it's signed April 25th. And so, the internet was talking about the fact that, a federal judge that kicks out your motion immediately and then has a paragraph saying that we're 1 inch away from having you show cause as to why you're not a vexatious litigant, is not loving what you're putting together.
If it's part of a pattern of immediate throwing things out of court, then yeah, that would definitely get my attention. It's like someone's making sure they're notified immediately if anything in this case is filed, so they can just hammer it home immediately. Yeah. It's like, no, you didn't learn the first time.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you caught someone's eye. Congratulations.
Yeah,
Getting
no, I
a
just
federal
do-
judge to really care about your case is kind of hard because they, like many judges, have so many issues at hand. But
really,
you
no,
managed to get their
realistically,
attention.
yeah.
Way to go.
Yeah, no, it's the truth. It's the truth. No, and the only people keep asking me to comment on that, but it's I know. So Asher Thorne has been a commenter on my channel, and Sid Alpha has used my stuff and is on my Twitter and things like that. I'm like, nope, not going to comment when I have had interactions with both parties. So carry on.
Fair point. Fair point. Christina Anandan says, how does impeachment work? So a lot of people will think of impeachment. The first time they hear about it is usually having to do with politicians.
Sure.
Where somebody gets potentially removed from office with impeachment.
House votes. Yeah.
In the context in the context of a trial, impeachment just means that you have a witness that's on the stand that testifies one way, and then the attorney that's asking them questions then says, okay, this is how you're answering today, turns back to some prior statement that they made elsewhere, whether in another court proceeding or in perhaps in a deposition, or even just like a statement to the press, for example. So then they pull it up and they read it to the jury essentially, and then they say basically like, okay, well, your statement changed. It was this back then, and now you're saying this. And so you don't really go any further on that. A lot of people would maybe think that you want to like kind of explore that to be like, why is your statement changed?
You definitely don't want to ask that question. That is a huge mistake.
Huge mistake,
Don't
because then you allow them to extrapolate as to what has happened, or what why you may have said something that was slightly different or very different before, that is now very different from now. Yeah.
I think my favorite beats are when someone answers something and then somebody calls for a binder and they immediately freak out. It's like watching. It's like when you ask your kids whether they took the cookies. Like, let me go to the evidence.
And then you start to go and you start counting. You start counting the cookies in the package. You're like, well, okay, this is what we had yesterday, and it was unopened, and now it's open, and now let's see what happened.
It's just the immediate change of demeanor I'm never going to stop loving.
Yeah.
Don't confess to the cookies. Just say, I don't want to talk about my day, Mom. See how well that goes over.
Kurt's going to be calling up my kids and be like, you keep your mouth shut. You don't talk to the police.
You keep your mouth shut about those cookies.
They got nothing.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Easy K says, hi, I think you guys missed my question from yesterday about timeline of May 21st. Specifically, Isaac said he saw wine/glass at 9:30 p.m. and cops saw no damage at 9:03, and body cam shows no damage at 10:22. Can you touch on this? There was a super chat that we discussed that was similar to this yesterday. It may have been later in the day, or I may have seen it and saved it, and we haven't had a chance to get to it just yet, but I will address this now. So we are still kind of in the throes of this timeline, right? Of putting this all together. And with the body cam footage, that has a particular timestamp. The elevator footage has a particular timestamp. So there's been a suggestion that at least the elevator footage may be wrong. But my guess is that when everything kind of comes together, what Johnny's team is going to say is that they actually all end up lining up. They're going to figure out some way to line up these timestamps and to say, this is what happened. The incident happened. And then, if the incident happened, Johnny left, cops set number 1 came, cops set number 2 came, Isaac came, and there was nothing until sometime between the second set of cops and Isaac.
We all need that.
I think there's a mistake in assuming that the timestamp on any video reflects anything resembling reality, because the people don't necessarily set their clocks correctly or at all. So if you're looking at different things and they have different timestamps, I don't know that it's like this one says 9:03, this one says 4 a.m. Therefore, they happen different times. It's like, I don't know, man. Yeah, I think it's a mistake.
Well, and
I do see in the chat that people are saying that Tug, that umbrella guy, he has a video going over that stuff. So I haven't seen it, but I do see people saying it that he's confirming that. So, but
spoilers.
The jury needs to see it for themselves, right? Because unfortunately they can't do independent research. That includes Tug.
It does. Well, and I my recollection of Isaac's testimonies, it's like could have been 9:30, could have been 10. Like it's like a vagueness of time. Like I would be, by the way, rolling up in an elevator. What time is it? It's late. It's like I don't know, the NBA games have started type time.
I had to have a conversation with my landlord today, and I said it was Saturday. So
Oh,
I do that all the time.
Ever since pandemic, what day is it?
Yeah, who knows, right? Well, and then right now with this trial, every Thursday I think is a Friday.
This does feel a bit like a Saturday, doesn't it? Like, I was actually thinking, oh, it's the weekend. No.
It's really not. It's really not. Yeah. Kay Offheim says, what positive social effects, if any, can you see coming from the publicity of this trial? Well, one thing is, I think, a dialogue on men that have, oh wait, sorry, I'm not even showing it. Whoops. About that.
We got the question.
Yeah. A dialogue on men that are victims or survivors of domestic abuse. The fact that this is an example for many people of someone who has been harmed in his relationship, and that it's you can't necessarily judge a couple by certain gender stereotypes. I think that also maybe having a reexamination of the idea that domestic violence is a gendered violence. This is something that the ACLU has really put forward, and a lot of other activists have put forward, is they like to call it gendered violence. I've really started to think about that quite a bit through this
which
case.
implies that same-sex couples can't be abusive to each other.
Also true.
Well, selfishly, and now is a great time to once again say, if you like this stuff, like and subscribe, because I would say that at bare minimum, even outside the substance of the trial, one of the things we really like to do, and I personally am kind of proud of, and certainly proud of everybody that's appearing on these panels and elsewhere on other channels as well, is talking about how the legal process works. Talking about that because it's so important to how we actually adjudicate things and determine truth values and how society functions. And going through that, and we have our comments and our jokes, and occasionally Lita plays matchmaker for like 45 solid minutes. But in the interim, we're talking about things that are very important and hopefully having fun and educating doing it. So I think like positive social effects, I don't want to ascribe, changing the world to stuff like this necessarily, but in a little bit, yeah. And so I really think that's a positive social effect for all of these trials and all these people talking about these things. And, if I had my druthers, also seeing people disagree in a way that doesn't devolve into an immediate Twitter fight, I think is also nice. So I'll say that from a philosophical standpoint, separate from the substance, that I really like that about this process. I really like these people that I get to talk to basically every day. And I think that's good. I think that's a positive social effect. So again, selfish, but I think it's true.
I agree. Here. Kate Gaggy says defense has limited time to cross-examine. Well, both sides have a certain number of minutes that they are allotted for their total time in this trial, and it's up to them to decide how they want to use it. Do they want to use it on a lot of cross-examinations, a lot of direct examinations, that kind of thing? So they have the authority to determine how they want to do it. So yes, they are technically limited, but they're the ones that get to decide just how limited they are. Andy says, did someone say matchmaker? Andy, you are the reason. You are the reason why we devolved into a dating match site yesterday in the chat.
He's everywhere.
Did you
Sorry,
guys
Laura,
notice that for two? Yeah, did you guys notice that two of the depositions that Johnny Depp introduced was only one-sided? It was only Amber Heard's side answering the questions. They did not play their side. They didn't play it for Officer Gatelin, and they did not do their side for Laura Wasser. So they are watching their time.
Yes. Yeah. Although at the same time, just because it was one side asking the questions in the deposition, this is something that I would like to get clarity on from someone that is local in the courthouse or in this area. Maybe Rob, because he said that he wants to go on Monday to see if he can get in there. Maybe we can find out from him as to how this lines up, because just because one side, my suspicion is the fact that one side has initially asked the questions in the underlying deposition doesn't necessarily mean that the time counts against them for the portions of that deposition that are introduced. Because you can say, I mean, typically how these depositions work is, you have a certain witness that is better for one side, not so great for the other side. Usually the person that is calling to depose that witness is the opposite side. It's the side that's adverse to whatever that witness has to say, because you want to kind of grill them. You want to get as much information as you can out of them so that you know exactly what kind of information that they have. And you can also try to tease out any possible bad facts from them to sort of make your case. So a lot of times, that's why a lot of these depositions are where the witness is actually friendly to Johnny's case because of the information that they have. The leading questions are all asked by Amber's lawyers. And that's probably because they're the ones that are calling them for a deposition. However, the information that came out of that deposition is going to be oftentimes better for Johnny's side if it was asked initially by Amber's side, if that makes any sense. So my guess is that even if those questions that we heard were asked by Elaine Bredehoft, those portions could have been introduced by Johnny's side as opposed to Amber's, just because of the information that they wanted to get in. Does that make sense?
Wasser was Johnny. Wasser was Johnny.
Wasser
100%.
was subpoenaed by Amber Heard.
Yeah, but Wasser was introduced by Johnny. I mean, like, they announced.
Yes,
that.
correct. Yeah, but the reason they got her deposition in the first place was because Elaine Bredehoft subpoenaed her.
Yes.
Yeah, and it didn't go great for Elaine. But yeah, I mean, I think that time, I don't know how they'll split the other ones. That time has to be Johnny's time. He introduces her, and that's the only questions asked. So that has to be Johnny's time.
Yeah, I would think so.
Interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Di Santana says, so basically, so far, her defense is Johnny was late. He cut his own finger. He is a violent, drunken drug addict. Make up an amica cream and try to catch anyone possible in bias.
Well, you're forgetting nobody is anywhere that they're not.
Yeah.
Every cross-ex has
that was good.
You don't know what happened behind closed doors. You weren't in Boston in 2014. You got me. Solid cross-ex.
Well, I think it's interesting. We don't know what happened behind doors, but we kind of do because they kept recording it and we're hearing it all.
Yeah. Well,
yeah. I'm just waiting for someone to say, when I wasn't there, here's what I observed with my own eyes.
Oh gosh. Svalin says, why does the justice process in the pursuit of truth require half-truths from each side? Wouldn't it be more valuable for the pursuit of justice to have one full story?
Well, can we advocate strongly for the adjudicatory system? Because not every country uses an adverse process.
Mm-hmm. Like we saw kind of in the UK, potentially leading to some potentially not so great results.
Yeah, I mean, there's a fervent belief in our process that actually originates in English common law that adversarial, fire against fire is the best way to kind of burn out the truth. And
yes,
that's the belief. And we can go longer on it. I think I took an entire semester class on it. But no, I fervently agree that that's by far the best way, that competitive environment, to actually get to something like a kernel of truth.
Yeah. And it's similar to our concepts on the First Amendment on free speech, where the idea of having a marketplace of ideas is how you end up with the best ideas coming out, because you compete with one another for these ideas. You argue with people. The ideas that end up winning out are the ones that are the best ones. And that's how you end up with a more idealized kind of society, at least ideally.
That's the dream.
A trial is a crucible in which we burn away irrelevancies until we're left with the pure product, the truth, for all of time.
Just so we're clear.
The UK system was so strange to me because, as the plaintiff, he's presenting his case, but his lawyers are actually doing the cross. The questioning is done by the defense. So then Amber comes on. Well, if the defense doesn't question Johnny on things, but then later questions her, they don't get his side of the story of what happened. And there's no rebuttal. There's no calling him back. And they're like, wait a minute, excuse me, but Johnny wasn't questioned on this. And the judge said, oh, well, it was just a strange system to watch.
Yeah. I mean, it's maybe I'm biased because I grew up in this system, but I like it better. Victor Sanjev says, just watch Spidey's video from the 23rd on his behavioral arts YouTube channel. Did Amber Heard let slip duping delight? Classic psychopath move. Hey, Victor. Awesome. Thank you so much for that super chat. And yes, Spidey's got some really great videos on that kind of stuff. Bear Cotta says, did the ACLU and the Post just take Amber Heard's word for everything? No one fact checks. Well, this was an interesting point, right? This is what we were kind of talking about that, right? A bit about the extent to which they needed to check to see where the money was coming from.
Yeah.
Uh,
A little bit.
Well, I mean, the Post is the ones writing the editorial, right? So, like, I don't know how you fact check some of that without subpoena powers. But yeah, the ACLU is 100% going to take her word for everything. I mean, like, there's no, what would be the motivation to checking it? It's not illegal for them to put this $500,000 in her pledge number. There's nothing.
Yeah. I mean, I guess, especially if the note says this is from Amber Heard, I guess.
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but when I get an invoice and it's, care of a third party, that's totally allowed. That's ethical. Say they can pay their legal bills. So, I mean, I don't see anything on the ACLU side. You can argue with the Post, but it would have been very hard to fact check some of this stuff.
Yeah. Joni Delgado said the ACLU payment schedule docs seemed to be from 2019-2020, 100-year letterhead, but the pledge was made in 2016. Why was this not addressed?
Because I didn't know what 100 years of the ACLU was. That's interesting. That would be really interesting. That would mean that would mean narratively that they realized that their pledge form stupidly just has an end date. And then they later tried to put a schedule on it when in 2019 or 2020, they were unhappy with the weirdness of how the 3.5 million was getting paid. That would have been interesting to tease out if that's true.
Cynic's Paradise says, if JD wins this case, will the Washington Post be forced to retract their article or make a statement about it? Or is that another lawsuit? Neither. The article just stays where it is, right?
Yep.
I mean, unless, however,
they'd retract it.
They could request that the defamatory material be taken, but that would be a separate question. That would be a separate motion for the court. I'm thinking about recently, Cardi B had to file for an injunction for the court to make Tasha K take down all of those videos about her after she lost, and then she has I don't know if she's complied by this point, but last time I checked, she still hadn't complied, and there were all kinds of crazy questions about that.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to look jurisdictionally, but once the Post is on notice of a statement being found defamatory, they would. I just think their counsel would want to take it down anyway.
Yeah, true. Eric Clark says, regarding Amber Heard's future, assuming the psychologist diagnosis. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Some of these acronyms and shortened words that they trip me up. The psychologist diagnosis was accurate. If she gets help and improves, I hope she can work. People can improve. I completely agree. I'm with you on that.
I saw something interesting. The Washington Post put her article behind a paywall just recently.
It did?
That's been since like the last day or two, because I pulled that article like recently myself.
I've been pulling it like every day because I like to reference the sentences at issue. That's interesting.
That is very interesting. Nick Miller says, for me, the judge doesn't seem neutral today. Wrong? No, I think the judge generally is as neutral as can be. Sometimes she makes calls in the moment that she's making them very quick and trying to get things as accurately as possible. But it's calling a strike versus a ball can sometimes be a little difficult around the corners.
we won't really have a good idea until Amber's side is on, because I think the judge has an overly broad definition of hearsay and an overly rigorous definition of foundation. And so the question is whether or not she'll apply these mistaken legal interpretations both sides. So if she applies them to both sides, she's being fair. If not, then we'll see.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Kurt spicy take. No, I agree with you, by the way. And that's the one thing I would caution everybody about in terms of like tonal analysis and everything else. We got to see how Johnny Depp's team does cross-ex. We got to see how Heard's team does direct, because it'll be different tones from everybody when that happens. And yeah, I thought there was definitely one day here this week where I thought she was making like a bunch of decisions that I wouldn't have made. And the one thing that always throws me is that her sustaining an objection appears to be her saying, I'll allow it. And that's like, I always think I always get it wrong.
Or no, that's her overruling an objection. I'll allow it. I'll allow that question.
No, but
I'll allow
she,
that
okay, but she's
testimony.
done it both directions then, because she's definitely said the equivalent of I'll allow it. Next question.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
that's where you go, what are we even saying? I'm not I don't know.
That's also fair. That's a little bit confusing. And that's on the attorney's end to say, Your Honor, is it sustained or is it overruled? Because you want to preserve that for the record to know if you've won on that or not.
I swear she has used multiple times, I'll allow it, to mean that the objection is sustained.
Interesting. Well, I saw the opposite. So she may be inconsistent with her use of that.
As long as the lawyers understand, it's fine. But no.
And before anyone gets too excited, okay, in the event the judge starts making decisions that are not consistent on the other side, for it to be an error, it would have to be really, really bad. Yeah. So, like, before anyone gets too excited, when Amber Heard's side gets on and the judge starts making inconsistent rulings, oh, it's inconsistent, it's bias. It's like, no, you're going to need a lot to prove that. So don't get your hopes up. Yeah.
Climb Swine, we are still behind on Super Chats. We're still on yesterday's, but we're making our way through. Any thoughts on revelation that the ACLU was both accepting money from JD and simultaneously working to place the op-ed at a top tier for most damage?
Most impact is what they said.
And
again, in the eyes of a nonprofit organization, they want more eyeballs, they want more donor opportunities. But yeah, wild, right? Collecting $100,000 from Johnny Depp while drafting a document against him.
Yep. Maggie Brands wants to know if this impacts Amber's career. Could she sue Johnny? Nope. Nope. He's done. He has filed a lawsuit. If she did,
Johnny,
that would be an anti-slap case. That would be an anti-slap case, because saying you sued me and now I've been harmed, that is a very clear anti-slap case.
And all these bad things that are being said here in court that we're talking about, which are defamatory potentially in other contexts, they're all under litigation privilege.
Privileged, yeah. Yep. So that means there's no defamation coming out of the testimony from these individuals here. Jake West said, would a crafty defendant preemptively text, "OMG, my spouse abused me. Don't want to report it since I love them," knowing this might be read in court? I'm sure it happens all the time.
I like everybody writing these Hitchcock movies. Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised, because you get people that get very divorce court. I'm sure gets very, very spicy very quickly.
Would a person
I'm sure Rob has
someone
stories.
Generate evidence that helps with the framing? Yes, I think that's a possibility.
Well, we saw something really interesting that the marriage counselor said that Amber talked to her early in the day, December 15th, 2015, about an argument and asking, hey, if I claim abuse, will that help me more, expedite it? Now we know Johnny talked to Laura Wasser mid-December 2015. It may be that he was getting ready to leave her and she sensed it and she needed to come up with a plan, because she's claiming the argument and the injuries happened way later in the evening, December 15th. So there's some interesting little dominoes going on there.
I definitely remember that testimony from the marriage counselor, but I have to admit, talking jury style now, I didn't remember it until you just mentioned it. Okay.
Well, hopefully they're going to pull it together in their closing. I'm sure they're going to remind him that she asked her therapist, if I claim abuse, will that help me in a divorce?
They need to strap everything to a timeline to help everybody.
They really do. That's what we need. Nick Miller says metadata could be counterfeit too, or not. That's why they've got an expert doing a forensic analysis of the metadata. It's because that's a huge issue in this case. Deanna Montoya says, has there ever been a case you thought your client was innocent and backed out after you found out they weren't, or do you stick with the entire case? Okay. Here's a story from Wills and Trust land. So there was I worked on a case once where we represented a gentleman who was an heir to a trust. It was like his father or his uncle or something that had passed away. Our firm was representing him, and then we found out he's in prison for murdering that person. And there is a pretty strong statute in California that says it's called a slayer statute or a slasher statute, basically saying if you are somehow responsible for unaliving that person, you cannot benefit from their estate.
I've never heard unaliving before. That's good.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. You cannot benefit from their estate. Like you can't Game of Thrones this by killing the person and taking all of their money. We have a very strong rule against that. So when our firm found that out, we figured out a way to very carefully withdraw and back out of that case, because there was a very messy one that was going to potentially, I mean, not reputationally harm the firm, but it's one of those where there's a lot of questions about the adequacy of their claim. Nothing. It's nuked. Number two, can this person even pay you for the services and all the time and the expenses that your firm is going to be putting into it? And that sounds like a very cold calculation by lawyers, but at the end of the day, it's a business too, right? You want to be putting in your time and your resources into something that is going to be able to pay the bills to keep the lights on.
You're not helping anybody if you go bankrupt.
Exactly. So that's one little fun story there from my experience. Denise from Canada says, and actually I'm saving this one, but we'll show it. We don't need to save that one. Denise from Canada, question: muffins out of 5 score at the end of the day, please, for each team, and congrats on your channel sub growth, Alita. Thank you. So on a scale of five muffins, 0 muffins being bad and 5 muffins being good, how would you rate the performances yesterday?
I missed a couple hours yesterday.
Okay, well, based on what you saw.
I really liked Ben Shu against ACLU, and then the afternoon was a little less impactful, I thought. So I'll go with 4 muffins to Johnny. It was all depositions, right? So
no, we had a live link, folks. We had Malcolm Connolly via live link, and we had
Scottish guy. I came in at the tail end of that.
Yes, and then Starling. What was his last name? Jenkins. Starling Jenkins was also via live link, and then we also had Ed White, the salty CPA, in person.
Right, and I didn't see Ed White, and I didn't see Mr.
Ed White was good.
Yeah, everybody told me that I missed out on Ed White. So yeah. I'm already feeling it. I had to do some law. Speaking of keeping lights on. No. I will say the cross-examination of Ed White was effective. It was good. I think that Rottenborn actually kept a good tone, where Elaine would have started to scoff and make all these hums and ha's about being very frustrated with this witness. As much as I enjoyed Ed White being this person who seemed to really care about Johnny, he had some very strong opinions about Amber. He also indicated that he had never met her before. So the jury may look at him and say, like, okay, like, you're kind of judging her based on things that you understand, but you've never actually met this person. And they could be turned off by that. I don't know that that's the case in this situation, but that was something that I was thinking, was like, he was pretty opinionated on Amber, and he did start to get a bit combative, but I really do give credit to Ben Rottenborn for the cross-examination there. I thought he did a good job of keeping his cool, keeping with very direct answers, and really kind of putting him in an uncomfortable position, but not so much that you think that he's being an a-hole. Well, based on that description then, and based on the fact that I thought Baby Rottenborn was doing very poorly on Scottish Guy when I walked in, I'll give them 3 muffins.
Yeah, that's about right.
I thought Starling Jenkins was. I thought Starling was interesting, and I don't know if the jury will pick this up. Now, we've already had the forensic psychologist come out and say that she's desperate for what her reputation is. It's all about appearance for her, and they drove that home a lot. What was the big deal that she was at Coachella, her birthday, and she's throwing up in a parking lot after having too much? So she throws it on her sister. It wasn't me throwing up. It was my sister who was pregnant. Now we know she doesn't have a child that matches that pregnancy. Maybe she miscarried. We do know on May 7th, just a few days later, at Art of Elysium red carpet event, she's drinking red wine. So, I mean, I'm sorry if something happened with Whitney. I just didn't understand why it was just so important that Amber could not let anyone know if she was throwing up in a parking lot.
I mean, trying to deflect, or maybe saying that she wasn't the only one that was getting that far, that it was like very common at Coachella. That was just the environment that she was in. Maybe that was a different kind of circumstances than being home on a Friday night, with some friends at a dinner party. Perhaps. I mean, that's something that I could think of.
If you weren't puking in a parking lot, were you really at Coachella?
Yeah, exactly. What is the big deal? Like, that's not even a hill you want to die on. Not even like
Yeah.
bring it up.
Wasn't
Let
it
it
right
go.
after one of the alleged incidents? I thought that was the premise about the Coachella stuff.
Yes.
Was that would she be partying and having fun with friends immediately after X?
Yeah.
And
yeah.
actually, Depp team didn't bring it up. Rottenborn did. Don't you
Yeah.
think it's okay for her to go out partying and drinking with her friends after she was beat up?
Abused by her partner, he said. And when he said that, it was like, it's very interesting. Laura B, just because I know that you're popping in and out, we got this super chat here that was directed at you. I want
Oh,
to
sure.
ask you, where can we find all the juicy stuff you are reporting on?
Which one? I mean, I've been following a lot of the cases since 2016, and the reason I followed it is I started reading stuff in the media, like these big headlines that didn't. And a couple of us in a forum found a way to get the court documents, and once we did, we started reading for ourselves, for TMG, for Bloom, for Rocky Brooks, for all of them, and how crazy it all is. And then, of course, for this one. So Fairfax County posts everything, well, something. Anything that's remotely marked confidential, they don't put up on the site.
Right.
For example, Johnny's deposition list and his exhibit not uploaded because it contained information about her IME. So it was marked confidential. He redlined it so it wouldn't get uploaded. Bredehoft opposed his exhibit list and forgot to mark it confidential, I assume, and it got uploaded, and that's how we saw her opposition to his list. Otherwise, we never even would have seen the exhibit list. So
okay.
yeah, that's where I'm finding it. I just figured, okay, I finally understood jurisdiction. So if ACL is fighting this, where is the jurisdiction? Well, it's either LA or New York City. So that's where we just started getting on these court sites and Googling Depp and ACLU, the same Amber and Depp in Los Angeles. And we just started finding the cases.
Yeah. So if you guys want to find Laura B and get all of the updates as she gets them, she's right there on Twitter, and she gets stuff out there very, very quickly. So you can, her Twitter profile is linked in the description below, so you can go and check her out. And if we don't already have the Fairfax County website in the description as well, we will get that in there as well. So Victor Sanjeff says, if Amber Heard makes a victim impact statement with tears flowing down her cheeks, about how she is a battered wife, how powerful would that be for her case in court, whether it's true or not? Will the act of crying give her leverage? It really depends on how convincing she is, right? Like if it feels off, it feels off.
To be technical here, she can't give a victim impact statement. That would be the kind of thing that would happen in a criminal trial after a conviction. So here she would just be giving testimony. So to be technically correct is the best kind of correct.
Yes.
Yeah, it's slightly different.
Reminder, it's not a DV case. I know.
Reminder, it's not a DV case. Yeah.
Yep. NM says, can a witness be reprimanded by the judge or severely impeached if I don't recall too many times? How to distinguish not remembering versus attempting to avoid answering questions? Thanks. It is so difficult to say.
Good luck, right?
Yeah.
How would you know? How can you? This is the same thing with Marjorie Taylor Greene. It's like she committed perjury. I'm like, great. How do you prove that? How can you prove that she remembered at the moment she said it? And I'm now having bad flashbacks to when I was doing Katie Without a Crystal Ball and Toddy, because I had this exact same issue with testimony, and be like, how can you prove she didn't remember when she said it? And people were like, well, she said it this time. She said it this time. She acknowledged it this time. I'm like, yeah, but how do you prove that she remembered it when she said it?
Yeah.
And it's good luck.
And the judge is not going to reprimand a witness for not remembering something, because if they don't remember, they don't remember. And on the question of impeachment, so what happens is if you have a prior statement, of a witness where they said one thing and now on the witness stand they're saying I don't remember, it technically is not impeachment. What you would say is, would it refresh your recollection if you looked at what you said before, or if you looked at a certain like business record or whatever. It's that would be refreshing the recollection with it.
Inside Law 2 Baseball, brand new from Brianna. TMZ copyright claimed me.
Oh no!
Again with the TMZ. Again.
Oh,
They have no shame.
None whatsoever. But you know what? It'll get overturned. Mine got overturned very quickly. TMZ, man, the worst. Okay. Lindsay Chuday says, can you break down why there are so many lawyers on a team and how the responsibilities are divided? One handles all the objections for a witness, etc. Well, it depends on the team, right? Because it looks like the Johnny Depp's team is a bit more spread around for the responsibilities, right? You've got a lot of different people that are directing various witnesses and then objecting during cross-examination. They're kind of handing out these responsibilities throughout their firm, it seems like, or at least the litigation practice of their firm anyway. On Amber's side, it looks like they are basically keeping things mostly to Rottenborn and Elaine Bredehoft, except for Baby Rottenborn. We probably should actually learn his name rather than calling him Baby Rottenborn. But it seems like those three are the only ones that we've seen for them so far. But basically, the other attorneys that are there at the tables are often going to be the ones that are, while you have an attorney that is asking questions, that is doing a direct or cross-examination, they have their prior deposition testimony and they have page and line number for each question that they're answering or that the attorney is asking. And if something diverges from what they've said before, they want to have somebody that can very quickly get into grabbing the deposition or grabbing the prior statement that they had from before and to be able to pull that up so that they can do an impeachment of that person as smoothly as possible. Because you don't want to be wasting the jury's time. You don't want to be, super slow in these breaks in between so that the jury starts to not pay attention anymore.
You don't want to do that, do you? Round bottom. You don't want to do that at all. Yes,
exactly. So what? And then the others, there are also others that are probably going to be kind of paying attention to the jury, paying attention to the judge, paying attention to how things are playing out as well, and then playing a lot of these in between roles. And then still others who are coordinating with other lawyers back at the firm for things that they need for different things. If they need notepads, pens, markers, all kinds of things that they may need in the courtroom, scissors sometimes. You've got like a whole host of like office supplies that you may need, or coordinating witnesses. There's people that need to be able to do that because they've got a lineup of people that witnesses need to know when they're supposed to arrive at the courthouse and be there at what time. They're supposed to meet with somebody, probably, to say, be here at this place at this time. You'll talk to this person, they'll direct you over here, and then you'll come into the courtroom. That kind of thing. So there's a lot of like behind the scenes administrative and kind of logistical work that happens on these teams. Malarkey Machine says, do you think she yells at her lawyers like she apparently does with everyone else she knows? I don't know. That's pure speculation. I would think probably not, because they have so much authority over her life right now.
They know where all the bodies are buried. You don't mess with your lawyers.
The only thing I say to that is she's gone through a lot of them. She's had a lot of turnover in attorneys, and Johnny's had the same ones since all his other cases. They're all sticking with him, but she's been through a lot of them.
That's oftentimes, not always, but oftentimes that's a red flag. As for the relationship between the party and their counsel, if they have gone to a lot of different attorneys, they maybe have gotten responses from the attorneys that the party didn't exactly like, so they figured, I'm going to go shop around and find somebody else.
Yeah, and that was during this case. That wasn't just him. Robbie Kaplan left right after the audios came out. She filed to have it dismissed. She lost that. Robbie left claiming that it was too far away for her office to travel with COVID. Her main office in New York, but they had just opened a new office in Washington, D.C. That was kind of weird.
Well, could be. I mean, maybe the new office wasn't quite staffed yet. That's also a possibility, without enough people to really manage a case like this, because it's such a high powered kind of case.
I guess
I don't know.
We're all doing WebEx conferences because of COVID. Nobody was traveling.
Yeah, that's true. Nick Mueller says, are there jury members and they're voting? Are they anonymous forever? So if it, FE 10-1 for JD. He loses if there is a higher court instance after this trial. Okay. So the jurors can speak to the press afterwards. They can sit down for an interview and talk about it. Although I'm not sure if they don't come to a conclusion, right? I don't know. How does it? I mean, every time that we've seen these high profile cases with jurors then talking to the press, it's been when they've all come to a conclusion because it was a criminal case.
I honestly don't know. I assume it would be up to Virginia.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Look at
Kurt.
Virginia list.
Kurt.
Oh, you're muted.
Yeah, I was saying it was unanimous in Virginia. So if they first of all, there's 7 members of the jury because I don't know reasons. There's actually at the moment 9 of them sitting, but there will be 7 on the actual jury when they get that far. So your only possible conclusions are 7-0. Anything else is a mistrial.
Yep.
So fun. And sure, there's an appeal possible, but you have to find grounds of appeal, and I don't even know what those could be at this point. Except if Johnny Depp wins, there is a possible technical argument, and I'm still debating this in my mind on the issue of the issue. The real one for Johnny Depp is if they can attach Amber Heard to the headline about sexual violence. That is their slam dunk. If they can do that and they win, they should be bulletproof on appeal. If they can't do that and we're left with domestic abuse, then it's an interesting legal appeal. I think Johnny Depp wins, but I'm not 100% confident. So that's the best grounds of appeal if Johnny Depp wins. So that's what I think.
As far as how many jurors, so it's typically 5 unless there's a certain financial threshold. Off the top of my head, I think it's 25,000. I don't know. So this case is over that. So there is 7. Typically there's 2 alternates, but I think what the judge was explaining, because it's such a long case, she wanted extra alternates. So she sat 11 and we've lost 2. So that's where it came in. It was the financial threshold. They got him the 2 extra jurors.
Right. Harlita says, I'm not proficient in the legal realm at all, but the line of questioning where the guy questioning the Scottish dude right now, and he gives graphic descriptions of speculation. How is that allowed? Well, I think that's an indication of what kind of questioning they're going to get into through other witnesses, and they are just simply exploring. They're showing a negative, right? An absence of evidence of something. So an absence of him being around for, Amber going to the moon, as an example. It seems ridiculous right now, but at some point it might reveal itself to have some sort of relevance to the case. Based on other witnesses that we're going to hear testifying.
I do agree as a non-litigator with this questioner about how crazy it sounds when they go, did you see him strangle a cat with his bare hands before drinking its entrails? Did you what was the one about it, like t-shirt? Like I think did you wrap
strangling her with a t-shirt or something like that?
Like they're out of nowhere. This is like when Elaine is cross-examining, and did you hear him yell this sentence? It's like, Jesus.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And some of them, I think that they probably are allowed because the other side and the judge understand that this is getting to information that's going to come up later, or at least accounts that are going to come up later. So if it was completely unfounded, they would have an idea of that and probably would object, is my guess.
Okay. That would make some sense because they've been through the evidence, because otherwise if that wasn't something that you could object to, then you could say anything just to put images of bad things in the jury's head about these things. Did you see Johnny Depp shoot up before getting naked and running throughout the house? And
urinating in the foyer.
Which time?
I'm sorry, you'll have to be more specific. Yeah, but like what do you say? The peeing in the foyer? Yeah, right. Well, it's like I hope that's coming back around, because that's a crazy question to ask.
What man hasn't peed in his own foyer?
Does it really belong to him if he hasn't peed in the foyer?
It's a claim Amber made that he was writing on the walls as he was urinating. She put it out there. And I guess her lawyer believes her enough that they wanted to raise the question.
Yeah. Yeah, makes sense. Christopher Hale says, do you think Amber regrets starting this war? She must know she's not coming out of this looking good. I don't know. I don't know. She could be entirely delusional and, thinking that things are going well for her, or, maybe she's thinking, well, when we get our evidence out there, I will be looking a lot better to these people. That's also a possibility. Sophia Toe says, why aren't jurors allowed to communicate with each other? I thought they were supposed to deliberate together. That will be after the evidence is, after the case is finished. They're supposed to sit with their thoughts, take notes, do whatever they can to figure out, make some conclusions by themselves. And then they get to deliberate afterwards, after the closing arguments are done. So that's just the way that it works. Whew. Lisa Piazza says, what do you think was the most impactful testimony so far, or for the day? Let's go with for the day. I think it was the ACLU testimony.
We got her tied at least to that one headline about the 2 years ago. We showed that she endorsed that particular line, so that was nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, with the caveat, I didn't see a couple yesterday. I thought the ACLU stuff was honestly great. I mean, I think it framed Amber very badly, and showed a bunch of ways in which defaming him deliberately would actually match up with some of her prior behavior.
Yeah. Glitz and Glitter says, could people speculating on Colleen flirting with JD openly in court have a negative impact on the case?
Who's Colleen?
The only thing.
What's Vasquez's first name?
Camille. Oh, maybe she means Camille.
Well, I mean, she sits right next to him and does the hair thing, so I did notice that. I'm not blind.
Yeah.
But
see, I thought they were talking about the court reporter.
Maybe.
Because she's smiling at him. He's smiling. I mean, he says good morning to her every day. When he was in the stand, he was always greeting her. I mean, I don't think that. Yeah, I don't think he's.
Oh, go ahead.
No, that's the only one I can think of. They're talking about.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. The jury can always latch on to something that they see that makes them a little bit suspect. There's always that possibility, but I don't know. Flirting, it could be flirting, or it could just be being very friendly, and people can take different interpretations of that.
Sure. I see friendly.
Yeah, that's what I see in that. But
I see friendly too. And in some respects, that's her job, is to say he's not scary to women, give or take.
Yeah. Phil Jones says, I understand Depp lawyers are from Massachusetts. I thought Boston, but maybe Salem. So they are used to dealing with girls like Amber. I don't know. I wouldn't say that there are more girls that are like what we have seen alleged of Amber in Boston or Salem. I don't know enough about Massachusetts to really be able to conclude that, but I also would very much caution people from making geographic representations like that. Also, Amber is from Austin. And having lived in Austin myself, I will say that I did not encounter anyone like that living there.
It's clear there's only one Amber Heard, right? I mean,
I think so.
Okay.
I think so. Johannes Potter says, what was the thing about JD having his genitalia out in Australia? They're hinting up at testimony that we're going to hear at some point is my interpretation of that. Diana P says, oh, someone in the chat says Salem equals Salem witch trials. It was a joke in that super chat, not a geographical reference.
We're firing on all cylinders. Good joke. We're going to give you that one. Sorry.
Okay. Maybe they're used to dealing with girls like Amber, witches, and then you burn the witches. Okay. Monty Python, Salem witch trials. I get it. Okay. Thank you. Sorry. Sometimes when I get into lawyer brain mode, I get very, very logical, and it's hard for me to see a joke like that. Thank you. Thank you, chat. Diana P says, please do a favorite witness poll at the end of the trial. Okay. Yeah, that's a fantastic idea. Zen Master says, do you think if Johnny's public support, no matter the outcome of the case, would clear him in the eyes of Disney, Warner Brothers, etc.?
Ooh, no matter the outcome of the case.
That's hard to say, because a lot of times these big companies, they want to see something on paper that can kind of vindicate them, or give them permission, so to speak, that they can point to say, yeah, this is why we hired him, because look, a court of law has found that he is not in fact a wife beater.
I think the win is super useful. I will say, I think there's a gray area where, Amber Heard's defense is just really poor, still gets a hung jury or otherwise wins in some fashion that just doesn't really match up with how a lot of people see it. And that could be potentially enough political cover, primarily because at least when we saw him in action before, Johnny Depp was making studios money, and that's what they care about first.
Yeah. Yep. Agreed. Dazed and Confused said, could the jury decide that they both abused each other? Could it end with neither winning? Yes, it most definitely can. Jamie Sabo says, Amber's evidence is dirty evidence. B taken into consideration. What does the B stand for, do you think?
I think it's literally B.
Oh, okay.
That is dirty. Can it be taken into consideration?
Oh, okay. Yes, I think so, because I mean, if they're going to let the photos and whatnot in without the metadata being resolved, yeah, they can take it into consideration, but they can also take it into consideration with the statements by Johnny's team saying, hey, these are not real. Pamela 2 a.m. says 4 years ago, Amber Heard and Elon Musk were in a legal battle over their frozen embryos. He wanted them destroyed. Then Amber Heard announced she had a surrogate baby. She referenced 4 years ago, I decided to become a mother. That is interesting. That is a very interesting a bit of history for this case. I don't know that independently, but if that is true, that is very, very interesting. For crying out, we are almost to the end of this one.
We're almost the end of yesterday's?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
good job.
Yeah. For crying out loud says, does the jury have access to evidence published on Fairfax website? No, that would be independent research. All right. Andrew Epperson says, say Amber Heard loses, she doesn't have $50 million. So what does JD gain? He gains the public recognition that a jury of his peers have found in his favor at the very least. The Lost Penguin says, are jurors served food? Would there be muffins? I mean, that's a funny joke. I do understand that that's a joke because of the muffins.
I like your defensiveness. That's a joke. That was a muffin reference.
Like I understood that reference.
If they ever offer something that could be a continental breakfast or something like that, do they have to remove muffins now? That because muffins are a normal breakfast type food.
They are indeed. They are. Chris said, will they explain how the defamation is worth $50 million in JD's case or $100 million in Amber Heard's case? Well, we have gotten a little bit of an explanation as it relates to JD so far because of the Pirates movies, that he was paid $25 million per movie. So you can kind of form a calculation from there. On Amber Heard's side, we have yet to get that kind of a calculation, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. I presume that we will be getting that in her case in chief.
To be clear, and I don't think Johnny Depp's lawyers did a good enough job on that. If they were really aimed at damages, there was a $10 million largely non-recoupable marketing advance. So he really got paid $35 million for Pirates 4 and 5.
Yeah. And let me just double check.
Just as long as we're establishing damages, I would pick a bigger number.
Yeah.
So well, he got back end deals too.
Well, of course. But like, what was a guarantee when you're trying to tell it to a jury? He was getting $35 million because it had the non-recoupable guarantees in them.
All right, let me see here.
And I was only allowed to look at that page for like 25 seconds.
Okay. I think there are a few super chats that didn't get attached here. So I'm going through the back end here.
Okay, let me ask you a question there. I remember filing for, and it never got answered because the trial got delayed, got rescheduled because of the very beginning of COVID. So I don't think we ever heard a ruling for bifurcating the claim versus the damages, but I guess they're not doing that.
Everything we've heard is per se, yeah?
Yeah, like they're not going to re-argue the damages as a separate part of the...
Oh, I don't think they'd do a separate damages trial ordinarily, would they?
It was motioned, it was filed, but there was never ruled on it. It got set aside.
Okay, so there are a few here that for some reason didn't get saved over. Let me go through them.
StreamYard.
I know. This is so maybe there are some people have said that they super chatted and it didn't see it before. So I really apologize if that's the case. Marion Talbot says, have you noticed Amber pulling at her bottom lip? Speculation that that's what she does when nervous and pulls skin off. Looks like an injury. Could be. That could very well be. That seems like something that a nervous person would do. Simply Simple says, could the jury say that they believe JD and have empathy but have no choice but to fine for Amber Heard, then decide to award her a penny for her thoughts?
What's de minimis in Virginia? A buck?
Probably.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, probably. Let's see here. Oh, hey, we have Mr. Good Logic. How's it going?
Hey, Joe. Oh, he's giving a deposition.
No, I just want to be left alone. Leave me alone with this. I can't no more. I was no looking at her.
Yep.
I looked at her. I was 3 feet away. I saw her face. I see nothing.
Pretty good account.
There you go. Perfect.
Well,
Let me get this last one. Oh,
are you wrapping up? Because you seem like you were close to finishing.
No.
We're close to finishing yesterday. Now we're on to today because we've gotten more super chats today now.
Okay. No, because I didn't want to miss it. I actually wanted to hang with you guys for like a little bit, but I actually have to take care of some stuff like 20 minutes, a half hour. You're still gonna be around for a while?
Yes. Yeah, we'll be here.
Yeah, that's actually probably pretty close to when I have to get off, Joe. So yeah, we can just pass the night.
Yeah,
I think you're a very attractive man too. Thank you very much. All right.
Get off the video, Joe.
I'll see you guys soon.
All right, see you, Joe.
You can't
Mr.
win
Skulls,
with Joe.
I know. Mr. Skull says, getting a super chat in so I can complain tomorrow. That's pretty funny. And then let me just make sure that the first ones here are, let's see, are what we had at the beginning there. Oh, we got some at the beginning that I wasn't able to capture at the beginning of today. So earlier today, Aquamarin said, one could see yesterday how close Johnny sits to the jury. So I wonder if it has an effect on the jury / verdict, how close a party sits to them. Well, this is in every single case, the plaintiff side is going to be sitting next to the jury because they have the burden of proving their case. So it's just kind of what we, what we do in our system. This is funny. Thanks, Isaac Bruce's wholesome gabagool art. I appreciate it.
That just encourages me, right?
Let's see. Next one is Rebecca Smale says, have the role switched? Does Amber and her team now have the uphill battle? What do her lawyers really need to do at this point for things to change? I mean, they have to put on their case in chief. They have to put on their evidence. They presumably, I mean, they have their own witnesses. They have their own photos and videos and that kind of stuff that they are going to be introducing in their case in chief. What do they have to show? Basically, in order to win is now they have to show that there is enough evidence to show that Johnny has abused her at least once, and continuing to try to expand the definition of what it means to abuse is one aspect of that. Continuing to hammer down. Hammer down for the jury that it's not just physical abuse, it's also emotional abuse. It's also him having these unfounded claims of infidelity and him like yelling at her in the audio clips that we've heard so far. That kind of stuff is what they're going to try to use in order to try to win.
Seems like they're claiming everything happened behind closed doors. Nobody knows about it, but she told people about it. Then she has some photos. Now, you said they only have to prove one thing. Can they hold her declaration against filed in this court case listing the 12 incidents if she doesn't prove all 12?
Well, she doesn't actually have to prove that he abused her, but he has to disprove that he abused her.
Well, she has a counterclaim.
Yeah. Well, for her counterclaim is on the hoax issue. She has to prove that she didn't create this massive hoax. So it could be that he didn't abuse her, but she also didn't create a hoax around it. So they have to show. So Johnny's team has to show that she had this elaborate setup and this conspiracy to make things look like they are far worse than they actually were. Does that make sense?
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah. Let's see here. Melissa often says, is it only going to be Amber and her friends' words against Johnny? If so, Johnny should win, right? Well, they're also going to have, ostensibly, we're going to hear from Nurse Erin Borum. We're also going to hear from the other medical professionals that treated her, I think, and she's going to have her own experts as well. So it won't just be Amber and her friends. And
Well,
her
don't you
sister.
think it might be interesting that her friends, the key witnesses, are not going to testify live or live link from California? They're only.
It is interesting. It is interesting. I would have expected them to want to show up to court to defend their friend, but I also do know that they have all kind of distanced themselves from her through this whole process too.
Yeah.
So, Nick Wilson says, "Is it find Mike a date?" LOL. Roger Agnew says 125K. Congrats, Alita. Very likely to hit 200K. Thank you. That is very kind. And I mean, who
Very
knows?
likely. We're going to guarantee this stuff. If you haven't
don't know about
subscribed
that.
and liked this channel yet, now is the time, because we're on a rocket ship. I'm setting goals. Alita can't hear us now, so this is just you and me, chat. But we're going to try to get her to 250,000 subscribers by the end of the trial. So if you're in chat on one of these days that we're holding the trial, if you could tell your friends, tell everybody else in chat, bring in friends, say, hey, you know what, we should like and subscribe to this, because we're going to get to 250,000. It's going to be a big deal. Going from 50,000, I think Alita was at somewhere in there to start the trial, to 250,000 in one trial. That's the power of the people. And liking and subscribing Alita is just the best way to show that. So if you could do that, we're going to go back to live now. Then Alita can hear us, but I would really appreciate all of that help. Okay. Sorry, Alita. That was between me and chat.
Of course. But at the same time, on that rocket ship is everybody that is with us on this panel. So, they are also on their own rocket ships as well. They've got their own boosters going to 100K, going to 200K. Come on, let's get everybody up there. Rising tide raises all ships.
We weren't talking about anything. I don't know what. No, we're cool. No, yeah, absolutely. Subscribe. And then, yeah, I'm going to have to go in like a half hour, but I would love to talk about the Bitcast. And also, if you're feeling like you don't have a stream, my question time actually for my channel is tomorrow. So I'll talk about that right as I leave, if that's okay with you, Alita.
Sure. Absolutely. 100%. Let's see. Ace Moonshot says, I think, oh wait, is that the first one here? Oh yes. Okay. Now we're caught up here. Hogue trying to be the PS5 inside our brains with these hype speeches. I love it. I'd
make a good PS5.
Yeah, you do. Ace Moonshot says, I think Depp might be celebrating prematurely. She will want her bloodbath.
Possible.
Yeah. And he might just be relaxed because the pressure is off of him. He's done his thing. He has said his piece. So, that might be why he's so relaxed and chummy.
I agree. He's been waiting years to tell his side of the truth. He has strictly adhered to that NDA in their divorce, except for maybe alluding to something in the GQ UK article. But 100%, he finally got to talk. Yeah, it's going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be ugly. She's going to claim and spell out things, including essay. It's not going to be nice.
Yeah, it's going to be really bad. Brock Jordan says, if your defense is you didn't see what you didn't see and you weren't there when you left, do you really have a defense? That's a good question. Although, as Laura B just said, I mean, that there's going to be more, right? D Whitaker 86 says, no worries on the delay. It gave me a chance to watch Hogue's video on PS Now. Hey, perfect.
That was the overlap. I finished that and then came on and was waiting for us to start. That's funny.
That is awesome. Omnigon says those tulips could never be as toxic as Amber Heard. That's awesome. Jacob Turnbow says, oh, sorry. I just, I pulled this one up out of order, but glad you liked the muffin. Feel free to share with the class.
I'll mention something about Amber. One thing we've noticed a consistency in is each time she's told the story, starting with a declaration, a deposition throughout all these years, the witness statement, she's embellished them more and more each time, to the point that like the headbutting that had Johnny reared back and intentionally headbutted her as hard as he possibly could with his fists clenched against his sides. And so they've embellished to shock the judge.
Yeah.
And that's probably going to be the same thing that's going to happen, but they're going to bring out all our prior statements.
Yeah, of course. And all of those will be used to impeach or maybe not all of them, but a select number of them that I think will be judiciously brought in for that purpose. Malik Roach says, I think it'll be a mistake for JD team to go soft on Amber on the stand, considering he's the victim. He has to play victim.
I think you can go soft or harsh and that way. I think
you can definitely go soft on her, but have your questions be very directed and make her squirm nonetheless.
I honestly do that ACLU thing again.
Yeah.
Because I thought that was perfect.
Yeah.
Well, Amber's presenting her case that he's a monster.
Yeah.
He's presented his case that everyone liked her. She was very likable, very pleasant, very social, but she's a very troubled woman. So he's not gone for the jugular on her.
Yeah, that's what I would expect. And that's actually what I would hope for, honestly. Halloween 24/7 says ACLU was founded in 1920. The letterhead on the pledge paper says 100 years, making 2020 the 100 years. How would she have gotten this back in 2016 at her divorce? I mean, they also probably were thinking, hey, look, our centennial is coming up in 4 years. We need to prep for this. We need to line up all the donations and everything, ahead of time. So there's probably a lot of events and stuff that they wanted to do. So they wanted to line all that stuff up, extra early.
All right, Alita. So I have to call you on this. So I like the devil's advocacy, but you think the ACLU had letterhead in 2016 that talked about its 100th anniversary?
Sure.
Okay. All right.
I mean, because
I disagree.
So let me tell you my own personal experience with centennials. So for people that are kind of new to the channel, you might not know a little bit about my family background. My background is Lithuanian. And I was born in the United States. Much of my family was. However, my great grandfather was somebody who was quite notable in Lithuania. In fact, he signed the Declaration of Independence in 1918. So when it came to 2018, they wanted to rebury him back in Lithuania. He had died in Los Angeles in the 1960s. And so they wanted to have like this kind of like the celebration of the centennial for that. So there was now obviously we're talking about, bringing someone's remains across an ocean and across a continent and whatnot. Yeah. But it took a lot of years to plan all of that and to get those logistics into place. And to have all of these events and stuff that were like, it was like a 3-day state funeral. There was all kinds of media and press and all this kind of stuff. And so there was a lot of preparation for it. So I would venture to guess that with these organizations that do plan centennial events, that's kind of a big deal to have been around for 100 years. I would not be surprised if they started planning that stuff on the back end and having these kind of like pledge drives and whatnot to be like, hey, we're about to plan a bunch of stuff, a few years from now, that's going to be a centennial. It's going to be a really big deal. Let's get started on this. Do you want to be a part of it? So. Okay.
I buy it. Yeah. 5-year wrap up to the centennial. Start making that paper in 2015. I buy it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. I disagree, but I don't know how we'd prove that one way or the other. I will give you a couple years. I really will.
Yeah.
I think there has to be some recency of the event. And I was just looking it up a little bit while you were talking. The first time they started advertising that they're pushing for the 100th appears to be February 2019.
Yep, I saw that.
Which is a year in advance. You're going to need paperwork before that. I'll give you 2018. You start pressing me to 2016. Gee whiz. I don't know.
Could be.
I think what's really interesting is the Depp community was all over this. And nobody could find that logo used anywhere else.
I having met and interacted with some of them now, I would say that they probably did look for it a lot longer than I just did. So no, you're not wrong, Kurt. You're not wrong, Alita. That there definitely needs to be pre-gaming of it to some extent, and I'm willing to give 2 or 3 years. But you push. If
I ever turn 90, I'll start pre-gaming my centennial. 10-year pre-game, man.
All right, I see that super chat, and I've been hit on this a lot.
Yes, that's why I'm bringing it up now.
My speculation. I've been on this case since 2016. You see the deep dives I've done and the knowledge I have. I don't know what kind of super lawyer Kathleen Zellner is. I just don't see how she could have come up to speed going by the timeline that she was engaged in January, that she could have been up to speed. I believe, and I have no inside information on this, that she was brought on to do some kind of pretrial work, and it's over. I just could never see someone coming into a case like this and start cross-examining. That's my speculation, my opinion. And she's not there.
Yeah. My guess has been that she's probably been brought in a consulting kind of role, in the background, kind of somebody helping to sort of manage things in the background for how things should go in a case like this. So yeah, that's at least my thought, and it's pure speculation as well.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Halloween 24/7 says AC. Oh yeah, we just did that one. Kay Offheim says, "Hey Alita, Hogue and Co. Congrats on making it halfway. Hope everyone's more hydrated than yesterday. Although if you're watching Miss Vasquez, thank you very much." PL says, have you seen 60 Minutes Australia's hit piece on JD? I saw part of it. I didn't have time to watch the full thing. I'm probably gonna have to watch it this weekend, to be honest. I'm gonna actually write that down just to remind myself.
So I make typographical errors all the time, so this is not a criticism, but I am particularly fond of that spelling of hit piece.
Oh, I didn't even notice it because I was reading it so quickly.
No, I like it. It's two diametrically opposed concepts. I enjoy it.
I like it. I really like it. Yeah. Ray Flumerfelt says, "What are the biggest differences between the London trial and this one?" Well, I mean, other than certain structures that they may have, maybe evidentiary standards that we don't have. I can't really speak to that kind of stuff, but based on what I see is, they had a single judge, not a panel of judges, but a single judge that was determining the merits of that case. Whereas we have a jury of peers here that are not experts in the law. They are just your average people that are pulled in from the local populace to decide this case. There's that. That's a very, very, very different dynamic. There was a lot of evidence that couldn't come in because they just couldn't, Johnny's team just couldn't compel it from the other side. They couldn't compel it from Amber's side to be used in the case. On top of that, also, there were no experts. There were no experts that were able to be used in that case, which is a massive, massive difference from here, because that would just be so unheard of in a case like this. In the United States, there's way too much in psychology and medicine and domestic violence that you need an expert to be able to explain this kind of stuff to the jury.
Yeah, I don't think they could compel any of her medical people, not just experts, but actual medical people, because of HIPAA laws. And I think the Judge Azcarate said it best when Amber tried to get it thrown out, dismissed using the UK judgment. She very clearly says, no, you were not the party, and I do not believe that Johnny Depp got a fair and full opportunity to litigate his case.
Mm-hmm.
Different than here.
Yeah. M. Cavalier says, "I'm an attorney myself, but do not handle trials. How's the judge allowing depots to play when they are riddled with hearsay issues? I know that depot rules are far more relaxed and certain questions would not fly at trial." Well, they also are curating these depositions to have them be allowed at trial. So they are making objections on the transcript. And so they are able to, based on the objections that have been preserved at the deposition, they're able to cut out certain things from trial that they would have answered in the deposition. Number one, there's a question of whether the attorney that was in the room preserved that objection by objecting on the record. Number two, there also is the possibility that they may have just negotiated to allow that stuff in. So there's that. Number three, with some of them, you had some professionals that were like Dr. Anderson, where there's so much hearsay in her testimony, because she's talking about, Amber told me that Johnny hit her. No one else would be able to get away with that in any kind of testimony. But what she was using it for was using that as a basis for her evaluation. And she wasn't there as an expert, but actually as a lay witness, talking about how she had evaluated the case before. So in that case, it's hearsay, or it should be hearsay, but they also may have had a discussion saying that it's not being admitted for the truth of the matter asserted. It's being admitted to show the basis upon which she made her prior decisions and her prior opinions as their marriage counselor, if that makes sense. So, all righty. Thank you. Indy is always enjoying her weekends. Ezeba Music says, can the elevator video of the time Isaac returns to the penthouse not be used? Also, wouldn't Depp want to release this to the public? They may not have preserved it because I don't think we saw it, right? When we were looking at the elevator videos.
Well, here's what came out that I think is really interesting is that Laura Wasser said we didn't subpoena the any of those videos. Her side did. And I'm not sure CB people realize that it wasn't Johnny's lawyers going there and cherry picking these segments, because we have Isaac returning with his friend, for dinner, but we don't have him coming back and forth earlier in that evening. So I found that, and we have the fake hit punch that disappeared, which would make way more sense now that Amber Heard's lawyers at the time would not want that preserved.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not so certain on that one, but yeah, could be. I says, I rewatched the openings for the Milani thing and noticed she doesn't name it. She just holds up a kit. Can't they just say it's not Milani? I rewatched it as well, and she didn't say Milani, but she did say this is the compact that she used, and she held it up in front of them. So I do still think that there's enough for them to say, you made a certain representation to the jury, which was misleading at the very least.
It's also on the exhibit list, so it wasn't just showmanship. They should be able to look at the label.
Is that so? Because I did see that there was a makeup palette that was on the exhibit list, but was that Milani, and was that specific makeup palette by Milani?
Well, that's the only one she showed so far, so it's just a connection. They should be able to look at the label. Yeah, that's okay. Fair. Colin Bam says, advice for aspiring lawyers, like best law school, specialties, etc. Thank you, Alita and the crew, for great content and long streams. Hey, of course. Thanks so much for watching. So for aspiring lawyers, I was going to say aspiring liars.
It does happen.
It does happen. So usually what people look at is the U.S. News and World Report rankings for the top law schools. A lot of people have different kinds of opinions on whether or not those actually are the best ones or not. But that's usually what firms will go by, just because it's the easiest way to sort of rank and file a bunch of potential employees that are coming through their doors with applications. In terms of specialties, I would say my advice to you would be to follow your curiosity. If you have a particular interest in, gun laws, follow your curiosity there. If you want med mal, if you want trust in estates, if you want corporate transactions, there's a lot of different areas that you can go down, but you definitely want to be following that curiosity is my recommendation.
I'm actually surprised you didn't follow the urge to just say hook 'em horns directly into the camera. So yeah. I think what I often tell people is that you can make it as a lawyer from almost all law schools. And I have a ton of people that I'm super impressed by that go to the bad law school in Michigan or what have you. And I hate to do this, go blue. I know a bunch of dumbasses that went to the University of Michigan Law School. So you want to find a place that fits where you're at. And you're going to get out of it what you put in. A lot of places will let you succeed. So
and I would say, put some emphasis on getting a really good LSAT score, because it could launch you into a higher tier school, but also give you options for scholarships at a school that's ranked a little bit less, and still give you some really great opportunities for jobs on the other end, and lowering your overall student debt.
Did you just say did chat just ask me if there's a good law school in Michigan? Are you fucking kidding me? Michigan has been top 10 for 50 years.
Yeah. that's pretty dang good.
It's all about the T14, right?
Yeah, the T14. Well, Texas is in the T14.
It's been right on that like borderland. 16?
I'm sorry.
It's been in the but when I was there, it was in the T14. Okay. So it had nothing to do with
it probably lost its rank when you left.
Of course.
So, I mean,
that's nice. I like
that just happens. No, but don't. Okay, look, I mean it. A lot of good lawyers come out of a lot of places, but don't disparage my law.
I went to a third-tier school.
Yeah,
Kurt's a great lawyer.
Fantastic.
These guys look down on me from the perch on high.
No, not at all. I mean, we are literally because you're in the lower box, but but that's the only reason.
Michigan gets a lot of crap for being arrogant, perch on high type people, and a lot of it is deserved, Kurt.
Shani Agadi says, how would you guys approach the subject of your entire mental health records blast to the world to your client? Amber probably did some terrible things, but she is still a person with feelings. Well, you know what I would have done ahead of time is to say, are you sure you want to have this? You want to allege this? Are you sure you want to go there? Because this is what's going to happen. I mean, it's having that conversation ahead of time is very important so that they have their expectations managed and they are ready for basically that feeling of vulnerability. Like everybody knows all of this stuff about you.
Yeah. And remember, the IME that Johnny got was ordered. This wasn't just him bringing a random. I mean, it was court ordered and she had to submit to all these tests because she's put her mental health on the table.
Yeah, exactly. Neil Vendero says, did you know that Amber Heard got arrested and photographed in 2009 due to an altercation with her girlfriend? Yes, but I don't believe that there were any formal charges that were made. She was not convicted of anything. So as far as it would relate to this court, I doubt that it would come in unless somebody says, yes, she has always been a gentle angel and she's never gotten into a fight with a former partner.
Well, the former partner is on her witness list, although there's questions whether she's actually going to show up.
Interesting.
She did spend the night in jail. And I think my curious question has always been, where did Tasya go? Did she get on the plane and leave her behind, or did she stay there? Because she was in jail all night long.
Interesting.
And it was the police who witnessed what they considered was the violence that they arrested her for.
Interesting. Very interesting points. Kelly Mamarazzi says, anyone know what Amber's case was in the UK? I imagine it won't be much different now. No new bombshells and can't lie since testimony written in a transcript. Well, I mean, she can't change her story, like the details of the events as she's described them before, although she apparently has changed a lot of those details from time to time. But in terms of like new evidence, I don't know, because, you know, we've got the ACLU stuff that has come out, you know, on the record here. There could very well be new stuff that came out in discovery between the two parties that she wants to use.
Well, I don't know how she's going to handle this one, but she filed the declaration here of all those incidents. It's the first time I saw them. Two of those incidents in 2013, supposedly where he hit her with a fistful of rings, brought it up in the UK in her witness statement. And they said, oopsie, here's a photo of that evening and you don't have any injuries. And after that photo was presented, she was like, oh, I got my dates wrong. I got all mixed up. It was a different painting we were arguing over. So let me switch those dates around. And they're like, okay, sure, do that. Well, here's another photo that we have of you on that date. Oh, well, wait a minute. No, I've got that confused. I wasn't at Orange Avenue. I remember now. I was at the downtown penthouse. And they're like, really? Tell me what's happened. Well, I was in the kitchen and he hit me and the blood flew. Well, where did the blood fly to? Did it fly on the wall? Did it fly? Well, let me think. Oh, yeah, I remember now. It flew on the Smeg refrigerator. And now we have a receipt that Smeg refrigerator was not purchased until 9 months later. So there's one example. And she has not amended her declaration, or if she's supposed to, about that incident. So I'm not sure which way she's going to go on that one.
Yeah, that is very interesting. Rachel Cornelier says, can you tell for sure if Jennifer Howell, Whitney's ex-boss, will testify? She's on the list, right?
She's on the list, and she's also been mentioned recently. We thought she was going to do it this week. They had a list for this week that was being circulated on media somehow contacts them. They didn't get them all done. Next week is supposed to be his experts, we heard. So yeah, Jennifer Howell was supposed to be this week if you go by what the media has scraped up.
Yeah. Okay. Next one. Beth Pescuma says, do you think they will have Vasquez do Amber's cross-examination? She's pretty young and smart. All things Amber is intimidated by. Amber will lose it. Maybe, but I think that the first calculus that's going to happen is who is the one who is the strongest cross-examiner, who's going to be able to keep control of the witness in that dialogue. Who is going to be the most capable of handling it? It seems like Ben Chu, based on the ACLU deposition that we watched and hearing him questioning the general counsel there, it seems like he would be very, very capable of doing it. Keep in mind also that the dynamic of her getting aggressive against a man questioning her who is keeping calm also could backfire against her. So either way, there's some benefits and some to one way or another. But I think first and foremost, the question is who's going to be the most capable, and they'll make that decision on their team.
Yeah,
Kara
and
says,
learn from the UK. They're going to learn from the UK because laws was not as effective. Amber will just wear them down. She would literally wear them down, repeating her answers, trying to get in these scenarios. Like she has soliloquies that she wants to get into and go sideways on, and laws would just give up and go, okay, fine, next question. So they really need someone strong. And I think Jessica is also done very well. With
Jessica
her
Meyer,
cross.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, it's going to be one of those three.
Okay. Tara says, are the articles that followed the op-ed connecting it to JD enough to prove implication?
They're very helpful.
They are very helpful. Christy Wagner says, why is there a timeline for this trial and each side given a set amount of time? I've never seen this in criminal or civil, also not a lawyer. I mean, this is one of those cases that can expand into forever because of all of the facts in this timeline, right? So the judge has to basically give them a certain amount of time and say that's it. That's all you're going to get. That's why they would be given their own set of time.
And I think she is strictly adhering to. I told this jury that they are free May 27th, and I think they're meeting every Friday all day long to fine tune these deposition videos and stuff because she really wants to stick to that timeline.
Yeah. And to be fair, also, in any kind of litigation, early on, when you file the claim and then you have a case management conference, you kind of know early on about how long that you expect a trial to maybe be. And so the court is going to set a trial deadline pretty early on. And so they'll say like, this is probably going to be worth however many days, however many weeks or whatever. And so then, as things kind of progress, you can kind of maybe negotiate that, but you have an idea fairly early as to how long it's going to be. It's not uncommon for any kind of a trial, whether it's civil or criminal litigation, for the judge to say, okay, I'm going to be calendaring this because I have a bunch of other cases that I have to deal with as well. And I have to fit all of these trials and hearings into my calendar altogether. So for the judge to say, like, this is how much time you're going to be allotted.
It was originally 4 weeks. For many years, it was 4 weeks. And I mean many years. And it was only recently before the pretrial hearing that she extended it 2 weeks.
Makes sense. Karen G says, now that EM and JF have stepped down, who is on Amber Heard's witness list? Well, Whitney, her sister. She's got some medical personnel. She's got Amber herself. And her friends are also going to be by video deposition. I don't know who else. Maybe her makeup artist, because there's the stylist that's for JD, right? For Johnny, and then she's got a makeup artist who had said that she saw some kind of bruise or something, right?
Right, and she changed her story whether she was there that night or she wasn't. She couldn't remember. There's some controversy about her PR person, Jody Gottlieb, was served a subpoena and has been in contact with Amber's lawyers, but she never showed up for her deposition. So Johnny's team was arguing that she should not be allowed to give testimony. We don't know where that came out. Same with Whitney. Apparently, she gave a 3.5-hour deposition, was only questioned by Bredehoft, and then I think she was pregnant, and they stopped it for medical reasons, but she never sat again for the rest of the deposition. So they had requested either she does not testify or she should at least give Depp team equally 3.5 hours deposition. We don't know what happened with that.
Yeah. True. So, and then also there's isn't Tracy Roberts, his former agent, right?
Yep.
Isn't she also set to testify for Amber Heard?
I think deposition.
Okay.
I think, and I've also been told, like, she really packed it on, and I'm being told just because someone's listed there does not mean they're actually going to be testifying, or even if they're deposition. Some of it could just be, like we knew with Franco and Musk, there was no way they were going to testify. So it's just shock and awe. Shock and awe.
just for the glitz and glam of the case, right? Jennifer Carr says, can each law tuber select an emoji to represent them in chat, like a purple heart for Emily? Need to be able to appropriately greet and react when people pop in.
I think I'm going to stick with the cowboy hat. I think that's good for my brand.
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
So you're a blue heart and Emily's a purple heart. Is that what we're going with?
Yeah,
Emily is most definitely a purple heart.
She is most definitely a purple heart.
Okay,
Rick could totally use a video game console. That would be perfect.
Do they have one of those? This is how much I know about emojis.
Yes, absolutely they do. I love that.
You don't know the Unicode off the top of your head for all the emojis?
I've certainly used it. Alessandra, oh look, we've got some emojis for Kurt. Alessandra Peone says, what if the jury doesn't reach a unanimous
went
verdict?
away to go look up what the Unicode is. I'm sorry.
Oh, there we go. We've got some gamer consoles. There we go.
There you go. Yeah, so you can be the game controller. That's cool.
Yes, I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. Okay, what if the jury doesn't reach a unanimous verdict? Hugs from Italy. You guys are hilarious and making my days. Hey, buongiorno.
I guess we could start over, which seems unlikely, but
yeah, it would be a mistrial. It would be a mistrial. They all have to agree that either they win or lose.
You'd have to do a big intro video about like Johnny Depp 2 with like the old 90s title cards coming in.
If there's a mistrial, are you going to do the retrial too, Alita? Are you going to cover it again for another 6 weeks?
I'm committed.
Alita's in.
I am in. I'm in it to win it. Ingrid Joanna says, hey guys, not making implications here, but have you ever represented a client who you suspected was at fault? If yes, how did that affect you in presenting their case? Well, you want to get the good facts and the bad facts of any case very early on so that you can defend against that kind of stuff. And you can either try to settle it very early on, or try to see if you can craft an argument out of it to reframe those bad facts into a possible winner. As an example, using Johnny Depp's drug and alcohol use could be reframed as he was somebody who was struggling with drugs and alcohol. Amber knew that. She took advantage of that and abused him using his addiction. That's a way that you could reframe something like that. So yeah, absolutely. There's always a way that you can look at the facts and see what kind of arguments you can craft out of it.
All right, folks.
You got to go?
I do have to go. I've got daddy-daughter time tonight.
Oh, yay.
We're going to go have some fun, eat some pizza, I think. But before I go, I did want to mention to folks, I mentioned it yesterday, I am co-host of a show called The Bitcast that's on every 11 a.m. Sunday here Eastern time. But this particular Sunday is a exciting one. It's the 200th episode of the show. And in particular, for the original host of the show, I'm co-host, but I came in at like episode 150. This is a big deal for him, and we generally have maybe a couple hundred people watching. I think it would be really, really cool to just have some kind of big number in the waiting room and show up and watch a little bit with us. So if you're interested in video gaming, if you know someone that would be interested in popping on 11 a.m. Eastern on Sunday. I know you guys are going to be a little bit in your own withdrawals because you won't have Alita every single minute of your lives for the weekend. So please do come in, pop by, put it in your Outlook, put it in your planner, whatever. You don't have to stay for the whole thing if it's not your jam. But if you do like it, I am positive that it would mean a great deal to the other folks on that podcast. So if you could check that out, Alita's been doing a really nice thing and putting it in the chat. I see it every once in a while.
Yeah.
The other thing I wanted to say, and you definitely don't have to come to this, but if you are really feeling withdrawals for streaming, I do a last Saturday of the month, what I call question time, where people just pop in and ask me questions and we chat. So if that sounds cool to you too, also 11 a.m. this time on Saturday. So we do have some streaming going on if you're interested in those. And I really, really appreciate it. Alita, I really appreciate you letting me call that stuff out. And for, doing this all week, all 3 weeks,
of course.
really.
Yeah, I appreciate having you here for your insights and your different perspective on a lot of this stuff and your knowledge of the laws. Same thing with Kurt and same thing with everybody else that has really come on and really helped make this this series of live streams what it really is. I could not have done it by myself. And it really becomes something else when we have all of these different legal minds coming together to talk through this stuff, to disagree and agree and kind of work through the evidence together and give our impressions as we go along. And absolutely. I mean, the best way to support it, once again, is to subscribe to all of the channels of everyone that has been on here. And people like Laura B., who is also dedicating a lot of her time, her free time to hang out with us and talk about what she knows from researching this case, and all of the background that she has been long part of for a very long time. So everybody's linked in the description below. Go and follow Real Laura B on Twitter. Give her a follow. You will absolutely be benefiting from it, especially if you are in any respect interested in this case. And go and subscribe to Rick Hogue. Go and subscribe to Kurt. Let me see, where are you guys at on subs, by the way? Where can we? What's the next goal here that we can say?
Look.
Oh,
I saw
70.
Yes, let's do it. Let's get Hogue to 70. Kurt, where are you at?
56.5, so I'm 4,500 away from 60.
Let's get him to 60. Let's get Rick to 70. Let's get Kurt to 60 and see where this stuff can really go.
I appreciate it, Alita. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend. And you all will see me next week.
Sounds great. See you, Rick. All righty. So Dennis Savard says, if Miss Heard loses and is guilty of almost everything, are there any other consequences she can face other than the $50 million asked by Mrs. Depp?
Not really.
Yeah. I don't think so.
Other than personal reputation, right?
Yeah.
You know, I don't know how
Maybe
that's going to play out because I've seen so many articles already, and you guys have too, with the headlines and trying to characterize the things as Johnny, it's going bad for Johnny or whatever. And I particularly like the one that Nick Ricada sent to me recently about the manosphere, and apparently how the manosphere is bad, very, very bad, for bringing attention to the Amber Heard case because we're using it as exemplar to prove all the red pill and MGTOW things of our their bigoted views or whatever.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, So I don't know what's going to happen in terms of the reputational stuff.
Yeah. Fair point. Villa Vendetta says that the S violence claims comes from here comment of when she was in a dressing gown and Depp ripped it off and grabbed and exposed her boob, so demeaning to real victims. If that's the case, I don't know. We'll see how that plays out at trial. But if that shows to be a flimsy kind of accusation, yes, I would agree.
I like this in chat. Scott saying, I remember when Kurt hit 50K and being like, now we have to get Alita to 50K. That seems like so long ago at this point.
She said something in her opening. It's going to be vile.
Yeah. The SA claims for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Van B Canada says, if JD loses, could Amber Heard sue him for defamation as a result of this trial?
No.
Well, she is in her counterclaim.
Yeah. She is for sure in her counterclaim. But she can't just like re-sue him because there are no statements that are being made right now by him ostensibly, except for the ones that are at trial, and those are covered by the litigation privilege. You can't sue for defamation for what you allege in an actual court proceeding. Chris EQ says, could you guys get some Ace Attorney like overlays so you can object in full silently? Interesting. That is an interesting possibility.
We could pick different characters from Ace Attorney. It could be fun.
Damon Barbie says, what could Rottenborn be up to after saying, oh, interesting, while cross-examining the last witness? I noticed that too. He definitely perked up when Starling Jenkins said he had gotten a communication from Sean Bett about the fact that Johnny was out dealing with his mother. And then he said, well, I got a text saying that, Johnny was out for the day or something. Johnny was out.
Yeah, he quantified it. So Sean is saying they went from the business meeting, which I guess everybody's saying got done around 9:30ish or something, and went back to the house. We don't know how long they were at the house. And then they went to, we assumed to get her birthday present, and then went to the ECB building and got there at, I guess after 11:15 when Starling finished. Starling was assuming he was checking in on his mom, and that's how it came across. But when he first said it, he thought Sean told me, and I don't I think Sean told him his mom was in the hospital, not necessarily that's where they were going. Or he could have said early in the day, after the meeting, we may stop at the hospital. But not on recall. He's sitting there next to me, actually in courtroom. So that's what he was piping up about, thinking or letting the jury think they caught him in something, but I'm not sure they really did.
Yeah. He definitely perked up about it. It sounded like he's maybe going to try to use that in his closing argument, perhaps. That was the impression that I got when I saw that. Danny Z says, do you think once the metadata analyst testifies, it will be the home run for JD? He's on the witness list. Maybe. It depends. I mean, expert witnesses can be really great at testifying or really bad at testifying. So I don't know. Possibly.
I'd be surprised if the metadata analysis testifies, to be honest, because time is not going great, and so I don't think there's time for it.
Well, it's the key to her photos. They've got to get it in because they've got a photo of her in her friend's kitchen, and 3 seconds later, she's in the second floor of her penthouse with curly hair and changed jewelry. So I think the metadata is going to be really important.
Yeah. I think you might be right about that, Laura. And M says Dr. Curry's cross was very poor on impeachment rather than building a counter argument that a diagnosis of BPD, HPD does not mean Amber Heard is evil, necessarily lying, or not a victim of abuse. Thoughts?
It was a mixed bag for sure.
Yeah. I didn't see it as a particularly effective cross-examination. And part of it is because they really started to get into the weeds on a lot of that stuff. And when you do that with expert testimony, it starts to get very technical, and a lot of people's eyes will start to glaze over as well.
That's what I like about that attorney they brought in. He's very good at focusing the expert. See how he does on the others.
Yes, exactly. Jeannie145900 says, could Amber Heard's team get a psychiatrist, say more qualified than psychologist Dr. Curry? I expect them to, especially because of the way that they drew that distinction for Dr. Curry. Bumper Miss A says, how do you think they will separate her claims of abuse versus argument/yelling, which some say is abuse? If arguing is a form of abuse, no marriage would last and a lot more people would be in jail and court, in my honest opinion. Well, and that's how, having the lived experiences of these jurors may also have some weight as well, because if they have been married for longer than 2 minutes, they probably have gotten into an argument with a spouse at some point, into a heated argument at some point too. So, people are going to use their life experiences as well as they're analyzing this stuff as reasonable people.
Yeah, we've heard the audios. I mean, he's sent some vile text to friends and family. I don't think he sent her any. And what the argument there is from the marriage counselor, who said that her rapid fire talking, he was always suppressed. He could never say anything. So the only people he could vent to was his friends and family, which he did in those texts. But on the audios, you hear both of them yelling at each other, and she is vile also. So I think it's hard to claim verbal abuse when they're both, that just seems to be acceptable in their arguments.
Yeah.
My opinion.
Yeah, could be. And you may have some jurors that think the same way. Snake Eyes 1908 says, couldn't Amber run and it wasn't physical, it was emotional abuse?
That's where she's going.
Yeah, it is indeed. Let me get this one. Okay. Gelato for All says, jury selection. Did they ask and select the jurors on background/personal experience of abuse? They for sure are going to be asking questions about that to try to limit the number of people that have experience with abuse or family members with experience for abuse. That came up with the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, right?
Mm-hmm. That's what I was thinking. Yes, they tried to ask the jurors about it. One slipped through the crack, but
Yep. But that verdict was upheld. Game Master Craig says, where's the Legalbytes Discord? I actually don't have a Discord.
Yeah, no, I don't know about the Discord thing. I've had a Discord for a while. I'm not sure I should. I find it to be not that helpful. If you want to join my Discord or something and share the Discord or something, I don't know, because
I don't know enough about Discord really to really know whether it's something that I want to start up, but I have gotten a few questions about it.
Nate used to have one. Talk to Nate about it.
Okay. I will make a note.
It just
of that
spreads everybody so thin. How can they be everywhere at once? I mean,
Yeah.
I'm having trouble with just Twitter, and people have wanted me to get on Discord and Telegram, and I have a YouTube channel that everybody's joining, and I don't do videos, but okay.
Yeah, no, it definitely is like you've got to figure out like what is your central platform, right? And then the other ones kind of follow suit with it. AN says, technical question. During a live stream, is it possible to use an alternate computer to log into the chat so that the person at the bottom isn't covered up, then re-log in as needed? Congrats on 100K.
I guess you could do that to have a dummy account that's at the bottom. You
Yeah.
could technically do that.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna try to experiment with that to see if that's something that we can do. Also, but I've also got to figure out how to change the order of people, because I know that you can switch like who shows up in which spots. I've seen Eric Hunley and others do it.
Just drag them around. I know that because Eric Hunley uses that other one that he really likes.
Yeah,
has a lot more flexibility.
Even before though, I saw him doing that, and I think
you're
Nick
right.
Arcade has done it before too. Anyhow, alrighty. Resident Warrior says, how come the Irish security guard said Scottish security guard said Johnny got hit by a door instead of implying it was Turd? I think he was being cheeky about it. He said, I don't know what happened. Either he ran into a door or a door ran into him. The way that he said it seemed to suggest that he says this is kind of one of those justifications that somebody who's in that kind of a relationship might give to others, but everybody kind of knows the reality that there's no running into doors here. Dooley Scott said, can he sue Disney for unlawful termination if he wins? No, I don't think so. Hey, Joe.
Hey.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
I can barely hear him though.
Oh yeah, hang on. Let's bring up your mic. Oh yeah, because you're on the normal live streams. Here we go. Now
The beauty of the StreamYards.
Boylan of Ravenclaw says, just curious, but when you see a TV lawyer ask to treat the witness as hostile, what are they asking to do / how does it change the way they interact with that witness? It basically just means they are requesting the ability to use leading questions with that witness.
Permission to treat hostile. All of a sudden, you go from being required to, if it's granted, you go from having to ask open questions to leading questions. You were the one who was holding the knife. Isn't that true?
You ordered the code red.
Yeah. I'll also point out, by the way, you ordered the code red. There you go. That's more accurate if you're gonna be thinking of Jack Nicholson. You can't handle the truth. Yeah, but the what I was gonna say is that we actually had a conversation, I think, here about the concept that some people start as a hostile witness if it's an adverse party, and then we had this whole question: if I call an adverse party, whether or not I can treat them as a hostile witness off the bat, which is an interesting concept, because if it's adverse party, obviously they're going to be fighting me when they're sitting there on the stand. So in many jurisdictions, you can start off calling a witness and on direct treating them like hostile. But that actually will vary as we.
Yeah, and I can't remember specifically if I've seen any TV shows or movies that try to do this when there's like a cross-examination. But when you're on cross-examination, you're already using leading witnesses. This is already a hostile witness. So that may just be for like dramatic effect in Hollywood, whereas like in reality, like you wouldn't if you did
it on cross, you're an idiot.
Yeah, people would just look at you and be like,
granted, sure.
Right.
Fine.
Permission to have my first trial ever.
No more. That'd be hilarious. Just say no. No, you're not allowed to ask leading questions anymore on cross just because you asked me.
Yeah.
Now you're restricted to open-ended questions. Like in inverse, that'd be good.
Yeah. Sergio Gorgon says, how can the lawyer call hearsay when both parties are present in court? Is that in that regard, is it not reported as truth as both can go on redirect? It's still an out-of-court statement that's being represented by somebody who's on the stand. Even if somebody is there, I mean, you can't pause the testimony, right, and say, well, hang on, let's get this person up here and have them say it. It's still hearsay because it occurred outside of court, and because it's being represented, as the truth of whatever it is that the statement is.
If it's an adverse party, that's an exception to hearsay.
Sure.
We have 2 fact witnesses that I'm sure they would have loved to be involved in this court, but they've passed away. And I think there's an issue now that with the Australia recording, they can't play a lot of it because Jerry Judge is on it.
Because he can't consent. Yeah.
Yeah. And I would think that their passing away would open that up and allow this to come in because they can't one way or the other. Same with her mom. There's some really good texts that can show how she was manipulating her mom, and she's passed away. So.
Yeah.
It's interesting that you use the term consent there, Alita, because I mean, I never had to really deal with this particular issue that you're asking, that consent alone is really would remedy a hearsay problem. If you think about what the law is, the reason that hearsay is inadmissible is because you want the people who are there, who's made these statements, to be able to be cross-examined about those statements.
Yeah.
So if there's a recording of me talking to you, Alita, right? Imagine this for a second. And and now they want to introduce this in court. Me consenting, if I'm not there in court, right? You're up there on the stand. They're questioning you. Me signing a consent doesn't mean that they can cross-examine me to find out whether or not I was lying to you at the time that I was talking to you, which is the whole point to why hearsay is a problem. You can't cross-examine and test the veracity of what's going on there. So I wouldn't think from a legal theory perspective that consent alone would remedy all the problems with hearsay. But
yeah, it just occurred to me that this judge has a very broad definition of hearsay when it comes to oral testimony, and a very narrow one when it comes to the written stuff, because she'll let in these articles which are clearly being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. And you even saw Johnny Depp basically frustrated because he's like, I can't say what they said, but I can read it in an article. It's like, I feel you a little bit, Johnny, on that one. Yeah.
Scott R. Hefner says, to me, the biggest loser so far is clearly Keanu Reeves. He was the internet's favorite celebrity. Now he's number 3. Congrats on your meteoric rise. Nice. Thank you. That's very sweet of you. Julie O says her not paying anything to the sick kids is way worse than ACLU. Also, thoughts on her not being removed from anything at this point, but he has within days.
Well, you should ask.
Hypocrisy.
In her defense, did the kids' hospital promise to make her an ambassador? I don't think so.
Yeah, I think it's just hypocrisy. Her not being removed from anything at this point. Although, you know, it's also just kind of the nature of the times that we live in, right? Because the Me Too movement had all the power at the time, and maybe still kind of does. We're testing that right now. It's
still a punchline in sitcoms. It's still a punchline in sitcoms. Abuse towards men.
It is.
There are no domestic violence shelters for men anywhere in the country. 0. It's still a joke. It's still seen as something that men are supposed to absorb or something. I just, Well,
maybe they also assume that men will have the financial power to maintain possession of the property and throw the women out. But
in today's modern age with today's family law,
I'm not saying it's accurate. I'm just saying that's the perception.
And I know we read a lot of these statistics that when a man calls 911 to claim abuse, when the police get there, the first thing they're asking, well, what did you do to her? Did she hit you? And oftentimes the men are getting arrested. So it's been this way for a really long time.
Yeah.
Police wouldn't ask that question of a woman, what did you do? It's like, he hit me. They wouldn't ask, what'd you do? They'll ask it of a man, though.
Yeah. By the way,
being a man sucks sometimes.
I'm seeing in the chat that Joe is at 44.9 thousand subscribers. Come on. Do we have 100 people that can get him to 45?
Seriously. There has to be at least 100 people watching you right now, I would imagine.
Yeah, there's over 8,000 people watching.
Well, there you go.
100 people. If you like the fire and the spice, check out Joe's channel and subscribe over there.
That's right. I'm like a Spanish woman. The fire and the spice. I'm bringing it.
Well, my favorite statistics, I think, is it's still true. Like 85% of the time in divorce cases, sole custody, when there's a sole custody, it goes to the woman instead of the man. When sole custody is awarded, 85% of the time it's for the woman in a divorce case. Seems like a little disproportionate there. Seems like men don't really count sometimes.
Yeah, there's a bit of that.
Greg Ellis has been going through this. He was in one of Johnny's Pirates movies, or a lot of them. And he's written a book, The Respondent, and he has a YouTube channel. and he's excellent in presenting this information. I'm going to run. My grandson woke up.
Unless
get
you
another
need my link in the
co-host.
description.
Oh, thanks so much, Laura, for hanging out.
Thanks.
Come on back
Enjoyed
whenever
it.
you'd like.
It's there in the
Thanks.
description
Bye-bye.
if you look. It might be late. You
Yeah.
might have to refresh to find me in the description. So, but
Yes. Since you just joined. Righty Sleaze 1234 says, how bad does it make Amber Heard's team look that Rottenborn left out the second part of the driver's statement about the phone to make him look like a liar, and JD's team called him out?
It's the danger, right? You as a lawyer can try to take things piecemeal and try to put things in the best light possible, but then the other side can call your bullshit.
Yeah.
So, you got to be careful about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Joshua Arbor says, can the Queen of England pardon Johnny? I don't know anything about.
Well, it's not a criminal conviction,
British...
so I don't think pardon is possible.
Yeah, fair point. But I mean, aside from that, I still don't know. Oh, people are saying you got 45K, Joe.
woohoo!
Yeah, we got you there.
Have I hit 60 yet?
Have we, guys?
No.
Has Kurt hit 60?
No.
Let's get it. So yeah, probably not is my guess. But Andy's making jokes again.
There you go. The Met was phenomenal. Let me tell you, I live in the Northeast. I have to I have to make sure my nails are always looking right. There's certain things. Otherwise, they throw you in jail. They throw you in prison. So the Met was great.
Deb Hughes says, Malcolm said he did not see Johnny do drugs. Does this lend more credibility to JD's sister saying she knew about it but never saw it as well? Possibly. I mean, she still was a little bit cagey about it. I mean, they're going to evaluate the way that she sat there when she said it, and she looked very uncomfortable. She looked like she was maybe holding back on what she was saying. So that's gonna maybe leave an impression on the jury, independently of what Malcolm said. Possibly, maybe Malcolm's testimony helps her out too, but they're still going to be evaluating each of them on their own. Easy K says, did you guys address the timeline issues with Isaac and the cops yet? Specifically, Isaac stating he saw obvious damage at 9:30. Oh yeah, we responded to the other super chat earlier from Easy K on the same one. So thank you. Manosij Basu says, opinion on why the op-ed was published: publicity for Aquaman or upcoming movies, or just getting back at JD for not reconciling. I think it was she wanted to place herself into a certain position in society. She saw the Me Too movement. This is my speculation. This is me looking at the situation and analyzing it for myself. Other people might have other opinions, but this is how I see it. The Me Too movement was going on. There was a dramatic rise in women speaking out about legitimate abuses that they were experiencing at the hands of other people. And so we're seeing the swift punishment that was going on, some legitimate, some illegitimate. There were a lot of men that were also, canceled from their lives very, very quickly without any form of social due process. I think that she saw this as an opportunity to put herself in the headlines and to give herself a position of authority, along with ambassadorships, along with, and that comes with business, right? That comes with potentially movie roles and ad campaigns and all kinds of modeling work like that. That could get you work in that kind of a town by putting yourself out there in that respect as this kind of an advocate. So I think that she took advantage of a movement and decided to make her own, make her own benefit out of it, and throwing him under the bus.
Jussie Smollett of Me Too movement. Jussie Smollett of the Me Too movement.
Exactly. That's how I see it. Julie O says, how is it not tax fraud? She paid $0 on the settlement. Musk donated on her behalf, so then it's like he also gets to deduct from his taxes. Maybe not illegal, but shady AF. I don't know enough about tax, and we don't know what any of them claimed for their taxes to be able to say if there's any kind of tax fraud. I would very much caution about that without being able to see actually their tax returns and whatnot. Patricia Warmington says, has everyone on JD's witness list showed up? If yes, how does this look if all Amber Heard's witnesses do not turn up? And no, I don't think so. I don't think that everyone on his list has shown up, because basically the purpose of naming somebody on your witness list is basically to reserve them as someone that you can call, because you can't then, like, and generally speaking, you can't just like say, oh, this other person that we deposed before, I meant to put them on the list, I meant to call them. So, have like this surprise witness. That's usually not something that is going to be okay to do. So what you do is you reserve a bunch of people that you think you might want to call.
Witness lists frequently are far greater than the number of witnesses that are called.
Yes. Yeah. So you can't speculate as to like how that makes someone look if they haven't called all of their witnesses.
And the jury also doesn't know. The jury doesn't know who's on the witness list.
Yeah, I was just going to say they don't see that. They don't see that
Yeah.
list either. S. Fernandez says, sorry, Amber Heard lied on Dutch TV show in 2018. Cannot post YouTube link here, but look it up. RTL and Amber Heard. Please, can you react? She is gloating already, made payments, and it makes clearly the WAPO op-ed was about Johnny. Yes, I have seen that video. And she does clearly state, I have donated that money. That is going to come into trial. I am certain that is going to be coming in, because that's really damning, especially having heard that she has not donated all of that money. So I fully expect that to come in at trial for sure. R. Finch says, remember your first few trial streams when you were excited to crack 10K viewers on court day? Now 12K watching a Hangout stream and 125K subscribers. Great growth and happy to be here. Thank you so much. That is really, really kind of you. Very kind of you. Top 5 trials to watch on YouTube. What do you guys recommend?
Real trials?
Sure. That's what it sounds like. I would recommend the Rittenhouse trial.
Yeah.
That was pretty electric.
Yeah, that was. I don't know what trials have been shown on YouTube like that. I don't know. I think it's Court TV.
The one with the popcorn shooting in Florida.
The popcorn shooting was good. I think that Court TV on their website has a link to old trials, like the videos of old trials going back in history. That could be really interesting to go through. But Jacob Turnbow, I think Joe does have an emoji. It's a genie emoji.
There you go.
That's your emoji, because somebody said earlier that we all need separate emojis so that when we show up on a live stream in the chat, they want to like properly greet people by using their emoji.
Oh,
kind of like what they do for Emily D. Baker. I feel like yours would be a genie. That would be perfect.
I've seen the blue genie. I've seen the blue genie thrown up there, so
yeah,
I'm fine with that. Yeah. Yeah. Just for you. This feels so gay. This feels gayer than my turtleneck.
Nina Thiemann says Amber doesn't have a lot more witnesses. I saw a lot of the same names there that are on Johnny's witness list. Thanks so much, guys. Love from Norway. Oh, okay. Well, that's good clarification. But she does have a fairly long list. It seems longer than Johnny's from what I remember. Solantha Sanjiwa says, how/will they lie about the cream brand that Amber Heard's team used in the trial already be used against her credibility? I think
they'll probably claim that it doesn't matter which cream it was. That's what I would do. I would say, yeah, we were using that as demonstratively to show you just a cream, but we weren't specifically referring to Amica cream. Yeah.
Or specifically referring to this makeup palette. Mm-hmm. Elrod says, very much Team Johnny, but Laura B's insights, Rob's impartiality, and Virginia experience and Hoag's 75% meter remind me that realistically it may not be as clear to the jury. Laura should pop in more often. Yeah, of course. I am always sending links to Laura to invite her in, but she's got limited time, so she can only pop in when she can. Quentin Tellis murder of Jessica Chambers trial from Mississippi. Okay, that would be interesting. All right, that's an interesting.
How many super chats do you have in reserve now?
123 and counting. Jesus. There's a lot. There's a
lot.
There's a lot.
Fast. You guys.
I know. Yeah. And the ones that are coming in that are not questions, I'm just kind of showing in between. Okay, Kimmy D says, I've been watching with you on the daily. I was screaming Arnica cream. It's Arnica. Cannot wait to see Amber Heard get squirrely on the stand. Oh yes, agreed. Raul says, if it's possible, will you cover Marilyn Manson trial? It is not going to be possible because it's in federal court, but I will be covering that case for sure because it's very interesting. Michael Young says, doesn't our contract from 2015 include AM 1 and 2? I'm not sure what AM 1 and 2 is. I am not sure. I'm sorry, Michael. Maybe that'll be clarified in the chat. Pitbull says, how is Amber going to work with Jason Momoa with him putting out the vids talking mad ass about Amber? I haven't seen any videos of him talking about her. I have not. I heard he unfollowed her, but that's all I heard. Anna 3112 says, is it normal for the witnesses to say their whole address in front of the court and the cameras? Thank you for the amazing live streams. Much love from Paris. Oh, thank you so much. I mean, I feel like they should have them not say it into the for the whole court, because that's essentially they're doxing themselves. That has always made me very uncomfortable too. But I suppose it's normal for a deposition and whatnot for identification purposes. Anthony 1993 says, do you think Amber Heard's lawyers have put a stain on the credibility of lawyers as the questions have been idiotic? No, I don't think so.
People are used to lawyers being idiots or jerks.
Yeah. There's and we've probably seen, well, we have seen worse. The Rittenhouse trial was worse, far worse. Catherine Pichard says, can y'all explain what and by the way, I mean the prosecution, not the defense.
I'll answer the question. You just pull it up. The compound question is when they throw an and in there. So you can't really answer, especially if it's a leading question. If I ask you, were you at the bar and drinking? So I'm asking you, were you at the bar and were you drinking? Well, it might be yes to one and no to the other, and you don't even know which one he's saying yes to. So they say yes, it's not really an accurate reflection of the truth because we don't even know what the hell he's testifying about. He could be saying on both, he could be saying on one, the first part, the second part, we don't know. So that's why that's why they object to say compound question, which basically means break into two questions.
Yep.
Have you ever tried sugar or PCP? That's a Mitch Hedberg joke.
Carrie Williams says, I think Rottenborn is an excellent attorney and I definitely would want him on my side. Do you guys agree? I mean, he can only use what he's got. I think so far he's been pretty good. Elaine, not so much. I have my opinions about her, but what I've seen from Rottenborn for the most part has actually been pretty good. Leah says, does Depp's team rest their case when Amber's takes over on their case for her countersuit? Well, not necessarily for her countersuit in any. Yes. Yeah. So
make it quick.
Sure.
Make it short.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Gelato for All says, is cancellation the right way? After the period of hurt, they will just be forgotten. On Amber Heard, Elon can ban her on Twitter. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of cancellation. Chris L says, since we are bombarded by misleading headlines, articles, or on Twitter that are not in line with the articles or facts, should print and TV media be held to higher levels than individuals?
That's not really an attorney question. That's more, although I would say that the freedom of the press would make it hard to say that as an entity, any corporate entity, especially after whatchamacallit, that case everyone loves arguing, screaming about. You can't take away the voice of a corporation. So it's not that
Citizens United.
Thank you, Citizens United. I was drawing a blank. You can't take away the voice of a corporation. And hold them to a different standard. That would be a violation of First Amendment rights. So you can't draw that distinction.
Yeah. Leah G says, Legalbytes, may I contact you? Would like to offer my time to the channel. Absolutely refreshing to me to finally find a like-minded, intelligent people. Brilliant example of bringing polymathic minds together. Hey, yeah, by all means, reach out for sure. Send me an email. That might be the best way. Janet Dick says, what are your thoughts on the concept of mutual abuse that has been brought up? In my work at a DVSA resource center, DV revolves around a power struggle if fighting back considered abuse. Ugh, it's
up to the jury to
complicated.
determine. That's what they're there for.
Yeah. That's it's complicated for that, but yeah, up to the jury. Martin K says, does anyone know why Mr. Rottenborn got excited when Mr. Jenkins said Sean Bett told him where JD was in yesterday's live stream video?
That's very weird.
It was, it was very strange that his ears seemed to have perked up. But I think my suspicion is that he found some kind of an inconsistency that he wants to use in the closing argument. That's my guess. Mo Homesteading says, on past accusations, people came out of the woodwork that also had the same experiences. With JD, it has not happened. You know what I mean? Yeah, they are able to say no one has accused Johnny Depp of domestic violence of any kind. You can't say the same for Amber.
Johnny Depp's rebuttal case could be fire because they can't bring it in their principal case, but they get Amber Heard on the stand and they have every right to ask her, if she was abusive to Johnny Depp if she's been abusive in relationships. She says no. And some of all
Oh,
these
if
witnesses
you think
come
this
in for
trial has been great
impeachment.
so far, just wait. It's getting
That
better.
rebuttal case could
It's
be
really
fire.
good. It's about to get better because Amber Heard on the stand will dwarf the drama of Johnny on the stand.
Probably. Shathish88 says chicanery is potential word of the day. Sure, let's do it. Ricky L. Hendricks, chicanery episode from Better Call Saul.
Good episode.
I Am Batman says, I live in Fairfax County and having this trial here is bizarre. Strong military intelligence community and government presence here. Any thoughts on how these traits affect the jury?
Well, since I formerly lived in Fairfax County for many, many years, I'll answer this question.
Yes, do it.
I think your instinct is right, because it's basically a suburb of DC, and DC is full of lawyers and government workers. So too, Fairfax County. So it was interesting because people were commenting about how lawyers are not typically allowed on juries, but that doesn't necessarily hold true for places like Fairfax or Alexandria, where you see lawyers and sometimes mobile lawyers sitting on cases because of just how many lawyers there are in the jurisdiction. So yeah, I think that the dynamics of the whole thing are interesting. Of course, Fairfax also is more Democrat leaning and heavy Democrat because again, it's a suburb of DC as opposed to other parts of Virginia.
Yeah.
So the whole dynamics in terms of the thing is endlessly fascinating, and that's one of the reasons why you have voir dire.
As it relates to politics, though, I think that this case actually has it's one of those that crosses the political aisle because
Sure.
I've seen people that are both conservative and very liberal that are in support of Johnny Depp in this case. So it's very, that aspect is very, very interesting to me. Robin Baker says opinions on Parkland shooter trial debacle. I haven't heard about that. I don't know. Have you guys?
I don't know about it either.
Yeah. Sorry. Gelato for All says, what's the faster route to YouTube millionaire? Likes or super chats? Both.
Subs, really. Subscribers, more eyeballs.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll call you next. I'll answer that question next week after I ask Alita that. So.
Oh, okay. I mean, likes get your videos out there more. So that's a great way to push stuff out into, so you get more eyeballs. But super chats are much better than ad revenue, from what we found. Appy says, Hogue. Oh, sorry. This is for Hogue. We can maybe answer for him. Could you please remind us of the podcast you're co-hosting on Sunday? He did. And it is also pinned in the comment section. So go and check it out.
Better.
I forgot to mention it. So yes, all the best. KDC says, any LSAT prep advice? My recommendation is probably get some kind of a prep course for it and just do a lot of practice exams. A lot of them, and don't overschedule yourself around that time too, because that can just be very stressful. Alexis Johnson says, Amber Heard being canceled reminds me of a death penalty argument. They may deserve to die, but what did we do to earn the right to kill? Thoughts, Nate? Sorry, Nate's not here, but I do agree with you on that sentiment. Percy Pooh says, given the body cam footage not corroborating the alleged glass and wine damage that Isaac saw and photos by Amber Heard, does this not officially show she's lying? It will officially show it, I think, when they are able to properly line it up into a good timeline. That's when you'll be able to see it, because it'll just make it super clear.
All these different pieces come together in the closing.
Yes.
You're sort of thinking when you're doing the trial, you're thinking, what am I going to say in the closing? And I need to establish that here during the course of the trial. So that's part of you put all the puzzle pieces together and walk the jury through it.
Exactly. Hearsay Bloodbath Monster says, anyone dubious of Depp's testimony veracity ever watched this? Hosted years ago in speech cadence and bio details, Depp repeats much on stand, almost verbatim. And there is a link to it. Well, we don't have time to play it kday, but I'll note the YouTube link. And moving on. Pamela Kane says, have I heard accurately that the jurors don't have a definition of DV or IPV to evaluate the claims? This seems bananas. Understanding of the subject could vary wildly or be inaccurate. What is up with this? Yeah, it's pretty wild.
The jury instructions tend to focus on what the law is. As far as the facts and what your opinion is as to what's considered domestic violence, that's left for that's the jury to decide on its own. And two juries from the same jurisdiction come up with wildly diverse opinions on that.
One skip. I sometimes when I show it, I realize as I'm looking at it that there's a question, so I'll save it and take it away from the screen. I probably did that with this one. So I apologize.
It's very hard when you have a lot of super chats coming in. It's so hard because it's not like this. I don't even know how she's pulling up. She's jumping back and forth from like pulling up stuff that's right now to stuff that's like in the queue from like 100. I don't even know how she's doing. I've been doing this for a year. I was sitting here thinking, how is she doing this? That she's pulling
It's
them up
very
like that.
difficult, and also having engaging discussion as well at the same time, and especially when we're doing it and watching trial and trying
That's why
to
I
react
want
to
to
that
answer
too.
that's why I want to answer the question so you can figure out sorting the super chats.
Thank
Do
you.
you think the purchase of Twitter is helping Johnny Depp as far as hashtags like Amber Turd go viral with no sensitive intervention? Probably, yeah. It makes sense that they're not being silenced. He's clearly won the court of public opinion, and I think that probably helps because I think all these instructions not to actually follow social media. I think there's probably like 4% of jurors who actually really follow it. So,
Oh, sorry. Did you want to finish with that?
no,
or-
I'm done.
Okay. K Offheim says, should lawyers who knowingly defend an egregiously guilty client also be made to pay contrition? I feel it justifiably perpetuates the idea of that lawyer being money hungry and morally bankrupt. No. We feel very, very strongly about this. Every single client out there deserves to have legal representation if they want it. That is a very, very strong core principle of our American judicial system.
Yeah.
All right, next one. Michael Young, can you take the bar and pass without going to school? In some jurisdictions, yes. In California, for example, you can. There's an apprenticeship program, which Kim Kardashian is famous for having gone through. She still hasn't taken. Oh yeah, New York too. So in those jurisdictions, usually what happens?
Yeah, there's like 7 states in the country.
Okay, so we're representing almost half of them.
Represent in the house.
So what happens is instead of going to a law school that is ABA accredited, the American Bar Association, what you can do in these various jurisdictions usually is you go through an apprenticeship program where you have to spend a certain number of hours working under a licensed attorney that is in good standing with the local bar, and then you do what's called a baby bar, which is essentially an exam that is what would be your first year of law school classes, and after that you can then sit for the bar exam at some point in your program. So that's usually how that works.
Awesome.
Cynthia says Hogue, sorry he's not here, is also for 501c3's PR and campaigns. I pledged $5,000 per year to my alma mater over 5 years. They considered done and claimed it as such. I honored it. That's funny. Tyler Martin says, due to a certain lawyer, a certain tea company is experiencing flight delays on orders. You're all welcome. You're all awesome. Thank you. Oh, okay. Yes. Sorry. The tea man asked me to mention to everybody that he's got some, he's got a backlog in his stuff because of, I guess business is that good. So please, if there is a little bit of a delay in getting tea, if you are ordering it, please have a little bit of patience for him. He is doing his best. Zen Master says, what's your take on injury and family lawyers? I've worked in a courthouse and currently at the county attorney, and they all can't stand them. LOL. It depends on what
family
they're
law
what they're
sucks.
doing.
Yeah. Everything about family law is the most vicious part of lawyering out there because there's such deep hatred between the parties.
That is the one area of law where I have heard of a lawyer who had to wear a bulletproof vest walking around, and it wasn't because of the other client; it was because of her client.
Yeah, I handle a surrogate case thing, which is basically also family law, but involving a death, and I had a client try to strangle me in court. My own client tried to strangle me in court.
That is nuts.
I told him that the summit they're offering is ridiculously beneficial, and they wouldn't offer if they actually knew all the facts that I know. And if you lose this case, it's going to be disastrous for you. Instead of losing $100,000 settlement, you're going to lose $700,000. And he basically literally tried to strangle me right there. It was a fun story, but for another time.
Yeah. Also, but I will say, I've known many great family law attorneys and personal injury attorneys as well. I mean, Rob he does family law, and he's been showing up on our panel too. He seems like a really great guy. But I've personally known quite a few in both areas of law. Simon Tupper says, does the defense usually start with a bang, or they move slowly towards their bombshell testimonies? It depends on their strategy.
Yeah. Although really supposedly Amber's going first. They're supposed to start with a bang.
That's what people are saying. So We will see. We will see. Sophie Louise says, if Amber Heard does not have the $50 million to pay Johnny, what happens? Well,
Nothing. I do judgment execution. I'm going to tell you right now, 4 out of 5 judgments, people never collect a single dime on the judgment. 4 out of 5.
But
there are 80%.
There are methods that he can attempt. For example, getting, he can garnish her payments and whatnot. I mean, if she's starring in a movie, he's going to find out about it, right?
In Florida, if she's the primary wage earner, you can't touch a single dime of it. It's insanity.
She's not in Florida. She's in California. She's in Hollywood.
She needs to make that her primary residence. You can't get anything.
That would help a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. Florida's debtor's haven.
All right. Sure. Sounds good.
I want to go to her house and take her stuff. That's what I want to do.
That he could try to do that too. Skazzy TL says Amber Heard is looking real bad considering what can be expected from her side. Do y'all think that things could look even worse for her by the end?
Her career might be over. If there's a judgment against her for a lot of money, I think that her career could really.
Yeah.
And people think of her as Jussie Smollett of the Me Too movement. If that nickname catches on, that I came up with first, and if that comes on,
or if people start calling her Amber Smollett.
Yeah, Amber Smollett.
So and the way that it makes her look worse by the end of it is if every time she puts on evidence or enough times that she puts on evidence that Johnny's team is able to poke holes through it and basically dismantle it while it goes on, then she will look even worse.
Yeah, a meltdown on the stand could be really just humiliating, awful.
Yeah. Climb Swine says, what is the point of objection or hearsay? I feel like that when these are called, the witness already said what they wanted and the thought or ideas planted in the jury's mind.
You're too slow if that happens. You're too slow. Scream hearsay faster. Hearsay, objection, hearsay.
Well, and also, I mean, what I have done when I have talked to witnesses ahead of a trial was when when you're talking to them and not coaching them, but basically telling them what to expect and kind of like what is going to happen. A recommendation can be made to say when you get a question, pause, because if there's an objection, you want to wait. So, but sometimes you just get so controlled by the cross-examining attorney that you get into a flow and you want to just answer as soon as they finish their question. So that's how that happens sometimes. Nola Lala says, can Amber Heard be compelled to testify without makeup to show her natural skin tones and various emotional states testifying would likely bring about? No, but I wonder if they were to try something like give her a bruise on her face and then like put some kind of crazy makeup on her to say like, all right. And she like shows up on the stand and nobody can see anything. And then they're like, Miss Heard, will you use this tissue or whatever?
I would use this so hard. It would.
If the gloves don't fit, you can't quit. It could do the whole glove.
It would be that version. It would be the Amber Heard version of the glove not fitting.
No. I'm objecting all the objections. No. So prejudicial.
Yeah.
If the cream ain't seen.
Oh man, when is Amber Heard due on the stand? Loving the streams. We are expecting her to be first when it's her case in chief. According to rumors, anyway.
She's just a drama queen. There you go.
IFID says fantastic hoaxes and where to donate them to the ACLU. Pirates of the Depabian, Curse of the Brown Turd. Thanks for all the coverage, Bites panel. Megabyte. Can I get a MAGA country from Nate? I'm sorry.
MAGA country.
Although the version that he's doing right now is This Is Muffin Country. I love it.
This is Muffin Country. That's great.
I love it. CK says, is MSN still depicting JD as an abuser?
Yep.
It sucks.
They're always like 6 months behind.
Yeah. Welcome to the experience of live streaming trials and then watching the reporting and being like, what are you doing?
What the hell are you watching?
Yeah, exactly. You are not watching the same trial.
Same thing with the Rittenhouse trial. Same thing. It's like, are we watching the same thing?
Amber's personality disorder isn't that important. Well, it's not established as a fact. It's just a matter of opinion at this point. So
yeah, well, an opinion of an expert, but yes, it's it could be important. It could very much be important because of the symptoms of that personality disorder. They kind of line up with what has been.
And their experts will likely say that she's totally fine. And
yeah, of course.
He's a psycho.
Yeah, of course. Simon Tupper says, would a woman even need to sue if the roles were reversed? I feel like those tapes and officers' testimonies would have been enough proof.
That's speculation, probably right. It makes sense what you're saying. So.
Oliver says JP is suing for 50 million. Oh, JD is suing for 50 million. Amber Heard's net worth is only 6 million. How would he get the full amount? Yeah, we talked about this. There's
He's
possible.
he'll never get it, because if he wins 50 million, she's never going to get another job. so I don't know, never get a job.
Write me a check for $6 million and worry about the rest later. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, could be. What is Laura B's podcast and channel? Thanks a lot. Okay. Oh, this is something that I'm not sure if I actually
didn't know
linked
anything
it
about her. So
she and Jax, they have a podcast together called Movie Myths and Monsters, which I should have linked in the description below. I will have to remedy that because I don't think that I have that in there, but I do have from previous live streams where she's shown up, where they go through all of the evidence of this case. They spent so many hours just copiously going through the details of all of the records that were made public. And it's really fantastic. Be sure to check it out. You can find it through her Twitter account, which is linked in the description below. So you can find the website for it, and go that way.
Mm-hmm.
Sunshine Rose says, remove the huge logo, have the webcams instead. I'm not sure what
your
that.
logo?
My logo from
your logo is not huge.
Yeah. I'm not sure I understand. Sorry. Wendy's Cafe says, I'm late. What did I miss? As far as JD paying ACLU 86 grand, he's already gave them 100 grand. The judge should just deduct their costs from that.
Fine.
LOL. I don't know how much he gave. Oh, I see the 100 grand. Oh, yeah. I see. Yeah, could be. 9 on a Dime says, why wasn't there more from Laura Wasser? Does Johnny have a DV expert? Does Amber Heard have witnesses besides Whitney saying they saw Johnny abuse her? I think she's the only one that says she saw Johnny abusing her. Why wasn't there more from Laura Wasser? So either there could have been a scheduling issue and they'll play the rest of her testimony at a later date.
Why did they give us any of Laura Wasser? Why did they give us any of Laura? I don't know what the hell we got.
Because so the purpose of Laura Wasser was to talk about the divorce negotiations and the fact that Amber did not want to have the DVRO claim issue just kind of talked about behind closed doors. It's to show that they completely blindsided them by going public, which is not normal in these kinds of cases. And that she then used it to as like massive leverage to negotiate a much bigger divorce settlement than what she probably was entitled to.
Okay.
So there's a lot of like just foul play there. Keith L says, what sort of help is the jury going to get in the deliberation process? Presumably they don't get a facilitator, lots of stuff to digest. So so basically there will be one person that will be the, God, what's the name of it? But the one person who's basically like wrangling all of the jurors and basically kind of like organizing the way that they deliberate and discuss. What's the name of it? Like when one juror kind of steps up and like takes a leadership role. I'm blanking right now.
Oh yeah, the
Foreman?
No, not the foreman.
Yeah, foreman.
Well,
the foreman of the jury.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I was thinking about the dominant persona on it, but yeah. Go
ahead. Yeah. I mean, but that's oftentimes
usually dominant persona becomes foreman. So
yeah,
who wants to be foreman? They're like me. I'm foreman. Okay,
yeah.
Karen.
Yeah. So and they'll be.
Which, by the way, that's going to become okay, Amber. Okay.
And they'll be able to look at all of the evidence. They've got notes that they'll go through and how specifically how are they going to go through that? It's up to them. They organize how they go through all of that. McKee 98 says, when they show the pics aren't valid, plus lying about the ACLU, do you think that will make the witnesses lose credibility for her too? Could be. It's definitely possible. Fair and Balanced says, this trial is everywhere. How can they just trust jurors to not see anything without having the jury sequestered? Seems awfully risky, in my opinion. That is with every single high-profile trial in this country. It was the same thing with Rittenhouse, same thing with the Ahmaud Arbery case. All of these trials
Floyd Chauvin.
Floyd. Oh God, yeah. I mean, it's one of those things. There's court resources are very limited as it is. And so to sequester a jury, it takes a lot of resources.
Yeah.
So that it really has to be necessary for it. And
I agree with you, Farron. I think almost all of them watch stuff. I don't trust any of them.
Yeah,
it also
I don't
comes
know.
with some serious detriments to the jury themselves in terms of their psychological profile. So it's a big
to
thing.
Sequester them. Yeah. Picket Boots says all Amber has proven is he had a drug and alcohol issue. Horrible people have a lot more skeletons than that. Do you think the jury noticed that? I think probably. We've been swimming in Johnny does drugs and alcohol for so long now that it's like at first it seems shocking, but now it's just like, okay, all right, and the jury probably is feeling. I would think they would be feeling the same way. It would be reasonable for them to feel the same way. Of
How
course,
many
without
down
being
to
able
in the reservoir?
What's that?
How many in the reserve right now?
96 or 95. Cheryl says, are the jurors allowed to discuss the case with each other prior to deliberation begins? Example, on a court lunch break. No, not until deliberations after the case. JC Coward says, will these papers have to do with public retractions?
Not necessarily. No, they're not being sued, so technically not.
No pics of worst injuries. Very strange. Probably talking about Amber Heard. Yeah, very strange. Monty Python versus ABC in 1976 caused show edit. Oh, so that's when they introduced Monty Python into trial. Interesting. Okay. Todd Davis, she's a witch. Play it here. We don't have time today, but I appreciate it. Furion PS4 says Botox and fillers are known to cause bruising in the face and around the eyes. It's likely Amber Heard had some done. Is JD's team ever discussed theories beyond makeup? What are the hurdles to bring this to court? I mean, they can definitely talk about, some sort of speculation about that. They can ask her about that, kind of planning that into the jury's mind. They also probably were able to subpoena some kind of medical records from any kind of a plastic surgeon that she used, at least in theory. Wendy's Cafe says, I think you might be wrong about the timestamp in the building videos. Amy Goodhart said in her interview on Popcorn Planet that there are many, many cameras through the building, so they would all be in sync. Maybe, I don't know.
Necessarily take it as a given.
Yeah, they
might
could
be
also
true,
be.
but I wouldn't take it as a given.
Because the other thing is they could also be uniformly out of sync.
Yeah, so that too.
Bree Reese says, could there be any legal repercussions for IO and Rocky? Didn't they lie multiple times in legal documents like the declarations for the TRO, etc.? Sure, technically in theory, but
theory, yes. In reality,
I don't.
no.
Yeah, I don't anticipate that coming up for them. Marty McFly says 100% chance that some of the jurors haven't researched or accidentally seen coverage of the trial. Yeah, probably. Yeah, it is everywhere. You're right. Ilya Z says, any favorite expert? Mine is Dr. Tobin in Chauvin case. Honestly, I think that the one Dr. Curry is probably my favorite expert so far.
Yeah, she was good.
She was very, very capable, and she did a fantastic job of explaining her area of expertise. Nola Lala says, is their divorce NDA now null and void?
No.
Not exactly, but both of them have essentially breached at some point. So trying to enforce it against one another is going to be difficult. Simply D says, WDYT of Elaine's. What does WDYT stand for? What do you think? What do you think of Elaine's? It calls for bias, Your Honor. I don't know exactly what you are referencing. Yeah, I'm sorry. Oliver Drobnik says, what will we see the next 3 weeks? Will Amber also be grilled like JD? She will be cross-examined.
Harder.
Maybe not with like a vocal tonal aggression, because especially if it's by Ben Chu, I expected him to keep a calm, level tone, but she is going to be very much pressed on her testimony through cross-examination by the type of questions that will be asked. Yes. Allison Barnes says, I'm new here, found out through uncivil law. Hey, welcome. I feel that Johnny is, I feel that Johnny is doing well so far. Yeah. So far, but do you all think it is going to be brutal after defense rests and Amber's team brings in witnesses? I do think it's going to be brutal. I think that they're going to bring up so many crazy allegations.
It's about to get really spicy. It's about to get really spicy.
It is. Georgia Houston says, question, am I correct in thinking the policy of LAPD taking photos of injuries or lack thereof meant if a report was filed, it felt like Elaine wasn't grasping what I think is common sense. Yeah, I mean, it seems like it seems reasonable that they would say, if we have reason to think that there may be some kind of an injury or maybe some kind of domestic violence, yeah, we'll take a photo. But if we don't have reason to believe that, why would we take a photo? Jocelyn Jarrett says, currently a 1L and saying and saying this trial is me studying for my Civ profile next week. But doesn't the FRCP limit how many depositions a party
We're not
has?
in the federal court.
Yep. We are in state court in Virginia. So the federal rules are not binding on this case. And also, keep in mind too that you are limited to a certain number of interrogatories, depositions, etc. when we are talking about evidence. But you can always file a declaration to request more interrogatories, more depositions, more. You can request more, and the other side can stipulate to more, especially if both sides want more. So
Now that I think about it, I guess I'm a little bit surprised this wasn't removed to federal court on diversity.
No, diversity is destroyed.
Wait,
They're both from
in
California,
right?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, no, never mind. Strike that.
Yeah. Blurry Lights says, would you clarify the I don't recall answer? Does it mean I can't remember now, or that didn't happen, as in I didn't see bruises? Thanks.
I don't remember now.
Yeah, exactly. The King says, did you see the article about the psychologist saying why Dr. Curry's diagnosis should be discounted? How might this affect the case? By the way, love you guys. I haven't seen it, but it doesn't affect the case if the jury doesn't know about it. So unless this guy is testifying in court and is going to say the same thing to them, it doesn't affect the case.
Amen.
S says Amber Heard's team mentioned that in the carnival or the train, Johnny Depp was strangling her when they asked his security. Question is if this is what she claims, and maybe she will start to create more horrific stories, what will happen? Love from, I think that's Saudi Arabia. Thank you so much.
It's very hard to make up new facts that the other side doesn't know about, new claims that the other side doesn't know about, because so much of this would have to come out in discovery. That all of a sudden they just start talking about, well, like, yeah, there was another incident in 2015 in Turkey, and everyone's like, we were in Turkey. Then it's hard to do it. It would be difficult to sell credibility on. So.
Yeah. But I do expect more horrific stories based on the allegations that I've read in the pleadings. Daria Grolevska Bagley says, are there any obviously dangerous witnesses on Amber Heard's list, and can they still call any from outside of the list? Love to you guys. Great work. For impeachment purposes, yes, or for rebuttal purposes, not impeachment, rebuttal. They can call from outside the list for rebuttal. And I know that because they did reserve at the bottom of Johnny's list. He says all of these people that we want to call. And the last one says, plus any witnesses that are required for rebuttal of Amber Heard's claims or whatever. So, yes. Little Panda Cub says, one of the witnesses started to describe Marks and Amber Heard. Defense objected with, they are not medical professionals. Judge sustained objection. Can JD use the same defense on all oral statements? I don't know about all oral statements, but it depends on the level of specificity that they're starting to give in the testimony about certain injuries. So it's if I think that may have been Ben King that maybe was objected to when saying that they were all like uniform or something like that. I'm not exactly sure. But if what they're saying starts to sound like it's opinion testimony based on some sort of expertise that this person doesn't have, or this person hasn't been given any kind of foundation to show, then yeah, that's objectionable. Crystal Morales says, could it be possible that Amber had eye bruises because of Botox, but made it seem like the bruises were from being hit? Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. I expect questions on that, honestly. Mimer82 says, will JD's team be able to use lawsuits Amber Heard was involved in related to London Fields film during 2016 to 2018 as evidence to counter her money problems being related to JD's lawsuits? I don't know, because her money problems are at issue because of the settlement money, right? The payments to the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. Maybe? I'm not sure. I'm not certain. Possibly. Carolyn says, question, if I don't know if my chat was missed yesterday, it is possible Doug Stanhope's opinion piece. Oh, we did talk about this. Doug Stanhope's opinion piece makes an appearance after Amber silenced him about her abuse to Johnny. She claimed defamation. Maybe.
Doubtful? It seems like hearsay.
I think maybe they're talking about just like generally to the public that like he had taken down an opinion piece that he had put up because she had sent a cease and desist letter or something.
I thought they might make an appearance in the trial. So. Oh,
okay. Yeah. I don't know about in the trial. Move Your Hoop says read someone said that bruises on Amber Heard's face in photos that are out there look
Right.
like Botox. Anyone
Right.
have thoughts? Yeah, totally possible. Totally possible. Carrie Smith, has anyone compared this trial to the UK trial and answered why he lost the UK trial when the evidence seems the same? Well, not all of the evidence could come in. It was a single judge as opposed to a panel of jurors, and they couldn't have experts in there. So to testify to all of this medical and psychological information,
It's
so
a whole different. It's a whole different trial system.
completely different.
and that changes. It's like the difference between a play and a movie. It's like you can't, or a book and a movie. It's really the difference between a book and a movie.
Yeah. But I think one of the biggest ones was the fact that like the evidence that they got from Amber in this case, they couldn't get that evidence in the UK trial because she wasn't a party. She was just a witness. So there was a very
By the way, this is the book.
disadvantage.
In there, it was like the movie. So the movie version is very scant.
There you go. Wendy's Cafe says, have you seen the DVI, the Inside Story documentary that looks at the impact of false domestic violence claims and the legal system that favors those who lie to obtain them? I have not, but that
Sounds
is very,
interesting.
that sounds very interesting.
Movie watch night.
Yeah, let's do it. Emily B says, don't know if you missed my super chat yesterday. Wouldn't simply calling witness from Disney to say we fired him because of this be enough to prove a loss?
If you could get them to confess to that, sure.
Yeah, you have to get them to admit it. Although it shouldn't be that hard, because why else did you fire him when you're so successful? Like, what happened? You would think that they would have tried to find that. It's actually a pretty interesting thought as to why we haven't seen that. And the only reason I can imagine is that they don't want to say it. So go prove that. You don't want to start fighting a second fight and say like you're lying.
Yeah. Just a name says, do the jurors have to explain their decision?
Nope.
No. Gabriella Flutterman says, do you think Elaine is JD's secret fan? Sending regards from the Netherlands. I don't know. It could be, and you could be totally a fan of the opposing party and still represent adequately your own client who has adverse interest from them. So she could totally be a fangirl and be a good advocate. Wave says, if Amber was dragged through broken glass by her hair in a nightgown fighting to get away, where are the medical records stating that she was seen for stitches, cuts, or photos showing severe damage to her body? Especially, and I will add, the fact that she is in Hollywood, her face is her moneymaker. It's a very good point. G says, can you refresh us on everyone's specialty? Who are you picking from LawTube to represent you? Ooh, who would you pick to put on different cases with? Oh, interesting.
That is
That's
really
very
interesting question.
I don't know. So everyone's specialty. I mean, mine is in civil litigation. I've done a lot of employment law and a lot of trust in estates.
I say commercial litigation, which is pretty much like business law disputes.
Yeah. Yep. And Kurt, yours?
Intellectual property.
Yep. There you go. I don't know. We've got a pretty wide range of specialties. I mean, who would you want in LawTube to represent you? It depends on for what purpose, right? If I've got a business deal that I need to negotiate something, I'd pick Rick Hogue. If I've got an intellectual property dispute, I'd pick Kurt over here. If I've got a business transaction that went bad, I would pick Joe to litigate it for me. So it really kind of depends on what it is that we would want people to represent us for. Lillian Crack says, this is not a legal question. I just think you guys are great. I've watched every day and curious about how you lay out your streams and what software you use. Keep up the great work. Oh, thank you. StreamYard. That's what we use. It's pretty basic. You don't really have much ability to like rearrange stuff, but you have some options for how you lay out certain things and share your screen and stuff. But it's good enough for pretty much what we do, but there are some limitations.
Even for idiotic lawyers like us to figure out.
I stream in OBS a lot of the time because the audio management is so much better.
But I've converted hardcore.
G-Land F says, hey, from across the globe in time zones. I binged these videos, appreciate all the perspectives and mostly relevant discussions. Cheers all around. Oh, thank you. Isis News says, I've seen that Johnny will have an expert on metadata to refute the pictures. How much will that help him? Very much so. Very much so. If they can call into question the accuracy and the quality of the photos that she says proves that she had injuries on certain dates, absolutely. Because
when an expert can document, these are the reasons I know that you're full of crap. It's very hard for a jury to like not take that really seriously.
Yeah, exactly. Chloe Olivia says, does anyone know that what Rottenborn was referring to when the driver said it was Paul who sent a message, and Rottenborn replied, "Oh, interesting." Well, he said it was Sean Bett. It was Sean Bett, and I think that there was maybe some kind of an inconsistency that Rottenborn caught that he wants to use in closing. Nashville Tech Girl says, "What do y'all think will win this case, and who do y'all think has the better legal team?"
Premature without seeing some of Amber Heard's direct. We might have a better ability to answer that after the first day or two of direct.
I think so. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think we'll have a much better picture once she's off the stand. But I think in terms of a better legal team, I've seen more effective work on Johnny's side, although I've seen some very effective work also on Amber's side. However, at the same time, Amber's side has had the difficulty of doing all cross-examination so far, whereas Johnny's side they've been doing direct examinations of friendly witnesses. So we may see some strengths and weaknesses flip as we move over into the opposite case in chief. George says, "I heard Amber supporters are aiming for a mistrial by having flyers outside court. Hogue, see you in lands between." So this is not something that is. I would never, ever speculate to connect those flyers that are allegedly outside the courthouse or that have been reported to be outside the courthouse. I would never connect those to the legal team. They don't have enough time for that, honestly. That is probably someone who is very passionate about this case, and they feel very, very certainly about it. No lawyer is going to. Neither side's attorneys want a mistrial for something like that. They have put too much work and too much time and too much effort into it for it to result with that. They want to get it to the finish line, obviously with their side winning. But regardless, they want to get to the finish line. It's such a huge disappointment when you are getting ready for trial and you're all ramped up and then it's done.
No judge is sitting through 6 weeks of a trial and then calling mistrial. That's just not happening.
Yeah. Wendy's Cafe says ACLU would have had to order the new letterhead from a printer. It's extremely easy to prove when that letterhead was printed off at the printers. Interesting. Candles and Carnage says a nonprofit would not have 100-year letterhead 4 years in advance. They would probably have started planning in the 98th year in nonprofit management. Okay, well, fair. Crusader Saracen says the quality of Johnny's associates speak to his own quality. He seems like a cool cat to work for, TBH. Kristen and Co. says, I called IR when I sent Super Chat, hoping they would finish redirect of Johnny with audio of Amber. Tell the world, Johnny. Secretly hope they watched Legalbytes and thought that was a great idea. I think that seemed like it was planned well in advance because it just was so perfectly packaged, honestly. But if they were, that would be kind of cool if they were watching.
I'd be surprised if they're not. I'd be disappointed if they're not. I'm not even kidding, by the way. No, we know that Rittenhouse was affected by LawTube. Why would they not be watching here? That doesn't make any sense.
Sure. Cerebral Tackle says, Law Talk with Mike said, if I don't super chat, the dogs get it. So here I am. Aw, thank you. Katie Lincoln says, my question is, has she met Paul Bettany? JD said they were on the island together. Elaine said they had never met. According to Johnny, they had met and got into a serious argument. That was very upsetting. Yeah, that was very, very upsetting, apparently. Doug Murray says, hello, everyone. Hope you're all having a great week. Is it just me, or is it pretty interesting seeing Johnny Depp and Elon Musk exposing woke nonsense? Have a great weekend.
Yeah, we're all seeing that.
Very, very interesting. Aspeggy says, would you bring on Dr. Honda from Psychology in Seattle? He's doing a series on Dr. Curry's testimony, and it would be great to see how the legal and psychology worlds overlap. Thanks for the streams. It's been great. You're not the first person to recommend Dr. Honda. I will probably have to reach out to him. BMG 313 says, I've sent you, Alita, something on Instagram DMs. Laura's seen it ages ago. Would JD Legal get that in for Whitney and Amber's testimony? And how important would you say it is? I'm sorry. I've got to go back and check it, but I really want to get through these super chats. I'll keep that one saved in case there's time afterwards to check. Lisa Ring says, going into cop testimony and body cam footage, I thought Amber Heard plus friend were setting him up, but she sent cops away. Makes me think something rough happened. Maybe not her exaggerated version, though. I mean, they still got to look at her. They still got to look at her, and they found no injuries. So I don't know. Maybe it's possible. That's one interpretation of it. Carla Cordova says JD's team come across as polite, respectful, and measured, whereas Amber Heard's team is chaotic, reactive, and rude. Coincidence? I think not. It could be a coincidence. It could be not. The question is how the jury interprets that, right? Because these are all things that the jury is picking up on. Drew Perry says, hi from Israel. Found you guys during this trial. And as a law hobbyist, it's great to see such a wonderful community. Keep up the good work. Hey, welcome. Thank you. Isis New says, I've heard that Depp has an expert witness on metadata to refute her evidence and pictures. How much will this help his case? A lot.
Just answer that, yeah.
Yes, a lot. Plant-based Bride says, agree that new Trek can't touch early Trek. Oh, yes, they were talking about that. That was a Rick and Nate earlier. Ruse says, how do you figure out how long questioning takes? It depends on how much information you want out of this person. They may have a lot of information. They may not have very much at all. It's kind of your own strategy. Roxy Jean says, will Amber be allowed to stuff her face during her testimony like she did in the UK? What a pathetic tactic to buy time to make up lies. She will not be allowed to do that. That would be very distracting and the jury would be perplexed by it. Sarah Harrian says, can the jury talk to each other on the weekends? No. Gelato for all. Thank you for educating us spare parts lawyers. You're welcome. You're welcome. Letitia M. Am I right to think that all upcoming witnesses are not supposed to know about the Amica and Milani Gate according to the judge rules? Yep. Lynn from the Lake says, why does it seem that Amber Heard's team is so often surprised when crossing live witnesses? They seem unprepared to me, but I have not legal background whatsoever.
No, if you're feeling it, the jury's probably feeling it too.
That's a very good point. NA says, Dr. Kirk Honda, for MH perspective too, other than experts in evaluations, what role can psychologists play in trials, consulting for trial prep and questioning temperament, jury management from trial obsessed psych? Yeah, they could totally be consultants for picking a jury for all kinds of different things, right? Absolutely. Completely. Totally, they can do that. Bridget A says, it's a misconception that psychiatrists have more knowledge about mental health than psychologists. They just focus on different aspects of mental health, both being equally qualified in their respective areas. I do agree with you. I completely agree with you. Crazy Yoda says, cop here from Colorado. People need to realize DV abuse can also be JD breaking things and screaming if he puts Amber Heard in fear of her safety, etc. Fair point.
Maybe
Wendy's
as
Cafe.
a matter of Colorado criminal law, maybe, but as a matter of what the jury interprets, I mean, it's open. It's an open question.
Also an important point. Wendy's Cafe says, does anyone know why Elaine didn't ask Dr. Curry what flavor of muffins her husband brought her?
Oh, she asked everything.
Missed opportunity.
Yeah.
Missed opportunity.
Oh,
there.
obviously, you need to know chocolate chip or blueberry right there. Corn.
Banana
what
nut.
was it? We need to know.
Luna Wolf says, LB, please discuss what happened with the audios in the UK. I don't
know what happened during that trial.
Yeah, I don't know. Steve Deacon says, can you please link us to Laura B's YouTube? She does not have YouTube, but she does have a podcast. If you go to her Twitter profile, you can see on her profile, she has a link to her Movies, Myth and Monsters podcast. And if we have not, if my person that's helping me backstage hasn't already updated that link here as well. Crystal Morales says, can JD lawyers argue her eyebrows come from Botox and not him? Absolutely, sure. They can. 100% they can. Sosa Chan says, why does Amber Heard's team focus that much on physical abuse? The whole trial, the mental abuse felt so much worse to me. I think because that is easier to convince someone, a random person, is when you see an injury, it's much easier to believe that and to credit that than to do so with a mental injury. It's harder because you can't see it and you can't necessarily feel it. So it's just a little bit harder to convince. Charlotte says, vomiting in his sleep. He could have aspirated and died. Do you think they should bring that up as a nurse and wife? I would have been concerned. Well, it did come up.
Yeah.
It did come up already. Sarah says, can they use defense she didn't write any of the op-ed? No, because they've got a lot of redlining back and forth now with the editing process within emails and whatnot. So that would be a very, very poor argument, in my opinion. Crazy Yoda says, as a cop, you guys are about the only defense attorneys I can handle. Here's another $5 just cause. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Mostly Dead says, CRT TV interview. They were... or court TV interview, they were discussing that JD leaving during the fight could also be abuse. Men can't win. Can't leave, yell, or restrain abusers. Are they just supposed to take it? P.S. I'm a woman.
That's a nice one. Leaving during a fight qualifies as abuse. That's the first time I've actually heard that one.
Freaking
Well, she's
ridiculous.
got, you know, she got abandonment issues. That's what your psychologist says, and you left her
I
abandoned.
guess. I guess.
You divorced her. That was abuse.
Yeah, good.
For crying out loud. Says, how can Amber Heard's team aim for verbal and emotional abuse when in opening they specified physical and SA? Can you change the type of abuse you're claiming halfway through trial when that seems sus to the jury? It also leaves you in an opportune moment to get called out by the other side. That is also what happened in the Rittenhouse.
Definitely come up.
That happened in the Rittenhouse trial. They were like, hey, by the way, remember how they said that they made all these promises to you and then they changed their strategy and now here we are.
This is an article they're saying when they first told you in the beginning that when she wrote it, this is what she meant. And now at the end, after all testimony comes out, they're saying she meant something completely different. Well, when she wrote it, she meant one thing or another. She couldn't have meant both. And now they're just making up throwing whatever crap against the wall and hoping that you're fool enough to fall for it. But you're not fool enough to fall for it because you saw this trial. You saw what happened here. You know she defamed him. You know that she caused him serious damages of $50 million. And that's why you're going to return a verdict of $50 million for Johnny Depp. Thank you very much.
Boom. There you go. Drop the mic. Gigi Bunny says, is Johnny's case a lot more valid now with actual proof of malice with the op-ed? And can that be enough to win the case? Possibly.
Actual malice, I don't think was ever really a problem because Amber Heard would know whether or not she was abused or not.
Yeah.
So
I mean, unless
that
they show that she's got some kind of delusions, but it definitely helps though. I mean, the audio tape at the end of Johnny's redirect really helps with that, where she's like, I can't back out now because I've put myself out there.
That helped. Yeah.
Yeah, it very much helped. But this also helps. And the op-ed redlining and editing process, I think most helps to rebut her defamation claim for the hoax issue, the hoax statements, because it really puts into perspective that she had the incentive to lie about it, to create this, to concoct this whole thing. And she had the motivation, the incentive, motivation, and she had the ambition to do it. And she was actually like trying to create this effect by making it much more impactful was the word. Dunn 33 says, how are the jury monitored when not in court? They are not. They are trusted. They are trusted by our judicial system. Make of that what you will. Jennifer D says, could Amber Heard plead the fifth to abuse questions?
No, because at this point the statute of limitations passed, so there's no possible criminal exposure.
Yeah. Yep. James Gentry says, can Johnny's team call Amber or that reserved for her team? Also, is Joe a Yankee fan or a Mets fan?
Diehard Yankee.
Yankee. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
So can Johnny's team call Amber or no, they can call her as an adverse witness. That would be quite a surprise, wouldn't it? Franzifia says, what parts of trial / which witness would you recommend to watch from past week? Haven't had time to watch the past couple days. Greetings from Germany. So from week 3, I would really recommend Alejandro Romero. I would really recommend him. It was pretty hilarious. He seemed like such a great, wonderful guy, so personable and relatable. And it was just funny that he was doing his deposition from his car and like vaping and then like driving.
If you're going to watch a full day, I would watch yesterday. There was a lot of good testimony yesterday. ACLU,
ACLU was really good.
The accountant was great. The guy who closed, Franklin, was great. I mean, there was a lot of the Irish guy, phenomenal. There was a lot of good testimony yesterday. So if you're going to pick one day to review, I would watch yesterday's.
Yeah. Agreed. Anastasia R says, first LAPD incident report literally says Io called NYPD because she heard her friend yelling at her husband, not JD yelling at Amber Heard. Thoughts? I mean, that on its own doesn't necessarily indicate that Johnny wasn't also yelling at her. It was just something that she maybe reported, or that Io goes by, Io is gender fluid. Io goes by male, I think. I'm really just trying to be respectful here. So because if Io made a statement, saying that Amber Heard was yelling at Johnny Depp, it could also be Amber Heard was yelling at Johnny Depp because Johnny Depp was hitting her or something, like that could have been part of the incident report. But anyhow, that on its own doesn't necessarily mean anything, because that also would be a hearsay statement. Ali Gov says, do you think her lawyers believe her? I realize that they'll do the best they can regardless, but I don't know I couldn't keep a straight face defending her. I mean, every lawyer has to make that calculation, right? If you don't fully believe that your client is in the right, I mean, they still are entitled to a representation, right? So it's a question of soul searching, and can you still adequately represent this person to the best of your abilities? Can you set aside those feelings of whether or not she has been telling the truth about stuff? You could still completely think that your client is full of shit and still think that they are entitled to a proper defense, so that they are held properly responsible, as opposed to railroaded by the other side. That's also another calculus too. Jonathan says, rumors are Amber Heard will take the stand first. What's the logic behind the strategy? Why not in the middle / last? With 79 witnesses, her testimony could be forgotten. It's not going to be forgotten.
Sure.
She's one of the stars. You will get 200K when Amber Heard testifies. Oh my gosh. Thank you.
I'm calling 250 by the time this trial's over. That's what I'm calling, 250.
Man.
I'll tell you something. I'd actually be surprised if you don't get 250.
Well, thank you.
And you deserve every bit of it, every penny, every damn fan you've gotten, every one of them. You busted your tail. You've done phenomenal coverage here.
Thank you,
If
Joe.
you haven't subscribed, 20% of people watching on any live stream, at 20 to 30% are not subscribed. If you haven't subscribed yet, what more does she have to do? Does she have to wave her feet at you? What more does she have to do? What does she have to do?
Don't threaten the feet.
Hit subscribe. Hit subscribe.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've got to get you to 50K next. We've got to get Kurt to 60K.
Don't worry about me. This is you.
We've got to. The rising tide raises all ships, right? Because this stream would not be the same without you guys.
Move.
I know. We're making good progress. Jonathan says, okay, so what would be the logic of this strategy? Would be getting her to set up the framework.
Set the framework, or possibly like everyone's they're bleeding so badly that if they feel she's going to do well, then maybe it'll turn the tide. So you start actually stop hating her. We don't want you hating her for another 2 weeks before she gets up there.
That's so true. Also, give her some the ability to relate to the jury, so that they start to empathize with her.
I think there's 90% chance she's going to start crying at some point when she's talking about the abuse she suffered, and that they figure will build sympathy and make everyone stop hating her. That's what they're hoping is going to happen.
Yeah. Helena Hagland says, can CPS intervene after seeing this trial? No, they're not. They're no longer. Oh, Child Protective Services. I haven't seen anything about child abuse, though. I know that Amber has a baby, and people are concerned about it. But regardless of what has happened here between her and Johnny, that doesn't necessarily mean automatically that she is abusing her child. So, Ginger Haynes says, love you guys. Started watching during Kyle's trial. Now I'm hooked. You, Joe, Kurt, Nate, and crew. Subscribe to y'all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Laura Naday says, Virginia law student would love to join the stream. Oh man,
crowded.
Yeah, I know it is starting to get a little crowded. But you know what? Maybe when you are, tell me when you graduate and when you pass the bar, we'll have a conversation then. Sarah says, in court, the lawyers are constantly mentioning stuff from the UK trial, but they don't mention what it was about. Could this confuse the jury? Thoughts? Thanks for your hard work. It could pique their interest too. PT says, what could happen if Amber Heard lies on the stand? Also, hello from France. Hello. Bonjour.
Nothing will happen. In theory, she could be charged with perjury.
Yes. You are wrong, says, I feel like the biggest thing JD has on his side is his reliability. It seems like relatability. It seems he relates more to the average man than Amber Heard. So far, anyway. That may change when she has her testimony. Delicious Treat says, did Johnny's team finish this part of the case? Not yet. Hello from the EU says, it's strange they don't argue with the law on many points. It seems that it is more about what the jury members' feelings are in the end. I mean, although they are talking to the jury as finders of fact anyway. They're not finders of law. That's what the judge is. So they don't necessarily need to be making a ton of legalistic kind of arguments to them. It's just gonna lose them. They want to have a better factual kind of argument. Andrea Coppa says, thanks for the great coverage. Question, does the law school you attend matter? The rankings list are intimidating. Not necessarily. You can have plenty of great attorneys that come from lower ranked schools.
Ron Fischetti, who represented some of the biggest people on earth and taught in my law school for him, came in and the first words out of his mouth is, I am proud to tell you that I graduated in the top 10% of the bottom third of my class from St. John's University. And here I
Boom.
am teaching you elitist Fordham students law, how to practice as an attorney. You can go to anywhere and become a phenomenal lawyer, phenomenal success, and
Yeah.
live your dreams.
Yeah.
Don't make a law school.
Yeah.
Even though I
would
recommend
say,
against law school in general, but
I would
different
say,
thing.
you know, if you have ambitions to clerk for the Supreme Court, you kind of need to go to a top tier school. Same thing with a lot of big law jobs, but that doesn't guarantee, you know, job satisfaction of being a lawyer. There are
happiness
plenty
at
of
all.
other, yeah, exactly. So that's the only asterisk that I would put on that. Emma Whitelaw says, so say JD wins, can even though he filed for 50 million, can he be awarded more if they think he's entitled to it? I need to check the filing to see if he said that we are asking for $50 million or if he said at least $50 million. Because if he said at least, then yeah, he could be awarded more potentially. But otherwise it would be up to 50 million. Annette Charity Case Mervang says, will you follow the Sherry Papini trial? Did that one? I thought that one was already
I don't know anything about
resolved,
that one.
wasn't it? That was another kind of hoax case where she
Oh
pretended.
yes, yeah, that
Yeah,
was
I
a
think
great one.
I saw something about Emily D. Baker covering that recently, and I thought that actually already happened.
No, I think she's out on bail now. I think it's still going on. It's an interesting case though.
But yeah, it is so fascinating. I am personally interested in that, so I would like to. Wrong answer here hearing says, why are the Butler photos not in evidence yet?
Oh, she pled guilty. Someone in chat said, "Oh, okay, fair enough."
Oh, she pled guilty. Okay, yeah, that's right. Why are the Butler photos not in evidence yet? I think that some of them are. There was just this question of one of a photo of a vodka bottle. No one requested it from him, it seems. That's why. Climswine says, in the Netherlands, we don't have jurors, only judges. What would you say is the benefit of a jury, a group that has a lesser grasp on the law? I mean, you can get some really good dialogue between people that will come together, kind of like what you see on the panels, right? How we are going back and forth and talking about, who we think should win, who we think could win. But you have this, among people that are not lawyers, when you have one person who is making a decision, he or she doesn't need to dialogue with anyone to reach that conclusion. And so you can run into a situation where you've got somebody that has a lot of hubris and they think that they know everything, and it may not be the wisest choice.
It's also a great question that I think my answer would be, when everyone gets a certain mindset, and it's very easy if you get a judge with a certain agenda, they're always going to find this way on a domestic abuse case, for pro or against, as opposed to every jury is a fresh selection of your peers. So that's what I would think is the biggest advantage off the top of my head.
Yeah, exactly. Lauren C says, could Rottenborn's 1,000 impeachment attempts be because they know how much Amber will be impeached, trying to lessen the significance for the jury? I think they're just trying to get every single inconsistency in front of the jury. I think that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
Randy Balin says, was it inappropriate for the judge to comment on the bizarreness of the door man in his car? Couldn't that influence the jury? Oh, the jury wasn't in the room when she said that. Yeah, that was she's done a phenomenal job of not making any kind of comments in front of the jury that would indicate her opinion either way. Sweet Victory says, is Joe really Jeffrey Dean Morgan undercover?
Who's Jeffrey Dean Morgan? I don't know who that is. I'm not. But thank you, I guess.
I'll keep that one saved, and then you can research it and look it up.
I'm looking that's Negan, right? Is that Negan?
I don't know.
Yeah, it is Negan. Yeah, actually, I had someone on Twitter just tell me that I look like a legal version of him. Negan from Walking Dead.
Oh, okay.
I've heard that a lot.
Oh, that's funny. The Life of Riley says, how do the people get into the courtroom to watch the trial? The police in the courtroom had to talk to the people behind Amber Heard multiple times yesterday. This is the general public. They have to agree to abide by certain rules of decorum. For example, not having their phones out. That may be why police were talking to someone in the courtroom. Maybe they saw their phone out. But basically, you show up early, and then if they have room for you, you can go and sit in there. Marius Lametum says, have you guys seen Jason Momoa react to the trial? And what do you think that will do to Amber Heard? I have not seen that. Very interesting. I don't think that will have any outcome on the trial itself, but maybe on the public, in the court of public opinion. Dakota Taylor says, what do you think about Warner Brothers picking a side? I don't know if I guess picking a side in favor of Amber.
That's big
They are
surprise. Big surprise.
they are making their business decisions that are best for dollars and cents according to the Warner Brothers. I think that's typically how that happens, and so it falls one way or another. We would like it to be idealistic, minded,
Ideological
but
free would be best, but
yes, yeah. I almost said ideological, but I was like, wait, that's not what we want. But to be a little bit more like they are sticking to certain ideals, but realistically, when we're talking about big corporations like that, they'll have ideals when it's in their financial interest. Rachel Henson says, stopped by Kurt's Hangout today. Stay hydrated. Hey. Rachel Kane says, when does Amber Heard start her part of the trial? Within the next couple days, either Monday or Tuesday. KH8 says, Amber Heard has on multiple occasions to many parties stated she never wanted to make these claims, that her lawyers made her do it, re importance of Wasser. Yeah, I mean, it seems, yeah, that's there was that audio footage, I guess, of the audio clip in Johnny's redirect where she said that about the lawyers were making her do it, which is whatever. Lauren B says, couldn't the argument also be used for JD using makeup as an actor and musician to hide any of his markings? I suppose. I mean, but I don't think that he's in the regular use of like foundation makeup, maybe some eyeliner and whatnot, but I don't know. Jay is the cat. Hi team. Did any of you follow the movie Popcorn trial? And if so, what did you think of the verdict,
Nick
by the way?
covered that.
Yes. The work you're doing on this trial. Yes. Yeah. He did that. I sat in for like a little bit of that, but I didn't have time to do the rest of it. By the way, love the work you're doing on this trial. Hello from Australia. That one he was acquitted, wasn't he?
I don't know.
I can't remember. I'm so sorry. I wish I could give some better thoughts on it. But I know that Nick covered it, and it was a pretty interesting trial from what I was hearing. Laura Mazeral says jurors likely get Google News or similar app push notifications on their phones by default. Can they get dismissed if they read a headline in passing?
This is like a don't ask, don't tell. They give a general question. Have you been checked the news at all? And they all say no, and they move on. It never goes anywhere. It's the biggest unicorn, or the biggest myth in the world that they don't get the news. I think everyone knows it's fake, but it's sort of like we all believe it's the Santa Claus of our jury system.
I don't know. I think there are some that do, though. There if you know people in your life that are real rule followers, that they want to follow those kind of rules, there are those people out there
You're
too.
so
though.
pretty.
What's that?
I said you're so pretty.
What do you mean?
Ooh, that does sound like an insult the way you phrased that. Wow.
I think it's naive. I think it's naive.
Wow.
I don't mean that as an insult. That's not. I'm just saying. I'm saying.
Wow.
I wish
With
I had
sexism
I
and
wish
insult
that's
against
not.
our host.
I would. By the way,
I just didn't understand what you were saying.
I would have said it to you, Kurt. I would have said, "Wow, Kurt, you're so pretty." I think that's
wow.
When I hear something, I'm like, no, come on, you can't really believe that people are not doing that. It's not like that's not misogynistic. I literally would have said to you,
no, I know.
Say it now, Kurt. I'll say it to you. In fact, you know what? I'll say it anyway. If you think that was being misogynist, if you think that was being like mean, you're so pretty, Kurt.
Yeah, people in the chat are like, "Oh, you're so cute. Bless your heart." Yeah. So I do understand that, but I wouldn't say that everyone is like that. That would be naive. But I think that there are people that do follow the instructions. I know some people very close to me who would be like that. That I could totally see being like very serious about following those rules.
3 words cost me 300 subs. Let's go.
CG and DX says how to find ACLU attorney. Nick Rett needs to hire JD. How to find an ACLU attorney? I don't know.
Contact the ACLU.
Go to their website. Wrong answer. Hirang says, is one proof physical attack from JD on Amber Heard enough? If they can prove that Johnny actually physically attacked her on one occasion, yeah, then yes, I think that there would be a case for her believing that she's a victim or a survivor of domestic violence, which is the lie that is underpinning the op-ed, according to Johnny. Sarah Kiziltan says, do juries really disregard something when a lawyer asks a leading question and there's an objection and it's sustained, or is it just a tactic? It depends. I mean, it's keep in mind that the jury is also able to pay attention to a certain extent and then not able to pay attention to a certain extent. So depending on what's been going on, if they're already bored by the testimony. They're not paying attention, and they won't have seen it or heard it. But it could definitely be a tactic as well. Cassie McFalls says, theory, maybe Amber Heard is a victim of SA by someone else. That's her loophole, that the article isn't about JD. Could be, but there's still trouble on that one because of the fact that she references 2 years prior. So Rachel Henson says, what's everyone's hobby outside of LawTube?
Yeah, that's pretty much
Right. Right now, this is it. But I like to run. I like to go hiking with Indy. That kind of stuff.
I'm the best bass player you've ever met. I'm sure.
Bass? What kind of
Spades,
like guitar?
Spades.
Oh, spades. I thought you meant like an instrument.
No, it became like a passion of mine for a while, and I became ridiculously good at it.
You know what I do love is board games. I do have a nice board game collection.
I can see that. I can totally see that.
Yeah. Finish Chris says, who do you think has the best poker face from the legal teams? Obviously not Elaine, LOL. I think Ben Chu's got a good one.
There you go. That's a good choice.
Yeah.
Good call.
And actually Rottenborn as well. I think he does as well. He keeps his tone pretty consistent for the most part. Yehuda Seth Meth, thank you. Someone else says, question, could JD seek private prosecution as in UK?
You can never seek prosecution.
That's all by the state in the United States. Amanda Coelho says, Dr. Daniel Fox is another YouTuber, a panelist in BPD from Texas, or a specialist in BPD. He has a lot of experience as a practitioner. Interesting. Let me just write the name down. Cool. Demo says, do the lawyers have a limited time and they have to divide it around that witness, that witnesses have the most value as they keep talking about time? Yes, they are limited in their time. They're absolutely limited in their time, and they have to be very judicious as to who they put on and who's the most important, who's the most effective, in case they run out of time. That's always a possibility. Elvira says, could you invite Dr. Grande? I have heard about Dr. Grande as well. That's yeah, let me write that one down too. J Phillips 4400 says, would JD do this again if not unanimous? I don't know if he would. He could, because there would be a mistrial. So in which case he could refile. But the question is whether it's worth all of the time and expense and emotion that goes into litigation and putting on a trial. So I don't know, because he's gotten his story out there. So maybe that's enough for him. Deanne says, do you think Amber Heard tried to get the police to label JD a wife beater? I don't know, because she didn't even want to talk to them. So it seems like it's almost like they wanted to just
she was playing mind games with him. I'm going to call the police on you here. That you should feel threatened. I think it was for future. Like, next time I'll talk to them. That's how I took it.
Yeah. Or so that they could have in the story headlines for this massive hoax, if that's what you believe. You know, that she could have it in the headlines. We called the police twice.
Could be.
Andy the Game Maker. She needs Andy on. I know. I've got to have you on again, Andy. Phil Jones is face down in the sand. How did he breathe? Good question. JS the Cat says, why JD's team is not focusing on the fact that JD has covered her abuse and protected her so she wouldn't get charged with DV. I think that point hasn't been emphasized. I think it has been. I think that they have made that point quite a bit with Johnny on the stand. And the thing is, I mean, this is all coming through witness testimony. The attorneys can't emphasize these points really, other than by directing the conversation so that they can get it through the witness. But the point at which it will be seriously emphasized will be during the closing arguments. So you're going to see everything wrapped up together. They're going to tell you what everything means by putting all this evidence together. Lotta B says, wouldn't it be a good strategy for JD's team to call Amber Heard? It could, possibly. But there's also the possibility that both sides are then going to be cross-examining Amber if they call her as an adverse witness. And then there's a question as to how good that testimony would be, how effective it would be.
Yeah, the real downside that I asked the same question like 4 days ago, and the real downside to it is then you give her own attorneys the opportunity to lead her by the nose by asking leading questions.
Yes.
And that they could basically say, didn't Johnny beat the crap out? And she could say, yes, that's exactly what happened. You want to force her to work her way through it.
Yeah.
So
there are some disadvantages that would come with that. Darlene says, maybe the toilet paper company, Kimberly Clark, can change their name to Amber Heard.
Nice.
Oh, that is good. Pavel Vodka says, Watching at 0:30 at night in Poland. Thanks to your stream, I'm able to explain the case to my wife. She was Team Amber, now changing her mind.
Well done.
Wow.
There you go.
That's incredible. Joseph Dinsmore says, thoughts on Io lying, stating he was there the night Amber Heard had a busted lip and bruises from the headbutt, but was in Ohio filming suspects for MTV. Lies are lies. Lies, and the lying liars who tell them, right? It'll be interesting to see if that can come out at trial for the jury. Maria James says it's like a soap opera called The Depth of Depp. I love it. Christine W says, is the jury going to use the Virginia definition of DV to determine if Amber Heard's claims are true? From my understanding, could be wrong. DV in Virginia is defined as more as physical abuse, where California is more broad. No, in Virginia, it's quite broad as well. It's definitely quite broad. I don't know exactly how they're going to do this with the jury instructions.
I would be amazed if the jury instructions include any specific definition on domestic violence, because it's not a criminal case. We're not trying to define it as a matter of crime. And the question is whether it occurred basically anywhere. So I don't think there's going to be any definition given to the jury. Yeah. Fair point. Draft Digit says, who does their closing arguments last? So what happens is, just like with the opening statements and just like with the case in chief, it always starts with the plaintiff because they have the burden to prove everything. Then it goes to the defense. And then there's a rebuttal that the plaintiff has because they have reserved a portion of their total time, just the last little portion for rebuttal after, so that they can respond to portions of the defense closing. That's how that works. Wedgie Patrol says, do you think they would present an esthetician's documents about her injections of filler and Botox as an explanation for the bruises? They could. They absolutely could. Liz says, you should invite Mickey Atkins. I don't know who Mickey Atkins is. The list of recommendations grows ever larger and larger. I think YouTube YouTube has some point, I apologize, LawTube at some point has to have a sit down and talk about the criteria, because it's getting a little bit unduly large. It definitely is. I know there are some people that have been reaching out to me that with interest in coming on the panel. And it's like, I don't want to be picky or judgy or anything, but at a certain point, it does become a challenge to try to moderate, who comes on and enable
people time to actually contribute something without sitting there waiting for others to finish talking during the very, very limited windows of opportunity we have to talk between witnesses and questions and stuff like that.
Yeah. Shelly says the chats are lighting up with serious rule follows. I view it as respect, especially since the lawyers' fees are very high and the amount of damages are significant. I'd prefer to charge afterwards. I'm not sure I understand the first portion of this chat.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Shelly. Cormac O'Brien says, it seems like the questions that Amber Heard's defense are asking aren't quite geared to reality. Like it's like Amber Heard had spun some story to them, which they believed, and they are trying to prove her exaggerations. I think that they're referring to what we're going to hear from testimony from someone else. Like this idea of like, did you see Johnny Depp, strangling her with a towel and this kind of stuff? And of course not. No, but it's almost like they're hinting to the jury, keep in mind, we're foreshadowing here. Keep that in your brain when we loop around to it.
A common pitfall of attorneys, especially litigators, is that we get so bogged into our case that we start believing our own farts don't smell, and that everyone else looks at the world the exact same way that we do. Because we've been looking at it. Obviously, everyone would look at it that way, and you start forgetting that anyone who hasn't been sitting trying to push forward your own narrative for the last 2 years, day after day, isn't really looking at it from the certain facts, from the same line, from the same light that you're looking at it. It's a hard thing to get away from.
Yes. Pavel Vodka says, thanks for spelling my name correctly. Hey, you're so welcome. And one last one here. Ferris King says, can you explain about the headline or the deadline for the trial, how long it is? How was the time determined, and why is there a deadline in the first place? Love from Saudi Arabia, because the court is calendaring a bunch of different trials at the same time. They have to organize everything so that everything can run smoothly between trials and hearings. They've got like a huge court docket of everything. They have to keep everything organized. So that's why there's a set period of time that they give them. If it shows up that, they need more time, there's ways to negotiate that kind of stuff. But they generally try to set up a deadline, because otherwise you can have these parties introducing evidence forever.
6 months. It'll take 6 months.
Yeah, especially in a case like this. So so that's what they do is, you know, the judge will say, okay, what are the claims that are at issue? What is the history here? What are the facts that you need to bring in, and kind of go from there, kind of estimate how much time that they really need. So here the deadline is 6 weeks is the trial. So we are halfway through that. So, and with that, one more. I mean, I'm not complaining, but I love it, guys. We are almost there. JG Girl says, I am confused as to why the lawyers have not even mentioned sexual abuse. It was specified in the headline of the online version of the article. I expect that to come up in Amber Heard's case in chief, but it was interesting that it didn't come up with Johnny Depp, though. I agree. Rachel Mills says, do you think JD's team will bring up Australia dog incident? Possibly. If there's any kernel of relevance to the Australia finger incident, possibly.
All right, there's 6,000. We're finished with chats. There's 6,477. She's shutting down right now. Before you leave, click on civil law. This guy knows law better than anyone in law too. Let's get him now. You just need half of you to go over to his channel. Push him up over 60,000 right now. He knows more facts, more law, more cases than any of us. This guy is a freaking encyclopedia. If you're not following him, you're basically saying, I'm okay with someone who's like really not as knowledgeable about the law as like the most knowledgeable guy in YouTube. So please make sure you subscribe to him. He does phenomenal work. And before you leave, click subscribe here, then click on his name, subscribe over there, and then go enjoy the rest of your evening. You have
but also subscribe to Good Logic. Subscribe to Good Logic. Get him to 50K, guys. We've got to get him to 50K. He has also been spending some great time here.
Anyway, it's been great. It's been great sitting with you, Alita. Really,
of course, it's been wonderful having you guys. I love it. I love the time that we all spend together. You guys are my brothers in law tube. You know, we're all brothers and sisters in law tube here. So we love it. We love it. We love to see it. And then this is the last super chat that we're doing here. Catastrophe says, how much weight do you think Dr. Curry's testimony is going to have and hold in the jury's mind while Amber Heard is on the stand? It depends on the other expert witnesses. They could discount her testimony, but right now I think it was pretty effective. I think it was quite effective, actually.
Cool.
So, all right. That is it. That's all I've got for you guys.
Well done.
Thank you so much for joining us, and be here with us on Monday morning for day 12 of this trial. And otherwise, you know, go check out everybody else and subscribe and do all the YouTubey stuff. Okay. See you guys.